It being 11:04, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Report stage of Bill
Private members' business.
an act to amend the criminal code, assaults against public transit operators, standing in the name of Mr. Chisu.
Comme il n'y a aucune motion,
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
by Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville moves the Bill S-221, an act to amend the criminal code, assaults against public transit operators, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed? I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Right now. Mr. Chizu, seconded by Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville, moves that Bill S-221, an act to amend the criminal code, assaults against public transit operators, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for Pickering Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to join the debate today at third reading and to speak in support of Bill S-221, a bill that seeks to address through explicit sentencing principles the harm caused when public operators acting in the course of their duties are the target of violence. At present, there is no specific offence for aggravating factor in the criminal code that uniquely targets acts of violence committed against public transit operators. The proposed bill would amend the criminal code to create a new aggravating factor for the sentencing of offenders convicted of uttering threats and any of 3 assault offences and unlawfully causing bodily harm to transit operators. I would first like to thank Senator Runciman and his staff for their hard work on this file, as well as those in the transit community, such as the Canadian Urban Transit Association and the Amalgamated Transit Union, amongst others, who have spent countless hours educating both the public and government about the danger and violence against our transit operators' presence to not only themselves but to the general public. This is a very serious issue that must be addressed. I would also like to extend my thanks to the other side of the aisle, to the members of the opposition parties who have done their part in making sure S-221 becomes law, and in particular to the member for Wascana. I know he has been working diligently on this matter for years, and hopefully today all of that hard work will finally be realized and results in meaningful and effective legislation. Mr. Speaker, I think that I can say without any hesitation that everything we have heard in debates in both houses during the recent months has absolutely confirmed our belief that Bill S-221 is both justified and necessary. The proposed bill would amend the criminal code to create a new aggravating factor for the sentencing of offenders convicted of uttering threats, any of the 3 assault offences, and unlawfully causing bodily harm to transit operators. Transit operators play an absolutely critical role in the lives of our citizens and our communities all over Canada. Nowhere is this more apparent than in our major cities, where public transit is relied upon to transport millions of passengers every day. It would be no exaggeration to say that without the people who drive our buses, subways, trams, and taxis every day, our economy and our communities would be in peril. A 2010 report prepared by the Canadian Urban Transit Association, entitled The Economic Impact of Transit Investment, a National Survey, offers the following key findings. Transit reduces vehicle operating costs for Canadian households by approximately $5 billion annually, and it reduces vehicle accident costs by $2.4 billion annually. While these stats and figures are certainly fantastic, they came at a price, specifically a price to the well-being of our public transit operators. An analysis conducted by the Toronto Transit Commission showed that transit operators face daily violence. According to their analysis, during 2013, most attacks were related to fare enforcement, 39%. Alarmingly, 1 in 5 attacks were recorded as being unprovoked, with no real rhyme or reason given. The motive here was nothing more than pure malice, an attempt to harm the public transit operators just for the sake of it. Unfortunately, these sorts of attacks run the risk of becoming more and more common unless we as legislators take action to ensure these assaults are sanctioned adequately. The report is broken down as follows. Expectorate, around 45%, physical, hands, feet, 33%, foreign objects, 15%, liquid, 5%. According to the Canadian Urban Transit Association, there were 2,061 reported assaults in 2011. That is over 5 reported instances of assault a day across this country. This is shameful. Transit operators, due to the nature of their work and their inherent inability to defend themselves against aggressive acts while carrying out their duties, face a number of unusual and unpredictable threats in their workplace that most Canadians do not. Transit workers are at higher risk for violence than are workers in many other occupations. StatsCan has reported that a public transit operator is more than 4.5 times more likely to be assaulted in the conduct of their duty than an average person is walking down on the street. While this in and of itself is a shocking statistics, there are other consequences that may not become immediately clear. The most troubling of these is that public transit operator is quite literally in the charge of operating an incredibly large vehicle, which more often than not is in motion on crowded streets and highways. Any minute distraction may cause an immediate and very real danger to not only the passengers charged in the operator care, but to drivers in other cares, cyclists and pedestrians and other cars. This danger naturally increases when you have someone physically beating or spitting on the operator. Mr. Speaker, the issue of assaulting a public transit operator is not only being noticed here in Ottawa, but in other municipalities as well. A little over 2 weeks ago, Tom Hahn, a councillor of St. John's, Newfoundland, had the following to say regarding tougher sentencing legislation. They, the public transit operators, should not have to put up with that kind of stuff. And I'm hoping legislation that will deal with stronger sentencing will make people think twice. It pleases me to no end to see that the S221 garnered support from municipalities as far away as St. John's. On the other side of this nation, bus drivers in Vancouver have opted to begin a 6-month fleet-wide experiment with plexiglass barriers to protect themselves from would-be attackers. Last year, Hamilton saw a 5-year high in assaults on their buses, which has prompted the transit director of the Hamilton Street Railway Company to make a budget request for cameras to be installed in their fleet, and possibly even barriers. Grand River Transit of Kitchener-Waterloo made a similar move, and it is really a sad state of affairs when bus drivers feel so unsafe at work that they feel their only recourse is to attempt to remove and segregate themselves from the people they serve. To echo Councillor Hahn's sentiments, we need to make sure these thugs will think twice before assaulting a public transit operator, and we need to make bus drivers feel safe in their place of work. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that the transit system operates effectively, that people feel safe when they use the transit system, and that those operating our public transit feel assured that if they are victimized on the job through acts of violence, the criminal justice system will effectively respond to such violence. Attacks on transit operators can leave lasting physical and mental scars. With more than 300,000 members, Uniform is Canada's largest union in the private sector. At the 2014 gathering at Uniform's Canadian Council, transit drivers shared personal stories of assault, harassment, and degradation that left lasting trauma as well, in certain cases, permanent disability. Transit drivers should not have to go to work fearing that they will be hit, sexually assaulted, threatened with death, punched, kicked, spat, or have a weapon pulled on them. While much of the focus thus far has been on bus drivers, we must not forget another vulnerable and often forgotten group of individuals, taxi drivers. From 1997 to 2011, the homicide rate for taxi drivers was 3.2 per population of 100,000. This is nearly 3 times the murder rate amongst the general population. In that 15 years period, 23 taxi drivers were murdered at cold blood. We do not have statistics available to us on assaults, but one doesn't have to jump to conclusion to suggest they would be just as horrifically high as their counterparts in the public transit. Mr. Speaker, support for this bill extends far and wide. Transit Union, Transit Police, bus and taxi drivers, the Ottawa Transit Commission, the Toronto Transit Commission, and many others have spoken in strong support of this bill. We have now the opportunity with Bill S221 to work together and unanimously pass into law meaningful changes that will appropriately address the violence committed against transit operators. I strongly support this bill, and I hope this sentiment is echoed on all sides of the House. Mr. Speaker, let us finally put an end to this wrong and pass S221 today. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reassure my colleague right away. Indeed, his feelings are shared, but I do have a question for him, because there are many bills, similar bills, that have been tabled by the Conservatives. And even if I was not there at the time, in the previous Parliament, there was a bill that dealt with exactly the same problem. So here's my question. Why, since 2006, has the government delayed in going forward with this measure? What made them all of a sudden go forward with this question and made it a priority?
The Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Thank you very much. I thank my colleague for the question. This is a very good question. I know that there are several bills on this extent introduced in the House. This bill has a specific provision. It is including also taxi drivers. They were not included in the other bills, and I think this is a novelty, and I think this is showing that our government is taking care of a larger public transit operators, which are including also the taxi drivers.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to stand in support of S221 as a bill. In fact, the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, has made reference, also had a private member's bill, and it was felt that as a caucus, and as I'm sure all members recognize, the valuable role that our transit drivers provide for all regions of our country. I know I've had the good fortune through John Callahan and the Amalgamated Transit Union in Winnipeg to have not only a tour of facility, but also to take the opportunity to have a bus ride-along, in which I would highly recommend members to do likewise. You get to learn a lot when you're riding on a bus, and you talk to some of the drivers. You get a better sense in terms of some of the things that they have to go through day in and day out. There is, when that door goes open, they don't know what's coming into the door, and the need for this legislation is there. It's very real. It's very tangible. The number of assaults, verbally and physically, is very high, and I think the public would be quite surprised, Mr. Speaker, to the degree in how many occurrences occur every year. My question to the member is fairly specific in terms of that would he not agree that as parliamentarians we can also work with other municipalities in particular to see how we can even make the working environment of our transit drivers even that much better, such as looking at how you could potentially have patrols in on buses and so forth.
The Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague opposite for the question. It's a very good question. To be able to work with other municipalities, we need to have in place a legislation, and this legislation will give the opportunities for the municipalities to move forward for their deterrence of the violence and to their actions against violence against the public operators and the taxi drivers.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, the follow-up question I would have is in regards to the taxi drivers the member makes a reference to. Again, it's a very important industry, and again, it's when you allow public to come in, it's not like the taxi drivers are saying no. They feel very vulnerable. There's a need for the safety shields, cameras. There's a higher sense of need for security purposes on our taxis than there ever has been over the last decade plus. And I'm wondering again if the member might want to provide some comment in terms of how employees, whether you're driving a bus or you're driving a taxi, that we do have a role to play in terms of making sure that there's a safe working environment.
The honourable member for Pickering Scarborough East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, the member, for the question. It is indeed a very good question. I think that it's important for us that through this legislation we are giving the tools to be educating the people and educating the users of the transit, the public transit and the taxi drivers, to don't resort to the violent acts and so on, and to be sure that if they are resorting to these acts, they will be punished accordingly with the force of the law. So for this one, we have this legislation in place to give it is not necessarily a punitive legislation. It is giving the tools to be an action of deterrence and not resurrecting to the violence, which is in place and which is in line with our Canadian way of thinking, I think.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise in support of this long overdue legislation. And I'd like to start off, Mr. Speaker, by praising our transit operators, our public transportation workers across the country. And every day we have thousands of women and men across this country, Canadians, who basically assure the safety and security of our loved ones to get to work, to get to school, to get to a wide variety of places. Across this country, we have women and men who want to make sure every day, and their job is to ensure that our loved ones make it to work, make it to school, make it to shopping, and make it to any other circumstance as safely as possible. Now, Mr. Speaker, they do that, and tragically, we're seeing that increasingly their safety and security is in jeopardy because of the epidemic that we're seeing. There's no other way to put it, an epidemic that we're seeing of attacks against public transit operators and public transportation workers. Today, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing across the country on this particular day thousands of transit workers that are making sure, even in adverse weather circumstances, that our loved ones can get to work or get to school safely. And yet today, as an average day in Canada, 4 or 5 or 6 of those transit operators and public transportation workers may be assaulted in the line of duty as they are doing their work of ensuring the safety and security of our loved ones. Their safety and security is often put into question because we are seeing, I think, a growing and tragic number of assaults against these transit workers. And this is something that didn't start happening yesterday, Mr. Speaker. It's developed over a number of years, and that's why in the official opposition NDP, over the past number of years, what we've been doing is putting forward legislation to combat this epidemic of attacks on public transportation workers, on transit workers, on the drivers across this country. We first put forward with Judy Washalish, who I know you remember, Mr. Speaker, who first put forward a bill. I myself put forward a bill a number of years ago as well, and encouraged the government at that time to put into place these measures. The bill that is currently on the docket in the House of Commons is Bill C-402. And my colleague from Thunder Bay Rainy River as well has put forward legislation so that what we can do is increase penalties for anyone who attacks, who assaults, who abuses a public transportation worker, a transit operator. And by doing this, by putting into place this legislation, what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, is sending a message right across the country that this is unacceptable, that the safety and security that our transit workers and our public transportation workers have to assure every day for our loved ones as they go about their business in the day, going to work or going to school, that their safety and security shouldn't be put into question because of the increased likelihood, the growing likelihood, that they may be assaulted in the line of their duty. Now, you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, you're driving a bus. You're trying to maintain the safety and security of perhaps dozens of passengers. And then you get somebody who gets on the bus and feels that they have free rein to try to assault you, while you're trying to protect those members of the traveling public that are with you. Thank you. Your own safety is in question. And that's why it's important to send an inescapable message to all Canadians that this is simply not acceptable. That's why we're supporting the bill. And that's why we've actually called for tougher penalties as well. And in part, Mr. Speaker, the reason why this is an important step, and the reason why the NDP has put forward legislation over the past few years a number of times, is because of the public education that can come from this. To say that it is a case of aggravated assault, as we've said in the NDP bill, or in the bill that's put forward today, an aggravating circumstance, this is something that the transit companies themselves, the public transportation companies, the private taxi companies, can use to ensure that the public is aware that when they try to abuse or assault that taxi driver, that bus driver, that transit operator, it is a serious crime. And there is no doubt that that is something that will help to address this tragic epidemic of attacks on transit workers. In many cases, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about serious assaults. We're talking about assaults that have resulted in serious permanent disability. We're talking about situations where that bus driver, that transit operator, has been unable to return to work. So we're not talking about minor assaults here. In many cases, we're talking about tragic, serious assaults. And that's why we have been bringing this forward in the House of Commons for so many years, Mr. Speaker, to say that we need to change the public perception that somehow it is okay to attack a transit operator, a bus driver, a taxi driver. It's simply not, Mr. Speaker. It is simply not. And this bill today, though long overdue, we would have liked the government to adopt the NDP legislation years ago that we've been pushing forward in the House, is nonetheless going to make a difference, particularly when the transit operating companies, the public transportation companies, are able to put forward the very clear message that this is unacceptable. Now, Mr. Speaker, the bus drivers and transit operators in my riding are represented by the Canadian Union of Public Employees and Unifor as well, formerly CAW transit operators. We also have the Amalgamated Transit Union that has been a phenomenal force in campaigning for this change. We've seen as well l'Association des chauffeurs de Société de Transport de Montréal.
The Montreal Union also played an important role in this.
With Unifor, with CUPE, with the ATU, the STM, we have, I think, a real consensus from bus drivers and transit operators across the country that it is time for a change. It is time to send an unmistakable message to all Canadians that to assault a transit operator, a bus driver, is a serious offense. That those bus drivers and transit operators who every day get up in the morning with one thought in mind, making sure that our loved ones get to their workplace or their school or where they are going safely, that we have a responsibility as parliamentarians to ensure their safety, to ensure that they go to a safe workplace, to ensure that they can come home and know that they have provided that service to Canadians and that there are no scars to show for it, that they have been able to work in a safe environment. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to conclude by saying this is long overdue legislation. We support it. In fact, the NDP has been the impetus behind this legislation, and we are happy to see it is finally coming forward on the floor of the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And resuming debate, the honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to say that the Liberal Party will be voting for this bill. And in fact, my colleague, the member for Wascana, had already tabled a similar bill, a little bit more muscle than this one, but we are prepared to support this bill.
Far be it from me to predict the voting decisions of honourable members on a private member's bill, but I would not be surprised if this bill received the unanimous support of this House, but we shall see later if this is the case. Because, in effect, it would be difficult to oppose this proposition. Bus drivers and other public transit operators provide a valuable service for all Canadians every day, and the statistics show that they are subject to much more abuse than one might expect, and certainly much more abuse than they deserve. So I do think it is incumbent on Parliament to take measures to help to protect them. And I think it is true that all of the three major parties of this House have at one time or another presented similar pieces of legislation in this regard, and so I would be astounded if this bill did not receive overwhelming, if not unanimous, support. And just to give a few of these statistics, 2,061 bus drivers were assaulted in 2011, with attacks ranging from being spat on and punched in the head to knife attacks and sexual assault. And it is partly because of the nature of their work that they are at greater risk than most of us, because they are subject willy-nilly to whoever should walk into their bus or their taxi or their ferry or whatever is the means of transit. And so they have no control over who comes in, so they are much more susceptible than most of us to this kind of attack, and this is why I think that they deserve a level of protection that is higher than that provided for most Canadians in other walks of life. And I think it is important to indicate what exactly this bill does. I know the member has, but what it does is it makes the nature of a victim's employment as a public transit operator an aggravating circumstance which must be taken into account when a judge is sentencing an accused after conviction on specific criminal code charges. And these include bodily harm, assault, aggravated assault, and causing bodily harm. But I should also mention that the definition of public transit operator includes not only bus drivers, but also those operating taxis, trains, subways, trams, and ferries. So we are certainly happy to support this law. As I indicated, my colleagues, the member of Wascana's bill was a little stronger in the sense that the fact of being a bus driver was to be an aggravating circumstance in sentencing for any crime against a bus driver, no matter what the specific charge. But that, in a sense, is a fairly small detail, and the two laws are in the same spirit, and so we are therefore very happy to support it. Now, as my colleague from Winnipeg, I believe, pointed out, the fact of passing this law should not be the end of our pursuit of greater fairness for bus drivers and other public transit operators. I think there is scope for further actions, and a lot of those actions would probably involve more the provincial governments and the municipal governments than they do the federal. So at the federal level, this is one area, the area of criminal law, in which we clearly do have jurisdiction, and so we can take this action. But I do think also in future the federal government could and should work with other levels of government in order to produce other measures, other policy initiatives to enhance the safety and security of our bus drivers. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not think there is a controversy on this, so I will not go on further. Let me just say that the Liberal Party will enthusiastically support this bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Leeds Grenville.
Much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today in support of Bill S221. It is an act to amend the criminal code, assaults against public transit operators. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to note that this bill was introduced in the other place by Senator Bob Runciman, the Senator for Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, who happens to be from my area of Ontario. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that aims to protect transit workers who play a critical role in serving the public at large. Public transit is differentiated from other occupations by the fact that those who play a role in providing this service work with a broad spectrum of customers and are often alone with them late at night. Due to this, they are vulnerable, and by virtue of the fact they are operating a vehicle, will often be defenseless against attacks. The statistics on assaults have been mentioned in previous debates and in committee by numerous people. I'd like to emphasize two particular statistics that summarize the unsafe work environment that the environment that these transit workers have to work in. According to the Amalgamated Transit Union, 40% of all public transit operators are assaulted on the job at some point in their career. Think about that, Mr. Speaker. That's 4 out of 10. The Canadian Urban Transit Association reports approximately 2,000 assaults per year, which is an average of around 5 assaults per day in our country. In addition to the detrimental effects on the victims, such attacks also threaten the safety of the general public, as transit operators have responsibility for the safety of their passengers and, of course, others who are on the road. Further, these attacks have a negative impact on the transit industry financially in terms of compensation for victims and employees missing days at work. The attacks also make it difficult to recruit and retain qualified operators. Mr. Speaker, this bill affirms the preventative purpose of criminal law through the threat of enhanced punishment and would contribute to enhanced public safety while also having a favorable impact on the transit industry generally. Bill S221 would create a new aggravating factor for the purpose of sentencing. The aggravating factor would only apply in respect of the following offenses in the criminal code. Number 1, uttering threat, section 264.1, assault, section 266, assault with a weapon or causing bodily harm, section 267, aggravated assault, section 268, and unlawfully causing bodily harm, section 269. Mr. Speaker, if the victim of any of those offenses is a public transit operator engaged in the execution of his or her duties, the court must consider this as an aggravating factor at sentencing. The bill includes a definition of public transit operator. A public transit operator is an individual who operates a vehicle used in the provision of passenger transportation services to the public, and also includes an individual who operates a school bus. This definition, coupled with the definition of vehicle, will capture a wide variety of circumstances. Mr. Speaker, the bill advances two fundamental sentencing objectives: deterrence and denunciation. This bill sends a strong message by requiring the courts to consider increased sentencing consequences for those who are convicted of crimes of violence against public transit operators while engaged in the execution of their duties. This bill says that we as a society do not tolerate such violence, and that those who choose to engage in such crime will be punished in a way that properly reflects the harm that they have caused. During their study of this bill, the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights examined the impact that this bill would have in practice. Two particular issues arose that I believe are worth mentioning here. The first issue related to the proposed definition of vehicle. The bill proposes a non-exhaustive definition of vehicle for the purpose of the proposed aggravating factor, as including a bus, paratransit vehicle, licensed taxicab, train, subway, train, and ferry, as well as trams. One committee member questioned why not simply amend the definition of motor vehicle in Section 2 of the Criminal Code so as to avoid the potential confusion that may be caused by having two definitions, one for vehicle and one for motor vehicle. The evidence given before the committee confirms that there should be no confusion created by the proposed definition of vehicle found in this bill. First, the definition would only apply to the proposed section 269.01. Second, the provision is clear and unambiguous. It will not cause any difficulty for the courts to interpret vehicle as including devices that are not propelled by motor, such as a bike taxi or a rickshaw operator. If the intent of the sponsor was to limit the application of this section to motor-powered vehicles, I believe he would not have said it. The second issue that was raised during the committee's study of the bill concerned the meaning of engaged in the performance of his or her duty. Recall that the proposed aggravating factor would apply where the victim was a public transit operator who, at the time of the commission of the offense, was engaged in the performance of his or her duty. Mr. Speaker, the notion of being engaged in one's duties exists in other parts of the criminal code through the exact words. So, Mr. Speaker, the exact words can vary. For example, the murder of a police officer acting in the course of his or her duties is automatically first-degree murder. Similarly, it is an offense to assault a peace officer engaged in the execution of his or her duty. Existing jurisprudence interpreting these phrases would likely inform how the courts interpret this new aggravating factor. And this jurisprudence tells us that the individual must be lawfully engaged in their duties. In addition, one cannot simply be on duty, such that a transit operator who is assaulted after signing in for their shift prior to commencing their duties would not likely receive the benefit of the new aggravating factor. However, it is also likely that the new factor would not be limited to situations involving the driving of the vehicle. For example, it would likely apply to situations where the driver was inspecting their vehicle prior to bringing it into service. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, these questions of interpretation will be addressed by the courts. And regardless of how they interpret this new provision, it is important to remember that the courts will retain broad discretion to determine whether any particular fact aggravates or mitigates the sentence imposed in any given case. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to conclude by reiterating the importance of protecting public transit workers. Operators who encounter these harmful attacks during the performance of their duties are simply trying to do their job of delivering an essential mobility service to the public. This bill is intended to deter violent attacks on public transit operators and to increase overall safety for persons using transit services. Due to the critical importance of public transit to our communities from coast to coast to coast, as well as our economy, I urge all members to support Bill S221. I'm encouraged to hear that members from all sides of the House have risen to show their support, and I encourage that this bill be passed as quickly as possible into law in order to protect those transit operators. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Thank you very much.
I rise today to speak in favor of Bill S221, a bill to amend the criminal code to require a court to consider as an aggravating circumstances for the purposes of sentencing the fact that the victim of an assault is a public transit operator. Public transit operators play a significant role in our daily life. Their contribution might go unnoticed, but their service is surely invaluable. In small and big cities, Canadians count on the service of all those men and women who strive to provide the best service possible while ensuring the well-being of passengers, pedestrians, cyclists, and other motorists.
Mr. Speaker, because of the nature of their work, public transit operators are an easy target for violence, which takes many forms, including verbal intimidation or bullying and physical assault. Unfortunately, being a bus driver means being a victim of violence, said one driver, a member of the Canadian Union of Public Employees. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to give you a few examples that illustrate how serious the situation is and that convince us of the need to take concrete and effective action to deal with this problem. In 2010, in the Quebec City area, 14.2% of workplace accidents were due to assault and acts of violence. In 2010, there were 65 assaults on drivers in the Quebec City area, 56 in Laval. That same year, 150 assaults against bus drivers were reported in Vancouver. In 2011, over 2,000 bus drivers were victims of assault in Canada. They were spit on, hit on the head, had boiling water thrown on them, were threatened with a knife, or even sexually assaulted. In July of that year in Cambridge, a bus driver was threatened by a young man with a samurai sword. In Ottawa in 2012, HoC Transpo reported 62 incidents of violence against drivers. In 2012, 66 violent acts against bus drivers in Montreal were recorded, and according to health and workplace health and safety experts, only 25% of incidents are reported. In Kelowna in 2013, a driver was stabbed with a knife by a woman passenger. He had to spend days being tested for hepatitis C, and this type of incident is only increasing. These affect bus drivers, subway drivers, and taxi drivers. Not a week goes by, and this is Marc-André Coulombe, president of Taxi Quebec, talking. Not a week goes by without me hearing about an assault or an incident. Most drivers don't even bother to lodge complaints. And if you sit down and talk to drivers, they can all tell you that this has happened to them. It's a sad reality, but most public transit operators have experienced the indignity of being spat upon, punched in the head, or they know a colleague who's been subjected to a knife attack or sexually assaulted. Many suffer physical and emotional injuries that are life-threatening and career-ending. This according to Robin West, Vice President of the Amalgamated Transit Union, when he appeared before the Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs. Mr. Bouzid, an Algerian engineer who's a taxi driver in Montreal and father of 3, was coldly assaulted on the job. And I'd just like to note that a number of taxi drivers in my riding are immigrants. They're part of the immigrant minority. They may be highly qualified in their country of origin, but because their credentials aren't recognized here, they can't get work in their field. And unfortunately, these highly qualified, highly educated people have a hard time finding a job and end up becoming taxi drivers. And if that problem could be fixed, the recognition of foreign credentials, this might do a lot to solve the problems of immigrant populations. After Mr. Bouzid was murdered, it was an extreme case. Although that's rare, assaults against taxi drivers are not rare. They happen frequently. In order to deal with this type of problem, we need to give judges the tools they need to impose fair sentences and to act as a deterrent. For a number of years, driver associations have been calling for better protection for their members. The government must be constantly listening to the people that work in this field and take the necessary steps to ensure their safety. When a driver is assaulted, this should be considered an aggravating factor in sentencing. This would send a clear signal of zero tolerance. These measures would help reduce the number of assaults and would help limit the increase in this number of incidents.
Operators, and this will only be possible if we can ensure a safe and secure environment in their workplace. Indeed, protecting mass transit operators has always been a priority for the NDP, a duty that is incumbent upon us on uphold as much as possible. In this regard, the NDP has already tabled many private members' bills that sought to expand further protections to public transit operators by imposing a greater punishment for the offense of aggravated assault in cases where public transportation workers are the victims. Even though the bill under examination was tabled by other political parties, we are ready to take on a constructive approach to allow for the necessary changes to be implemented in order to help these workers seriously. This is because the NDP has the public transit operators' interests at heart.
These new provisions have been well received by many drivers' unions, including the Montreal Bus Drivers Union. I would like to quote Stéphane Lachance, the spokesperson for the Montreal Bus Drivers Union. We applaud the initiative and will work together with partners to seek better protection for public transit operators. We hope the deterrent effect that such a law will have will be felt rapidly, and we will see a significant decrease in the number of assaults against drivers. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats are proud to support these unions and workers because the NDP puts the needs and interests of public transit operators at the top of its priority list. So I join with my colleagues in supporting this bill and hope it will be passed and enacted very quickly.
Reprise de débat. Accordingly, I invite the honourable member for Pickering Scarborough East. He has up to 5 minutes right of reply. The honourable member for Pickering Scarborough East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many people have put countless of hours and of hard work on this file, and I cannot possibly convey my thanks to them all in a short 5 minutes. However, there are a few I would like to mention in the time I have. I would just like to once again thank Senator Runciman and his staff for all their hard work on S221, as well as the support we have received from not only the opposition across the way, but from the various transit organizations across the country, some of whom are today here looking, as a matter of fact, who have been so supportive and integral in getting this piece of sound legislation passed. S221 will amend the criminal code to create a new aggravating factor for the sentencing of offenders convicted of uttering threats, any of these assault offences, and unlawfully causing bodily harm to transit operators. This will cause those who would do harm to our public transit operators to think twice before they engage in the reckless and dangerous assault of our bus drivers, subway conductors, taxi drivers, etc. Ensuring these PTOs are safe is the first step in ensuring that public using these methods of transport are also safe, as well as those on our streets, bike lanes and sidewalks. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to encourage all honourable members to pass this bill as soon as possible, if possible today. Thank you very much.
The question is the following one. Mr. Chizu, seconded by Mr. Brown, moves that Bill CS221, an act to amend the criminal code, assaults against public transit operators, be now read a third time and passed. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Yes? Agreed? Agreed? Carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
It being 11:52, the House will stand suspended until noon, and we'll pick up government orders at that time. Mr. Alexander for Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam. Moves that, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, a bill in the name of the Minister of Labour and Minister of Status of Women entitled An Act to Provide for the Resumption of Rail Service Operations shall be disposed of as follows. A. The said bill may be read twice or thrice in one sitting. B.
B. Not more than 2 hours shall be allotted for the consideration of the second reading stage of the said bill, following the adoption of this order. C. When the bill has been read a second time, it shall be referred to a committee of the whole.
D. Any division requested in the committee shall be deferred until the end of the committee's consideration of the bill. E. Not more than 1 hour shall be allotted for the consideration of the committee of the whole stage of the said bill. F. Au plus un demi.
Not more than 1/2 hour shall be allotted for the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, provided that no member shall speak for more than 10 minutes at a time during the said stage, and that no period for questions and comments be permitted following each member's speech.
G. At the expiry of the time provided for in this order, any proceedings before the House or the Committee of the Whole shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage then under consideration of the said bill shall be put and disposed of forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment, and no division shall be deferred.
H. When the Speaker has, for the purposes of this order, interrupted any proceeding for the purpose of putting forthwith the question on any business then before the House, the bells to call in the members shall be sounded for not more than 30 minutes.
I. Commencing when the said bill is read a first time and concluding when the said bill is read a third time, the House shall not adjourn except pursuant to a motion proposed by a Minister of the Crown. J. No motion to adjourn the debate at any stage of the said bill may be proposed except by a Minister of the Crown. K.
And K. During the consideration of the said bill in the Committee of the Whole, no motion that the committee rise or that the committee report progress may be proposed except by a Minister of the Crown. Debate.
Debate. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to ask members of this House to expedite the passage of a bill, an act to provide for the resumption of rail service operations. Today we are experiencing a work stoppage at Canadian Pacific Railway that will significantly impact our Canadian economy. Canadian employees, members of the public, international trade, and our national economy will suffer. Our economy has faced challenging times since the recession. However, we stood out among leading industrial countries. Our government is proud of our record of protecting Canadians from the worst effects of the economic downturn and laying the foundation for recovery. The Canadian economy still faces risks from global factors that we cannot control. A disruption of rail services could lead to job losses and pose a great risk to the Canadian economy. A work stoppage will only further exacerbate the uncertainty of our economic state and further complicate an already complex situation. In Canada, we have a large and well-developed rail system that carries freight to all parts of the country. Rail is a vital part of the Canadian economy. It's an extension of our communities and their links to industry and resources, and it's part of our link to the world. Our rail system is complex. It interconnects a wide range of businesses, including shippers, terminal operators, transloaders, port operators, shipping lines, and trucking, which are all part of a very complex and complicated supply chain. Railway transportation is the backbone of an integrated supply chain that moves Canada's resources all over the globe. Problems occurring in one part of the chain can affect all stakeholders. There's a domino effect. Something that happens on the ground in British Columbia actually can impact someone living in Ontario. And this can impact tens of thousands of Canadian jobs. CP plays a critical role in our economy with a network that spans Canada and the United States. As the second largest rail freight service provider in Canada, CP has nearly 15,500 employees. CP Rail network spans approximately 22,000 kilometers from Port Metro Vancouver to the Port of Montreal and to parts of the U.S. Northwest and Midwest. In 2013, CP generated $6.1 billion in revenue and an increase of about 8% and a company record. CP transports 7 commodity groups: industrial and consumer products, containers, grain, coal, fertilizer, and sulfur, and automotive products. CP provides its customers, Canadians, the ability to trade with many partners across the country and around the globe. And this allows us to employ thousands of Canadians. Maintaining an effective supply chain is critical to meeting the government's objectives related to strategic gateways and trade corridors, such as the Asia-Pacific Gateway. The Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation's 21 member economies account for almost 2.8 billion people, over half of the world's GDP, and in excess of 80% of Canada's total merchandise trade. Canada is a trading nation, and CP plays a critical role in North America's supply chain for moving goods to and from Canadian, U.S., and international markets. This strike could have a detrimental effect on Canada's reputation as a reliable trading partner. It could have lasting effects on an already uncertain economy, and most importantly, on Canadian businesses and jobs. It will have an impact on communities who rely on rail services for certain goods. I've received letters from many people, such as Spectra Energy, urging that the federal government not hesitate to take action to ensure a quick resolution to this dispute. Spectra provides a number of natural gas liquids, such as propane, butane, and ethane, which are supplied by rail to key markets in Canada and the U.S. Their products are relied upon by hundreds of thousands of Canadians for heat and power. Without the ability to transport the product to residential and commercial customers, including hospitals, I can tell you this would be rather catastrophic. I can tell you standing on the ground without heat in a hospital would be something I can't imagine. The Propane Gas Association of Canada has urged that the rail delivery of propane gas should be declared an essential service, since rail is the only effective means of transportation and propane is essential for heating homes and businesses. Teck, Canada's largest diversified mining company, has sent me a letter stating, quote, "If a strike at CP or CN occurs, we urge that the government take early action by exercising the legislative measures available to it, including the imposition of back-to-work legislation and binding arbitration." Teck's products represent 1/3 of the bulk exports through the Port of Vancouver and is its largest single Canadian exporter to Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and Brazil. On a global scale, the implications of a rail disruption are grave. It will, quote-unquote, cause serious harm to the Canadian economy and reputation and hurt our competitiveness as international customers are forced to look elsewhere to import goods. A work stoppage by CP could also have an adverse impact on the movement of grain, which is only now returning to normal conditions following last year's backlog. And as you may recall, last March, our government introduced Order in Council to ensure that the supply chain operates effectively to deliver Canadian grain to market. This strike is causing a setback, and it could take months to recover the lost business and lost investments. Without CP rail operating, our ability to move freight is more limited. This strike in rail transportation in Canada has such an important impact on so many individuals and industries that the cumulative effects could be immense. And it is not just the industries who rely on these railways. The railways also provide the tracks for commuters, our cities, particularly Montreal in this case, A strike creates slowdowns and congestion, decreasing productivity and industry impacts. It impacts hundreds of Canadians. Now, over the past few years, our government has been taking all necessary steps to protect Canadians from the worst effects of the economic downturn. But the work stoppage at CP, especially in our current economic reality, will have devastating effects on many workers and their families. Those directly involved in the railway, but also, as I've just been mentioning, Mr. Speaker, the tens of thousands of Canadians that rely on the rail for product, but also rely on the rail to get to work. And I'm not talking just about, as I say, the CP employees, but the hundreds of thousands of Canadians whose livelihood simply depends on the goods carried by rail. It's clear that we, as parliamentarians, have an important role to play in putting an end to a situation that could negatively impact our economy and the well-being of Canadians. Our economy must be protected. Our products must reach markets. Canadian jobs must be preserved. So you see, Mr. Speaker, rail transportation is a key to maintaining our country's economic growth. Canadians and businesses count on us to make tough decisions like this one. We're doing this for the good of our country and the good of the Canadian citizens. And I'm happy to report that the Canadian National Railway and the TCRC and CP and Uniform were able to reach agreements to renew their collective agreements. And I'm optimistic that these agreements will be ratified.
It is true that it would be preferable that the parties succeed in agreeing between themselves.
Parties, CP and TCRC, to reach an agreement on their own. Because, Mr. Speaker, the best solution is the one the parties reach themselves. We've offered dispute resolution assistance to these parties provided through the Canada Labour Code, but really to no avail. The services of mediators from the Federal Mediation and Conciliatory Services are still available to help CP and the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference in their negotiations. In fact, I know that they've been continuing to work with them even today. Mr. Speaker, on several occasions, I too have met in person and on the phone with the former and current presidents of the union and with the CEO of CP. As early as November and December last year, I was expressing my expectations for the current round of bargaining. And more recently, I've been encouraging these individuals, just recently in Montreal over the course of Friday and Saturday, to reach a negotiated settlement, because the best solution is always the one the party reaches themselves. If they could not reach an agreement, I asked them to go to voluntary arbitration to resolve their outstanding issues. Last Friday, I went to Montreal and continued to work with them, this time actually at the bargaining table. I continue to express my desire for them to reach a negotiated settlement, failing that, agreeing to voluntary arbitration. Thus far, they have not. We feel that the parties have had ample time to reach a negotiated agreement. At this point, I have to be honest with you, the parties are not close to a deal. For days of a work stoppage, our economy and trade relationships will be further undermined. Mr. Speaker, the cost of our economy is enormous. It will cost our economy an estimated $205 million decline in our GDP per week. And so I ask my fellow members to stand up for Canadians, for Canadian businesses, and pass this bill to resume operations at CP. I can assure the House that our government will continue to focus on growth and sustainability of our economy. Rail services must continue so that Canadian businesses and, more importantly, Canadian families can continue to be safe and to prosper. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, come on.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for West Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I find it regrettable that once again today we have to discuss a bill that undermines the rights of workers in this country. And I would ask the Minister why the Conservatives are once again bashing unions, bashing employees, and suppressing their right to strike. Does the right to strike still exist in Canada today? The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government has been very clear. The economy is extremely important. It's, in fact, our top priority. These parties have been given ample opportunity. As I mentioned in my speech, starting as early as November and December of last year, both parties were provided assistance conciliators and mediators through the Federal Mediation and Conciliatory Services to come to a negotiated agreement, an agreement that both parties could live with on their job sites. As recently as this weekend, I myself was in Montreal working with the parties to get to an agreement. And as I said, CN and the Teamsters, CP and Unifor, because they worked together, they worked hard with the Federal Mediation and Conciliatory Services, came to an agreement. And that's the best agreement, when they come to an agreement themselves. But in this case, we have not been able to resolve these disputes. And in the best interest of the Canadian public and the best interest of the Canadian economy, we will be moving forward to make sure that CP Rail is back in action.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the minister is missing a large element here. This is about security and safety. For 2 years, the government has been warned repeatedly by the Auditor General, by the Transportation Safety Board, and other voices, including the Teamsters and other union groups, that there are problems with safety and security in rail in Canada. Now, we know on this side of the House the government spends more money on economic action plan advertising for the past 5 consecutive years than they have on rail safety. We know that. The government can't deny it because the numbers don't lie. It's the government's responsibility to address the serious safety issue of adequate rest for railway operators. That would have prevented this CP railway strike. It's their responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to establish rest periods for railway workers to ensure the safety of Canada's railways and the communities where our railways travel through. Railway employees have been asking this minister and the government, the transport minister as well, for safe working conditions. It's the government's obligation, and they've been warned and forewarned and warned again. And here is the result of the failure to take serious action on rail safety when we have 2 parties with seemingly irreconcilable differences. Can the minister explain to Canadians who are watching now, following this debate, why her government has not taken the measures to prevent this draconian legislation being brought forward?
Honourable Minister of Labour.
Well, I guess having spent a significant amount of time with both parties, I can say that there are actually a number of issues that are still on the table, and both parties would state that that is the case. There are numerous issues on the table. With respect to rail safety, our government has taken action. In fact, we have moved forward, putting in place a number of legislative and regulatory directions in order to make sure that rail safety in this country is safe. We take that exceptionally seriously. I encourage the opposition to support those initiatives so that individuals working on the rail and also impacted by the rail are safe. But, you know, speaking about the public interest, another significant part of the public interest is the economy and making sure that Canadians have an opportunity to work. Shutdown of rail services by Canadian Pacific has an impact of $205 million to our GDP per week, Mr. Speaker. And in addition to that, it's not just about the jobs that are impacted directly at CP, but individuals who are working at other industries that now cannot ship their goods. We may find individuals out of work working at tech industries or otherwise. And quite frankly, commuters in Montreal, I can tell you, are not pleased that they will actually not be able to get to work. Talk about a decrease in productivity. So there are a number of issues on the table, Mr. Speaker. Both parties would admit to that. And I'm hopeful that both parties come to resolution, because the best option here is when the parties come to an agreement together.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as my colleague, the member from Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie, has said very eloquently, the issue of the right for collective negotiations is something on this side of the House we believe is fundamental. And the Supreme Court, certainly in its admonishment of the government a couple of weeks ago on the right to strike, has I think, agreed with the idea that in a free democracy that there should be the right to collective negotiations. But this is a problem of the government's own making. We've seen steadily increasing incidences and accidents in rail safety. We've seen a number of the organized men and women come forward and say, well, look, one of the main aspects that we have to tackle is the issue of crew fatigue, that the incredibly archaic way that the crew schedules are sometimes put together means that you have to deal with crew fatigue. As you saw last night, Mr. Speaker, on the news, you have crews that after working a number of hours shift go home and they're called back to work early in the morning after an hour's sleep. I mean, the issue of crew fatigue is something that most Canadians are aware of, and most Canadians understand that we need to have the utmost standards of rail safety. And yet, this government has done nothing to bring in regulations to govern working hours so that we can diminish crew fatigue, and they've done no review of the Rail Safety Act. So why has the government not acted on regulation, not acted on the Rail Safety Act, not acted to put in place the kind of regulations that would bring a lower rate of accidents in our rail system rather than a higher level?
Minister of Labour.
Well, first, Mr. Speaker, let me correct the record. The decision taken at the Supreme Court, we are reviewing, but it had to do with the government of Saskatchewan. It was about essential services, and that's not what we're discussing today. We're discussing making sure that CP Rail continues to function so that Canadians are protected. So I want to be very clear, province of Saskatchewan, not Government of Canada. With respect to the issues that are on the table, as I just mentioned in response to a previous question, these parties have numerous issues on the table. We have worked with them now since November of 2014, providing mediation and conciliatory services, making sure that they were supported as best they could to deal with the numerous issues that were on the table. Some progress was made on some issues. Progress was not made on many issues. And having sat with these parties through several days of bargaining just recently, it is my opinion that they would not resolve their differences. And in the interest of the Canadian public, in the interest of the Canadian economy, I think it is now time for the Government of Canada to act in the best interest of Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, the minister made reference to the fact that they've been in negotiations or attempting to try to assist in mediation since November 2014. Can the minister give indication as to when it is that she would have informed either a party or one particular party as to what the government's intentions would be with regards to worker-backed legislation? When was that issue first raised with either a CP management side or the union side?
Minister of Labour.
As I just mentioned, we have been working with these parties, both CP as well as the Teamsters, since November, providing conciliation and mediation services. I was sitting with the parties up until the deadline of when the strike action could be taken. We were very clear. If they were unable to get to an agreement themselves, would they consider voluntary arbitration or mediated arbitration? Those offers were provided to the parties. One of the parties was willing to do that. Another party was not and decided to strike. I worked with them up until the very last minute, and quite frankly, including yesterday and continuing today. As I said, the best agreement is one that the parties come to, and I've encouraged them, even in this period of time, when the TCRC is on strike, to continue to speak to each other, to see if they can come to an agreement, because that is in their best interest, and actually, I think, the very best result. But that being said, Mr. Speaker, if these parties are unable to come to that negotiated agreement that's in their best interest, working together with the help of Canadian mediators from Labour Canada, we will act, and we will act swiftly this afternoon in the interest of the Canadian public and the interest of the Canadian economy. A hit of $205 million per week to the Canadian GDP is simply too much. Canadians losing their jobs is too much. We will act.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, dear colleagues. I'm very sad once again today to have to rise in this House in the Canadian Parliament to speak out against this issue, to represent NDP values and to do the job of the opposition, the official opposition. This is the 7th bill forcing workers back to work since 2006. So this government is a repeat offender when it comes to attacks on workers and their legitimate rights and their ability to use pressure tactics and to go on strike. In 2007, there was C-46 on the maintenance of rail services, not for the first time, you can see. There was C-61 in 2009 on the maintenance of rail services, once again. C-6 on the resumption of mail services. There was C-5 also in 2011 on air services. And there was C-39 and C-33 in 2012, where once again the Conservative government completely unbalanced the forces between the negotiating parties, and they systematically are on the side of employers. They want to take fundamental rights away from unionized employees. They are absolutely within their rights to carry out these pressure tactics. So what I want to ask the minister, and I think this is the central issue that is of concern to us, do we still have the right to go on strike and to have any kind of pressure tactics in Canada this year, in 2015? Do they recognize that it is part of the right of association and the right to collective bargaining? They seem to completely be ignoring this, and later on I'll come back to the recent Supreme Court decision that reconfirms these rights. The Conservatives, year in, year out, are abusing of these rights of workers. So we have to wonder whether, if we exercise our right to strike and that bothers somebody, will the government systematically come in, intervene, and change the rules of the game and give more rights to the employer? Because the situation is always the same. If the employer has the knowledge and the certainty that they don't really need to come to an agreement because their Conservative government friends will come and intervene and prevent employees from going out on strike, well, what incentive is there to negotiate in good faith and try and find a real solution? That is what the big problem is.
Negotiation a chance. Give negotiation a chance, because right now we have a Conservative government that is always on the side of the employers and never on the side of the workers of this country. And they have a fundamental right to exert economic pressure and strike if they needed to force the employer to recognize some problematics and find solutions. The minister just said that a negotiated deal is always better than an imposition of anything. So why she's imposing a back-to-work legislation again and again? It's the 7th time the Conservatives will do that since they are elected in 2006. It's a bad habit that they have, exactly. It's a bad habit because every time they will take a side and break the balance of the powers between the two parties. So we are saying, give the workers a chance to negotiate and to exert their rights. And no, it was not a pause for an applause. It was a pause for I need a drink. And the Labour Minister just said that the recent decision of the Supreme Court had nothing to do with the right to strike. I contradict that. And guess what? I have a quote here from a Supreme Court judge in that decision a few weeks ago. And it's Judge Abella writing, and I quote, "Where good faith negotiations break down, the ability to engage in the collective withdrawal of services is a necessary component of the process through which workers can continue to participate meaningfully in the pursuit of their collective workplace goals. In this case, the suppression of the right to strike amounts to a substantial interference with the right to a meaningful process of collective bargaining." So this is exactly what the decision of the Supreme Court is about. It's about the fundamental right to exercise, some pressure on your employer to improve your working conditions. And if you refuse the right to strike to those workers, employees, you interfere with those fundamental rights. And this is exactly what this Conservative government is doing again and again. So it's a sad day, Mr. Speaker, because the right to strike in this country is under attack again and again. Unions were considered illegal organizations before 1872. We are asking ourselves, do they really want to go back at that point, at that time? Because every time when they can crush workers and their unions, they will do it systematically. And they've done it with 525, 377, C4, other attacks for safety issues, health and safety issues. So it's a sad day for democracy too, and it's a sad day for the workers of this country and the labor movement. And I think that the workers can count on the NDP to defend their rights, because we will protect the freedom of negotiation and the collective negotiation. This is a value that on this side of the House we cherish and we care. The workers can know, I think, that in a few months they will have the opportunity to have the first social democrat, pro-worker, pro-union government in this country. Yes, Mr. Speaker. It's coming. It's coming. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to repeat in French the fact that the Minister of Labour just recently said us that the Supreme Court ruling had nothing to do with this whole issue of exercising pressure tactics or going on strike, whereas Madam Justice Abella told us in the decision that came down just a few weeks ago that the interference and the suppression of the right to strike is an interfering in the ability of having a fair and sensible collective bargaining process and negotiation, which will allow us to achieve results. So in this case, I think it's extremely dangerous for all union movements and all workers to have a government that systematically is on the side of the employer and abuses of their rights.
At this point with the CP issue is that when you have the threat of a back-to-work legislation under your head, why the employer would negotiate in good faith? Because he knows that their good friends in power in Ottawa, anyway, will be on their side. They will force workers to go back to work. So then you don't have any reason to negotiate and go for a compromise. And it's our concern is also because the issue on the table of Canadian Pacific workers, it's a safety issue for everybody in this country, for the workers first and foremost, of course, but also for everybody. It's a question of too long hours of work and fatigue and extreme fatigue. And we are talking about workers that are conductors. They are driving trains, freight trains, that can be 4 kilometers long. Can you imagine the consequence if the conductor or the driver is too tired to be really aware of the dangers or what is going on? And it's not only, the vision of the union. It's a problem that has been recognized by Transport Canada and even by the companies. Transport Canada own analysis of CP and CN employees' scheduling records from 6 different rail terminals across Canada concluded that on the timing and length of each shift assigned through an unpredictable on-call system, that extreme fatigue was rampant. In 4% of cases, employees were already extremely fatigued at the start of their shift because they don't have enough hours to sleep. It's a shame. And this government is not acting to correct that situation. And Canadians should know that their safety is put at risk by that government. So we want that to change. 45% of employees became extremely exhausted during work, and nearly all, or 99%, were fatigued at least once during the month. And it was the same problem, the same issue, guess what? 3 years ago, when the employees of CP went on strike for a couple of days. And after that, of course, the Conservative government came here to vote a back-to-work legislation. And the workers at that time were promised that, we will fix that. we will negotiate, don't go on strike, we will fix that. 3 years later, it's the same story, the same problems are still there. Extreme fatigue is still a problem for the members of the Teamsters that are working for CP. And nothing has changed because we are back again here in the House of Commons talking about a back-to-work legislation. My guess, Mr. Speaker, is that in 3 years, we will be back again because the same issue will not be solved because there's no incentive for CP to solve the problem. And the Conservatives are not helping. The Labour Minister is not helping. Monsieur le Président, je pense que ça vaut la peine.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's also worth saying it again in French. The issue that is at the very heart of this disagreement, it's not that the workers are asking to be paid more. It's not a monetary issue. And CP, in passing, is a company that makes a tremendous amount of profits. But this is an issue of public safety that is at the very heart of this issue and these discussions. And people need to be aware of this because it's the problem of excessive working hours and fatigue that results from that. The workers from CP, the engineers, don't have the necessary rest time that they need, and it results in extreme cases of fatigue. Do you know what they're asking for, these workers? To be able to stop and go home after a 10-hour day. So what they're asking for is to not have to work more than 10 hours. It sounds like we're in the 19th century, Mr. Speaker, because currently trained engineers have to work up to 12 hours before getting a rest. 12 hours straight. We're in 2015. That is shameful. This Conservative government doesn't do anything to help them. On the contrary, they're helping the railways to continue to carry on in the same way. Imagine the consequences if the engineers driving a train that could be up to 4 kilometers long is tired, doesn't have the necessary reflexes, can't see the dangers ahead of him. I think we've seen some dramatic events recently that shows the importance of railway safety. Everyone has to understand that this is the safety issue here, and the Conservatives are doing nothing to solve this problem. I said a few minutes ago that 3 years back, CP workers, members of the Teamsters, went on strike for a few days on the issue of exhaustion and the lack of rest time. The Conservative government forced them back to work, but they were told, don't worry about it, we will deal with this. We'll take the time, we'll negotiate, we'll put in recommendations, but nothing was done. And today, 3 years later, we're in 2015, it's the same workers who are going out on strike on the same issue again because nothing's been solved. And now we're going to have another piece of back-to-work legislation. If we leave the Conservatives in power, I wouldn't be surprised if 3 years from now, people once again will still be dealing with the same issue, and the Conservatives will be forcing them back to work once again. Transport Canada itself recognized that there is an issue here in terms of fatigue for train conductors and engineers. In Transport Canada's own analysis, this isn't a union and this isn't any other entity. They're saying that there were surveys done in 6 different parts of the country, and they realized that the problems of extreme fatigue were widespread across the country. 4%, in 4% of cases, employees were extremely fatigued at the start of their shift, at the start of their working day, because often they did not have the necessary rest time between the shifts that they were working. 45% of employees are extremely fatigued, or just completely exhausted during their work. 45%, and almost everyone, 98%, are tired at least once a month. So that has consequences for those workers, and obviously for them in their own personal lives. It undermines their health, it affects their family lives, but it also puts everyone in danger.
We in the NDP do not want train conductors to be tired when they're working. That's fundamental. It's elementary. We don't understand why the Conservatives haven't resolved this issue. Our neighbors to the south, and that's the country where private industry rules and they hate regulations, well, they have more regulations in the U.S. around hours of work for the railways than we have. Why have the Conservatives never managed to resolve this issue? We don't understand it. And it jeopardizes whole segments of our population. There have been at least 7 accidents in recent years that were due to the fact that conductors were tired when they were at work. So that's the problem. And we ask ourselves, what's the solution? The solution certainly isn't by preventing workers to exercise their right to strike. It's like Groundhog Day. It's the same issue, keeps coming back over and over again.
On the fact that it's a real problem. The extreme fatigue of the CP workers is real. And Transport Canada has, revealed that in the last 5 years, at least 7 accidents or incidents were caused by the fatigue of the drivers, of the conductors of those trains. So it's a real problem, but this government has no solution. Their only way to act is always ideological, always against the unions, always against the workers, and against the safety of Canadians. It's really sad. And it's another case where they are against the international law. There's a labor organization in Switzerland that recognizes that the right to strike is a fundamental right in modern societies. And once again, this government is going against the last decision of the Supreme Court and against the international law. On this side of the House, we think that the workers can organize, they can defend their rights, they can improve their working conditions, and it's not the job of the government to go against that, because it helps to build better communities. You hear the Conservatives always talking about the middle class and how they will defend the little guys of the middle class. But you know what? Middle class is mostly a creation of the labor movement in this country and all countries. Without the labor movement, you will have no middle class. So you want to defend the middle class, give the workers the tools to negotiate, to gain something in their collective agreement, and to make sure that they can work in safe places and that they will not put at risk the safety of the other citizens of this country.
We have a federal government that flies in the face of the Supreme Court decision and violates the ILO's regulations, which recognize the right to strike as something fundamental. But that's hardly surprising from a conservative government that's extremely ideological. They always serve up the same answer every time workers in this country attempt to defend their rights and strike. The government comes down with back-to-work legislation, bang, says, get back to work. Who cares what the company's done to you? Who cares what the rules are? Who cares if it makes you sick? Back to work. They say they're here to defend the middle class. That's what they always wrap themselves in. But let's remember, Mr. Speaker, that the middle class, the birth of the middle class is largely thanks to organized labor. They've, through collective bargaining, been able to raise up the working classes. This is the organized labor gives workers the tools to better their fate. So we will defend the middle class, families, the health and safety of workers, in the workplace and public safety. But unfortunately, once again today, what we see is a Conservative government that's running roughshod over workers' rights and jeopardizing public safety. I hope everyone here in the House will support this yet another piece of back-to-work legislation. We will defend both the middle class and public safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interesting discussion today, particularly the one that we just heard. Mr. Speaker, I know there's a lot of focus on rights. One thing I never heard about, though, was rights in conjunction with responsibilities. The other focus was on the amount of time, the 10 hours of work. Interesting that those that actually are there saving lives in Ontario work 12 hours, our nurses. And we don't hear those issues from our nurses. They work standard hours, 12-hour shifts. They don't work every day a week. Mr. Speaker, just in terms of the time, I believe those discussions in terms of debate started back in November, so it'll be November, December, January, 3.5 months in terms of having negotiations. I'm really wondering, where I come from, Mr. Speaker, in Ontario, agriculture and the auto industry, they are our largest industries. Whether it's moving grain, that's more out west, but bringing in the fertilizers, the potash, certainly the auto industry that hires tens of thousands of workers. I'm wondering how they feel about when those plants shut down and the union workers don't have work. I'm wondering how, when they shut down the hospitals and those places up north that require the rail to take the propane and the fuel to run those hospitals, when they don't have the energy to run them in the north, walk outside on a day like today. I wonder how he feels about those workers that are union workers that are not going to have a job and, in fact, likely health concerns. So I'm just wondering how the NDP plans on telling all these middle
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
I think, you know, there's so many misconceptions on the Conservative side. It's terrific. You know, you really have to know little, almost nothing about labor relation and collective negotiation to say things like that. Oh my God, they have negotiated for 3 months. That's long enough. No, Mr. Speaker, you know, it takes time, and we have to give them time and a balanced position of power on the two sides of the table. Right now, the Conservative government is taking one side and is breaking the balance of the labor relation in this country. And about the time, it's too long. You know, it's not even 48 hours that they are on strike. Oh, and it's too long. Come on, they have some rights, and they should be able to exert pressure on their employer, and it's for a reason of public safety, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. I appreciated his remarks, but isn't the question, I'll say it in English, a matter of pressure between workers and employers? Isn't the real question here, the question we're debating here in the House, isn't it what's the federal government's role, the regulatory power responsible for safety on our railways? Is that really a matter of pressure between two parties, or is it rather exactly what this government wants? They want to categorize these as a simple difference of opinion between two parties. They're saying, look over here, instead of justifying the fact that for some 5 years now, the Conservatives have not invested like they should have in inspectors, inspections, audits and the necessary staffing at the Department of Transport to deal with the challenges we have today. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the basis of my colleague's question from the second opposition party, but I think that today the question is that the Conservative government is taking a stand against workers' rights, their right to negotiate and collectively bargain. He raises an important point, and that is, could the Conservative government have been proactive and made sure that working conditions were good in the railway industry? And the answer is yes. But that's not going to stop us today from standing up to defend workers and their rights, which were recognized in a recent Supreme Court decision. If the Conservatives had wanted to help those workers, train conductors and CNCP workers, they could have done that years ago. Based on what's happening in the U.S., they could have had decent hours of work to avoid having those workers so extremely tired, which jeopardizes public safety.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his intervention today. One of the things that's interesting about this file is that a number of years ago, the rail system brought in the safety management system, which is self-reporting. And the Wilson report, which was independent, appointed by the Conservative government, talked about how members of CP and CN Rail felt a culture of fear to report safety and hazardous conditions that they and their colleagues faced on the actual job. So I'd like my colleague to address that issue with regards to the culture of a self-regulatory system.
Well, member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Windsor for his question. It's an excellent question because the Conservative government has deregulated, and companies now do their own inspections of themselves, and they report to the federal government, and they say, look what a great job we're doing. Well, that's a real problem because it's completely biased. So he's right when he says that the employees of those companies now it's beyond their control because there's no independent third party that comes and checks to see that the reports are in fact accurate. So we need to have a more robust regulatory system with genuine inspections, and people reporting, the people doing the reporting should not be the company itself. And I think that that culture with the intimidation in the workplace, these are the consequences of bad decisions made by the Conservatives. Questions and comments?
For Nickelbelt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie for his excellent speech. He's a great critic for workers from the NDP. Currently in Nickelbelt, there was a derailment, I think on Saturday night, if I'm not mistaken. I don't want to say that it was because of this or that, because we don't really know yet. But a few days ago, there was a derailment in Western Canada, too. And the young woman in charge of the train was disciplined, and she said she hadn't been properly trained. This is the kind of thing that's happening more and more often. And a company like CN or CP, it turns out they're not responsible for training people because the government protects them. This all comes down to bargaining, collective bargaining. It takes a long time. In Nickelbelt, we're negotiating with Valley. It's been 3 months already since the negotiations began, and it's expected that the bargaining will last another 3 or 4 months. So the Conservatives really don't give the two parties the time they need to bargain. As critic for workers, I'd like the member to tell us what could be done better. What more could be done? Besides getting rid of the Conservatives in 2015, of course. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague from Nickel Belt for his excellent question. Indeed, getting rid of the Conservatives would be a good first step. And then an NDP government would respect workers and unions, the 4 million Canadians who are union members, because unions are the greatest strength of civil society in a democratic country. We need to respect that. We shouldn't break the balance, the bargaining power of each party. We should leave it up to them to strike the balance, but the government constantly wades in with its big hammer and tilts the balance in favor of the employers. Luckily, this accident that my colleague referred to in his riding on Saturday, luckily no one was injured, but trains are very long and heavy, so when there's a derailment, it's very serious. And these trains go through our ridings and our cities, our communities, so it's very dangerous. The Conservative government is twiddling its thumbs. It's letting companies do as they see fit. They're turning a blind eye to the safety issues, but I think an NDP government, a social democratic government, would be able to respect workers' rights while at the same time protecting public safety. Resuming debate.
Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may, at the first, just to consult and request that we have unanimous consent to allow me to split my time with the member from Ottawa Centre.
Does the honourable member for Winnipeg North have the unanimous consent of the House to share his time with another honourable member of his party? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Does mean, Mr. Speaker, members will hear less of me on this very important issue, and I'm sure that might disappoint some, Mr. Speaker. You know, I must say right at the beginning, I do have a bit of a bias, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that, you know, my family background and history, you know, from the CN yards out in the Transcona area to today where I represent just north of the CP tracks. The railway lines have played a very important role, not only in my life, but I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, in all of our lives, either directly or indirectly. And I do believe that the government can be held or needs to be held accountable for its lack of attention on our rail lines as a whole, and what we're debating today is most unfortunate. It is something in which we in the Liberal Party do not support the government's initiative that they're proposing today, and we do that, Mr. Speaker, for good reason. I think it's also very critical to acknowledge that when we think of strikes and the important role that unions play in today's society, that we cannot underestimate how important it is that there's this sense of fairness when it comes to negotiations. And I do believe that that has been absent with this particular government because, no doubt, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I posed the question to the minister when she made her statement, when did she first raise the issue of back-to-work legislation? She talked about negotiations or the federal government being involved back in November of 2014. There's no doubt in my mind that the government's intentions from the get-go was that we will bring in back-to-work legislation virtually at the beck and call of one side over another, Mr. Speaker. That I don't think that if you were to canvass the workers, the thousands of workers that work for CP, that you would get any sort of a response where they felt that the government was sympathetic, or I shouldn't even say sympathetic, that is approaching this whole issue in a fair fashion, Mr. Speaker. And this is what we're seeing today in terms of the legislation being brought forward. It was referenced in terms of the labour issues a few years ago with CP. I had the opportunity to walk with some of the workers 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker, in Winnipeg North. And I can tell you that many of the concerns that were being expressed to me back then are still there today. And I hear that in terms of some of the debate that has already taken place, where there was my colleague from Ottawa Centre when he was talking about the issue of fatigue and regulations and safety, to other members that have also emphasized the importance of fatigue. You know, when you talk about labor negotiations, it's not all about money. There is a genuine concern that many of our workers that are with CP have regarding safety. And they want the Government of Canada to step up and take its responsibility more seriously, Mr. Speaker. You know, there's certain industries in Canada where there's a need for government at different levels to be more directly involved. A good example of that is long-haul truck driving, Mr. Speaker, where there is regulations that are put into place not only to protect the industry, but to protect the community as a whole and to assist the Canadian economy. And there's a need for government to recognize that fact. We have seen a Prime Minister who just doesn't seem to understand the importance that Ottawa does have a role to play. And a good example of that is last year during question period, back in January 2014, maybe even February, where I had to stand in my place and be critical of the government because of the ways in which it dropped the ball in terms of getting prairie wheat to the market, where we had piles of wheat in our prairie fields that were there, and we had empty ships in the Pacific Ocean waiting to be filled with the wheat. And what did the government ultimately do? It took months for them to realize that they needed to take some action, and then they came up with some sort of a penalty, which was virtually ineffective, and they were unable to get the grain to the market. And that's why I find it interesting today. When the minister stood up, she said, well, this is all for the sake of the Canadian economy. Trust me, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party of Canada understands the Canadian economy. We understand the importance of getting our product to market. But, Mr. Speaker, we also understand the fact that the government has not been doing its job. And that is something in which we want to hold this government and take this government to task on, Mr. Speaker. And I use the wheat as just one example. You know, we understand in terms of the manufacturing industry in the province of Ontario and other jurisdictions and how important it is for them to get their product to market. We understand the importance of the raw materials, whether they're in the ground, above the ground, or being produced, that need to be able to get to market. The important role that CP Rail and CN Rail play in Canada's economy in providing those valuable middle-class jobs and many more, Mr. Speaker. We understand all of that. But we also understand the importance that our unions play in modern-day society. And I do not believe for a moment that the thousands of workers that work for CP believe that there was that sense of equal playing field when it came down to the negotiations that were taking place, Mr. Speaker. That for many of those workers that they understood that they had a government that was biased, and that bias is now starting to show, Mr. Speaker, in a very real and tangible way. I understand the importance of that issue because, you know, when I was first elected in Manitoba legislature, one of the first major, if not the most major, possibly, well, I would argue the Meech Lake Accord was number one, but following that, Mr. Speaker, was likely the issue of final offer selection, which was a heated debate in the province of Manitoba. But if there's a lesson to be learned by that, is that when you talk about collective bargaining, that there has to be a sense of fair play. And if there is not a sense that both parties are coming to the table on an equal playing field, arguing for their positions, then, Mr. Speaker, you have a significant advantage for one side over the other side. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that, in fact, based in terms of just listening to the minister, even her inability to answer my question direct, I don't believe that CP for a moment felt that they were going to be threatened in any fashion with any substantial work stoppage, that the government, that the Conservative Party would be there to protect their interest. Not necessarily the Canadian economy, Mr. Speaker. That's an issue in which the minister stands in her place and tries to justify the action. What I would have rather seen is a minister that was more enthusiastic back in November 2014 in ensuring that there was that sense of fairness in the negotiations that were taking place, Mr. Speaker. I don't necessarily believe that it had to get to the point where we are today. And as such, Mr. Speaker, that's why I question to what degree the government is moving forward in the best interest of not only the management and the employees, but most importantly, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the whole process in which we find ourselves in today. In fact, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that based on its previous attempts, that the government will in fact be found wanting in terms of the need to be able to address important labour issues here in Canada. Just take a look what's happening over at Canada Post, for example, and I wish I had time to expand on that, Mr. Speaker. If we take a look in terms of just what it could have been doing on this very issue prior, 3 years ago when the strike was there, Mr. Speaker, the issues of fatigue, railway safety. Just this last weekend we had a tragedy just south, I believe, 80 kilometres away from Timmins. There's so much more that the government could be doing, whether it's through regulation, through bringing people together to ensure that a number of the issues that the employees are trying to be able to address could have, in fact, been addressed in a different format, Mr. Speaker. At least that's what I experienced when I have had the opportunity not only to talk to employees, but also on occasion to talk to some of the management, Mr. Speaker. So those few words I've indicated, Mr. Speaker, that I will be voting against the back-to-work legislation.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague if he could expand on a couple of points he made in his speech. One was this question of lingering safety concerns with respect to rail safety as a whole in Canada. He is aware, as members of this House should be aware, that the Minister of Transport and each one that's come before her has had detailed meetings, briefings, exchanges with labour groups, with safety groups, with the railways themselves, each in their turn raising profound and important security and safety concerns with the Minister directly. To what extent has the government been negligent in this respect, if I could, Mr. Speaker, through you to my colleague, to what extent has the government been negligent in not taking the action required, which has now led to strike action?
For Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the member from Ottawa South is right on. This is one of the reasons why I try to express in the sense that the government has really dropped the ball. We know that there are safe working conditions that have been raised with the ministry for the last number of years. And the government has virtually turned a deaf ear to those concerns. The most compelling argument or examples of that, and I've heard it, as I say, right from the CP workers in particular, talking about the issue of fatigue and the impact that is having, Mr. Speaker, is significant and serious. Yet the government has been nowhere in addressing that issue whatsoever. So there's no way you would be able to convince me, and I suspect many others, that the government has been doing its job in protecting the industry, in ensuring that there's a safe working atmosphere, that the communities in which our trains are driving through are, through regulations and other actions, are becoming safer. Because the government has been turning, I believe, a deaf ear and has done minimal in terms of trying to improve the overall conditions. So that's in good part why it is I'm not overly surprised that we find ourselves in the situation which I would ultimately argue would have been completely avoidable if the government would have in fact been acting on the file of railway safety and other concerns that have been brought to its attention over the years.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to follow up my colleague on some of the very important and profound comments he made about where we're at with respect to this back-to-work legislation, why it is the Liberal Party of Canada cannot support it. But I think it's important to step back. Let's just step back for a second so Canadians who see this repeat pattern of crisis back-to-work legislation, crisis back-to-work legislation. Let's remind Canadians, from our perspective here at the Liberal Party of Canada, the federal government has an obligation, Mr. Speaker, to get the very big things right. And one of the things a federal government has to get right is rail safety. Rail safety in this country today is in a state of flux. We've had a 1,500% increase in the transportation of oil by rail in the last 3 years. If every single contemplated pipeline, Mr. Speaker, is built in Canada to transport fossil fuels, south, east and west, even if those pipelines are all built and being used to maximum capacity, on present projections by the year 2024, there will be 1 million barrels a day of excess oil capacity that will have to be transported by rail. So when the government has a minister stand up and say, this is exclusively about the economy, it's about our international reputation, it's about the movement of our citizens, she's only partly telling the truth. Much more is below the surface, Mr. Speaker. Of course, this is in large part about collective bargaining and the right to collectively bargain. We all know that. But I believe, as the Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Transport, who's been active now for over 2 years in all the details around rail safety, post-Lac Mégantic, I believe the government is trying to project a different series of concerns to mask a fundamental and lingering problem in Canadian society today, and that is rail safety. Look over here. They would have us look over here as the minister distracts from the government's failure to take serious action on safety and security. Canadians aren't going to be surprised to learn that at committee we've had the heads of CN, CP, the Teamsters, Unifor, other unions, other stakeholders, all come forward and say the same thing at committee. We want more safety and security in our rail system. They're all agreed upon this, Mr. Speaker. They've all called for enhanced safety. In fact, they've been unanimous about it. Part of the challenge we face as a country is we've had 5 ministers of transport in 8 years. That's not serious. How is a minister of the Crown seized with one of the most important foundational responsibilities in Canada, transport? How is a minister of the Crown supposed to do their job if they're being shipped out, shipped down, or shipped up through the Department of Transport in 16 to 18 months? So that's one of the challenges we faced, a succession of ministers transiting through the Department of Transport on their way elsewhere, and the department and the safety and security that it's supposed to uphold, in my view, undermined. By failing to address the serious issue of adequate rest for railway operators, the government has failed to prevent this CP rail strike. It's not management, it's not labour. That simplistic sometimes antiquated notion that's often put forward by my good friends and colleagues in the NDP is, in my view, dépassé. All parties want to see the requisite investments in safety and security, and they know they're not getting it from the government. That's why they're rushing through this back-to-work legislation, because it's an attempt to masquerade and to cover the fact they have not addressed the foundations of some of the challenges we have going forward. This puts our railway employees, it puts Canadians, and it puts our communities at risk. Mr. Speaker, it's the government's responsibility. The government's responsibility. Not the railway company's responsibility, nor the union's responsibility. It's the government's responsibility to establish rest periods for railway workers, to ensure, as I said, that the employees of the railways, the Canadians and our communities are safe. You can't fob it off. You can't slough it off. You can't simply pretend this is a dispute, irreconcilable differences, says the minister. We've been there trying to help broker a deal, says the minister. Really? The Minister of Labour should talk to the Minister of Transport and find out why it is for over 6 years this government has been meeting with union representatives, the railways, backroom meetings, advisory groups. They have been seized with these foundational security concerns for all that time. They knew this was coming. No surprise. They knew this was coming. And so for the minister to come out now and say, it's a mere negotiation differences between two parties. She's right. Several unions have settled. This is true. Unifor and 1,800 employees there have settled. The Teamsters and 3,000 of their members on strike have not. But this is not reducible to mere union management or labor management differences. Don't take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. Take the report of the Auditor General. It's a scathing indictment of the government's failure for almost 9 years to address the foundational issues around rail safety. Canadians have to be reminded. I like to remind them all the time. The government doesn't like to hear it, but they spend more money each and every year for the past 5 years, more money on economic action plan advertising. Advertising. During the NFL games, the hockey games, spots costing $37,000, $67,000, $300,000 for 30-second advertisements. And you know, Mr. Speaker, what's interesting is that not a single one of those Conservative MPs could look their constituents in the eyes and say, yeah, I can defend that. Because they know they can't. Not with the real needs out there in Canadian society, and certainly not with the real needs on rail safety. So the Auditor General pointed out many, many, many times in many places there are huge, huge problems. Here's one to remember, Mr. Speaker. In the 3 fiscal years that the Auditor General audited, this government's Department of Transport audited only 25% of the safety management systems they themselves said had to be audited to keep the railways safe. In the same 3-year period, Mr. Speaker, Via Rail, carrying 4 million passengers a year, was not audited once. Those facts are indisputable. So, in closing, we can't support this back-to-work, knee-jerk legislative response. It's a masquerade. It's hiding the foundational issues around safety and security that they have refused to address. And that takes money, that takes inspectors, that takes investment. Government has an obligation to get the big things right, Mr. Speaker. Rail safety is one of those things. They're not doing it. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Ile de la Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Ottawa South. I think that his speech was most interesting because it's clear that the Conservatives are hastening a crisis that should be really negotiated. We really have a lot of problem with this bill before us, this motion before us, and I agree with my colleague when he says that the Conservatives are more interested in publicity than really dealing with rail safety issues. And this is an issue we are well aware of in this country. It's in the news. It's very much of concern for all Canadians, but particularly for Quebecers who experienced what happened in Lac-Mégantic. So we want the workers to be proud of their work and to know that their working conditions will ensure that they'll be able to do their jobs effectively and that they will be ready to speak out against conditions or moments where there is a lack of safety, such as we saw in Lac-Mégantic. So I'd like my colleague to comment on the recent Supreme Court decision that said that negotiations and strikes is a fundamental right in Canada. So how does this connect to this rail safety issue? Would an agreement that is negotiated not result in a better workplace, and would it not improve safety for Canadians? Thank you. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is absolutely right. First of all, I respect the Supreme Court of Canada's decision. In our party, we do not have a tradition of attacking the Supreme Court, nor do we attack the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada. We leave that to the current Prime Minister of Canada. It's absolutely true, and the reason why employees, as we say in English, on the front lines of our rail system, have a great deal to add. They want to improve safety. They want to improve the effectiveness. They want to improve everything that affects the system, even the profitability of railway companies. So if this old-fashioned thinking that we're seeing on the Conservative side, that they think it's an issue of unions who are only there to get the maximum benefits for their people, is false. The staff of an organization is basic. It is fundamental to the success of that company, and it requires a much more respectful approach. So I agree with my colleague. These kinds of negotiations can achieve better safety.
Well, member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened closely to the remarks from my colleague from Ottawa Centre, Ottawa South. We'll get it right, Mr. Speaker, eventually. But it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that when we look at the history of this government, there's a certain mentality in the corporate sector now that, well, we don't really need to negotiate with the unions, whether it's Canada Post or the railways in the past, or others that the government has a certain mandate for. The corporate sector knows that negotiate poorly and the government will eventually order them back to work. And I think that's part of the problem we have, Mr. Speaker. Here, the member talked about the safety and security of Canada and the workforce, and certainly the need we have for this transportation sector. But I wonder, could the member expand a little bit on what his view is? Why did we get to this stage? How come the government, is it what I suggested? There's a mentality out there. The government will take the side of the corporation and order people back to work. Is there other things that the government should have done to prevent this strike so that we didn't already lose the 2 days effect on our economy that we've already lost?
Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Malpeque again is correct. The government could have done many things. It has been forewarned over and over again through testimony, witnesses, overtures, meetings, advisory groups, councils. It's been going on and on now for almost 9 years. The government should have invested way more in inspection and audit capacity inside Transport Canada. The government should have inspected way more resources in making sure that the safety management systems that our railways, our airlines, and our shipping companies rely on as the central place where regulator and regulated meet to make sure that things are safe. The government should have invested way more in enhancing that. This old idea, Mr. Speaker, that you can pick out a group in Canadian society and blame it, it's it's Republican conservative tactic number 101. Find a bad guy. Find a bad gal. In this case, it must be the unions. Blame them. That's nonsensical. It's not efficient. It's not economic. The railways have never been more profitable. We're for that. Why would you not reach out, work with your frontline workers, ensure that the really legitimate concerns they have in safety and security, like sleep, are addressed? These things could have been diffused months ago, if not years ago, Mr. Speaker. This was a predictable strike. The government knows it. Shame on them for allowing this to happen.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to rise today to discuss this issue of the work stoppage at Canadian Pacific Railway. Mr. Speaker, the failure to resolve the labour dispute between CP and the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference, or the TCRC, is having an extremely negative impact on our economy. We heard that earlier from our Minister of Labour. Knowing that today 1 in 5 Canadian jobs depends on exports, it is clear that our prosperity hinges on opening new markets for Canadian goods, services, and investments. Canada is a trading nation, and trading countries must be able to count on a reliable and effective transportation system, including, of course, our railway system. This work stoppage at CP could have negative repercussions on Canada's reputation as a reliable trading partner. CP is one of our 2 largest railways and plays a pivotal role in North America's supply chain for getting goods to and from Canadian and international markets. CP's rail network spans 22,000 kilometres, Mr. Speaker, from Port Metro Vancouver to the Port of Montreal and to parts of the U.S. Northeast and Midwest. CP plays a significant role in moving the majority of Canada's forest products, agriculture and agri-food products, petroleum products, cereal, grains, coal, as well as consumer and manufactured goods, including automobiles. So here we are today with a disrupted railway system. And Mr. Speaker, we have to take this situation very seriously. This is about keeping the Canadian economy healthy and prosperous. This is about making sure Canadian jobs are protected. This is about ensuring that Canadians are able to distribute their products across Canada and the United States. A responsible government must show leadership and act in the interest of all Canadians. This is exactly why we are doing everything we can to help the parties arrive at an agreement. Let me give you an idea of how badly the work stoppage at CP is affecting our economy. A work stoppage in rail transportation in Canada has such an important impact on so many people and industries that the cumulative effects are significant. For example, a railway work stoppage could cause layoffs in manufacturing and automobile production. The work stoppage at CP will have other major impacts on workers and their families. And I'm not just talking about job losses, but also about the broader impact for the hundreds of thousands of people who depend on the goods carried by rail. A work stoppage at CP would also have an adverse impact on the movement of grain, which is only now returning to normal conditions following last year's backlog. As you may recall, in March last year, our government introduced an order in council in order to ensure that the supply chain operates effectively in delivering Canadian grain to market. And it is not just the industries that rely on freight that will be affected. The railways also provide the tracks for commuters in our country's 3 largest cities, Vancouver, Toronto, and Montreal. And a strike will create slowdowns and congestions in these vital cities. The economic cost of a work stoppage at CP is profound and will cost our economy an estimated $205 million decline in GDP per week, Mr. Speaker. We just can't afford such a loss of productivity and revenue. The world economy is more interdependent than ever before, and a work stoppage like this one will affect both inbound and outbound goods and merchandise for Canada. Our industries could take years to recover from lost business and lost investments caused by this work stoppage. This strike will only further exacerbate the uncertain state of our fragile global economy. It's clear that we as parliamentarians have an important role to play in helping the parties resolve this situation. And our economy must be protected. Our products must reach their markets. And Canadian jobs must be preserved. Canada offers some of the best working conditions in the world, and we have a solid reputation for having safe, fair, and productive workplaces. The Canada Labour Code establishes a framework for collective bargaining so that representatives of both employees and employers have the opportunity to negotiate the terms and conditions of employment. Our government is doing everything possible to help the parties find a resolution. Let me explain how we got to this point in the dispute. The collective agreement for CP running trades employees expired on December 31st, 2014. In mid-November 2014, the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service received a notice of dispute from CP. Of course, since that time, we've continued to make every effort to help both parties reach an agreement. We offered the parties every resource and support set out in the Canada Labour Code, including, Mr. Speaker, the appointment of conciliation officers and mediators from the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service to help them reach a resolution. There have been numerous meetings between the employer, the union, and FMCS officials with the aim of resolving the dispute. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Labour has encouraged representatives from CP and the TCRC to continue working together to reach an agreement. On February the 15th, a work stoppage began. Mr. Speaker, a negotiated agreement is always the best solution to any labour dispute, and we're still hoping that CP and the TCRC will find a way to resolve their differences. However, we must also be prepared to act to ensure the resumption of rail services at CP. Mr. Speaker, the entire Canadian population will feel the impact of this work stoppage, not only Canadian businesses. We need to do everything we can to keep our economy rolling. And to do that, we have to ensure that CP resumes its operations. We must do what is necessary to protect our economy, our workers, and our businesses. And all members of this House must act in the best interest of all Canadians. For this reason, I stand here today to urge all honourable members, Mr. Speaker, to quickly pass an act to provide for the resumption of rail service operations. And I strongly encourage each of my colleagues to support this bill so that we can continue creating jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire.
The honourable member.
Laurenti de la Belle.
For Laurenti de la Belle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question I'm wondering about, listening to all of this, is there anybody on your side who understands what it is to drive a 275-car train? The engineer has to drive under continual stress. They can't allow themselves a half a second of not paying attention because things can happen a kilometer away and they won't know what was happening until the train's derailed. If the government was the slightest bit responsible, they wouldn't be passing this legislation to force them to drive the trains the way they are. They would recognize that people who are overly tired, who are exhausted, cannot work in a safe manner. So I thank these workers who are warning us of the dangers of this work. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Very, very much, Mr. Speaker. I can assure the honourable member that this government takes the issue of rail safety extremely seriously. Our Minister of Labour and our Minister of Transport have been squarely focused on this issue for the last number of months, Mr. Speaker. In the area of rail safety, numerous enhancements to Transport Canada regulations have been made to improve rail safety in this country. But, Mr. Speaker, what this issue is about is ensuring that significant adverse impacts to our economy do not take place. And what this legislation does, Mr. Speaker, is it ensures that CP continues to operate so those negative consequences to the economy do not occur. And it does not preclude a settlement from taking place. What it does is allow for the continued operations, the important operations of CP, so that those other important labour-related issues can continue to be discussed in a parallel form, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know my honourable colleague touched on this a little bit, but I think it's an important piece to assure Canadians and to ensure the great people at the rail company. Would this legislation propose imposing a settlement? In other words, does it finalize all the terms of any grievances that exist and force them into an actual settlement, or is it just back to work legislation to keep the services to Canadians and our economy strong? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank the member for Yukon for that excellent question. And, Mr. Speaker, the short answer is no, it does not impose a settlement. The purpose of this legislation is to keep the operations of CP continuing, to ensure that there are not significant, extreme consequences to our nation's economy, Mr. Speaker. And it's not just about the goods and the services that are transported by rail. It's about all the jobs that rely on that in our manufacturing sector, Mr. Speaker, in the automotive sector, our farmers out west who need grain moved to market as well. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have a wider scope of interest and concern than the opposition merely has. Our concern is the continued health of our economy, the continued protection of jobs in this country, and that's exactly what this legislation will contribute to.
Question et commentaire. Honourable député de
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary, while I disagree with most of his points, I certainly agree with him that we need to be looking at the Canadian economy with great regard. We have to make sure that we defend it in manners that we can. But the Supreme Court has said very clearly that the right to strike is a fundamental right in this country, and to curtail it would have to be done only under circumstances that are justifiable in a free and democratic society. I think that a strike that's not even 24 hours old seems a little precipitous as a response to send people back to work. If we're going to talk about rail safety, I certainly would like to see from this government more attention placed on rail safety than they've placed up until this point. If they were serious about rail safety, then they would try to work in partnership with the workers of the rail industry to make sure that they are partners in this endeavor. Legislating them back to work is not going to lead to better rail safety. In fact, if anything, it's going to lead to working conditions that are going to lead yet again to rail tragedies like we saw recently in Northern Ontario, like we saw in Western Canada, like the disaster that was Lac-Mégantic. This government seems to be precipitously inclined to attack workers, but they don't seem to be taking rail safety anywhere near as seriously as they should. I'd like to hear from the Minister as to exactly how it is that the municipalities are supposed to work with, for instance, the recent regulations that say that dangerous goods that are going to pass through their community are only going to be divulged to those communities 6 months after their passing. How does that help real safety?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to address both points that my honourable colleague has covered in his question. Let me begin, Mr. Speaker, by making it absolutely clear that in order for a settlement to occur, the government clearly wishes to have a negotiated settlement in this case. But in order for that to happen, both parties need to have the will towards that common goal. And the gap between the two sides needs to be bridgeable, Mr. Speaker. What this legislation clearly does, as I explained, is it ensures the continued operations of CP while those other important labour issues can continue to be resolved. But in the meantime, our economy and jobs in Canada are protected. And the Minister of Labour and the Federal Department of Labour have been providing for the last number of months every tool in the toolbox to help towards the objective of a negotiated settlement. But we haven't seen enough progress in that regard, Mr. Speaker. And finally, with respect to rail safety, in the last number of months, the Minister of Transportation has made numerous enhancements to the Railway Safety Act regulations, which, for example, will accelerate the phasing out of .11 cars, Mr. Speaker. They will improve railway safety oversight. They will improve grade crossings. There are enhanced regulations with respect to the transportation of dangerous goods. We also have new administrative monetary penalties in place for violations of these regulations. And furthermore, there was a negotiated arrangement with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities with respect to the disclosure of information on the transportation of dangerous goods, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for one more question. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gaspésie.
To thank again the Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to carry on with that discussion that we just had. Certainly I've heard from the municipalities in my riding that they find that the recent regulations, while an improvement, are far from satisfactory. I think that this government tends to look upon its proposals as with a very positive attitude, but when they actually seek consultation with the greater community, they find that there's an awful lot lacking. I, for one, haven't heard a single municipality in my riding who's told me that having only 6 months, being told 6 months after the fact that a dangerous good has passed through the community is in any way adequate. And certainly when it comes to the .111 cars that are going to be retrofitted, it's really not happening anywhere near as fast as it could, according to Canadian capacity, manufacturing capacity. So I'd like to see improvements there. But getting back to the motion at hand, again, a strike that is of incredibly short duration, where we haven't seen any consequential effects of the Canadian economy. When they say that we are trying to avoid extreme effects to the Canadian economy, I challenge the Minister to show me some numbers where the Canadian economy is actually in extreme peril due to this current strike. I think that the idea that we should be looking to make sure that negotiations happen in a fluid and continuous manner, I think, is laudable. But to force workers back to work, taking away their greatest tool in negotiations, the right to strike, I think is a terrible mistake. And I think contravenes the recent ruling of the Supreme Court. Could you please comment on the recent ruling of the Supreme Court regarding the right to strike?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his second question on this important discussion. Mr. Speaker, to address his last point first, in terms of the impact to the economy. Mr. Speaker, if the strike takes place, and if as a government we do not do the responsible thing by ensuring that CP continues its operations, it will have an estimated impact on our GDP, on our economy, of over $200 million per week. That is significant, Mr. Speaker. And with respect to the arrangement with the FCM, the Minister of Transportation consulted extensively with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Municipalities across this country are extremely satisfied with the information exchange under that agreement, Mr. Speaker. We also have to be aware, with respect to the transportation of dangerous goods, that there are safety and security issues at stake as well. Municipalities know that there is essentially no change to the type of goods that are transported through their communities, so that information is absolutely critically important and valuable and relevant.
Before I recognize the honourable member for Brossard-La Prairie, I'll let him know there being only 15 minutes remaining before we begin the period for statements by members. He may want to judge that time accordingly. Of course, he'll have the remaining time available to him when the House next takes up this question. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Brossard-La Prairie.
The honourable member for Brossard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to discuss an issue which is not a very pleasant one, because once again we're talking about a government that imposes its way of doing things. In this case, as everyone knows, we're dealing with CP and its workers who are currently bargaining, and the issue is safety. Public safety in the broadest sense, and as the official opposition's transport critic, we've seen all the shortcomings of this government. For example, there's the example of the tragedy at Lac Mégantic that affected many people very seriously, and there were a lot of shortcomings on the government's part, and it's not me who said that. It was the Auditor General. Transport Canada lacks resources, and it was singled out by the Transportation Safety Bureau. They said that there was a lack of application, a lack of enforcement of the regulations, that there was a lot of slackness in the system, in the enforcement. And exemption was granted, allowing MMA to have a single conductor. I think this is very worrisome. And in this case, we have a situation where we're talking safety. For those who don't know about this, one of the issues is that CP workers want to be able to do something to reduce fatigue. Fatigue is a major problem. When conductors are tired, well, who's ultimately responsible? According to the government, they're pointing the finger at a few individuals, when in fact there's a whole system that has failed here. The system put in place by the Conservative government. And when workers are trying to negotiate safety protections, once again the government is intervening with a heavy hand to say, put aside your negotiations. What we want is you people to get back to work. And today, we're debating a motion, and by the way, Mr. Speaker, we haven't even seen the bill yet, but we're debating it already today. And that shows, once again, how this government wants to impose its way of seeing things. Unfortunately, this is a majority government, but when it comes to safety, Mr. Speaker, public safety, it's totally incomprehensible the way this government is acting in such a cavalier, high-handed manner, without listening to the parties, without looking at what's being done, for example, in the U.S., what they're doing, how they're managing other companies, too. They should be looking at, for example, VIA and other companies, and how they negotiate with their own workers. When it comes to Canadian Pacific, CP, They haven't completed the negotiations. The government is blindly supporting them in imposing back-to-work legislation. Mr. Speaker, I can't stress enough the importance of public safety. That is the government's primary role. They have to make sure that Canadians are protected. And when it comes to railway safety, not only have we seen inaction from this government and leaving it up to the railway companies to do their own inspections, the Conservatives have also cut funding for railway safety, and this has a huge impact on the number of inspectors, the number of inspections, the fact that there's no one here. Apparently, Transport Canada is supposed to play that role, but as I said, the Auditor General and the Transportation Safety Agency found that these were problematic.
A lot of emphasis on why it's important to talk about rail safety today. Rail safety is what the employees of CP are negotiating with the employer. We're talking about the fact that we want to make sure that people who are actually or who are conductors, who are engineers, people who are working on the trains are not over fatigued. And this is why there are negotiations right now. And unfortunately, we have the government who actually just says, well, you know, regardless of what they're doing, we're going to impose a back-to-work legislation. And again, as I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, we haven't seen it yet. We're actually debating before we actually see the whole process. But that shows how quickly the government wants to act on this front. And again, without looking at all the issues of safety, the issues of safety for Canadians. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time, unfortunately, that this government has imposed its way of seeing things on others. And what's sad about that is that this runs counter to the principle of freedom of negotiation. This is a principle that I'd like to point out to my colleagues that was confirmed by the Supreme Court of Canada. It was upheld in a recent decision in January of this year. The Supreme Court of Canada referred to this freedom to bargain, and the Supreme Court has ruled on this a few times in the past. But in spite of that, this government goes ahead, barges ahead, without taking into account what's important to Canadians, i.e. public safety, and in full disregard for what the Supreme Court has ruled. A person like me believes in the rule of law and the importance of ensuring that our rights and freedoms are protected, but we have in front of us here a government that does quite the opposite. I think I can't come back to the issue of safety often enough. We're talking about people driving trains, train conductors who are tired. There has to be a discussion between management and workers. They have to look at what's the best way to ensure that train conductors, not just conductors, but how do we make sure that all staff, all the workers are protected? What's the best way to protect workers' rights, not just their rights to bargain, but their right to work in a safe environment and to have livable working conditions? There are a lot of countries that the government should look at where worker rights have been shunted aside, and unfortunately, there have been terrible consequences. For example, in Bangladesh, where worker rights were run roughshod over, and unfortunately, many workers died. That demonstrates that this government is heading in the wrong direction when they impose their way of seeing things, when they refuse, when they say, regardless of what you people do, we are going to impose back-to-work legislation on you. So that's taking away workers' right to freely bargain and come to an agreement. When the government behaves in this fashion, They're tipping the scales. They're blindly supporting the employer without even paying any attention to the issues that are on the table. I heard the parliamentary secretary talk about the importance of this issue to the economy. Well, Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Brossard-la-Prairie, there's going to be an impact on public transit, among other things. People who take commuter trains will be affected by this. And I agree that it's unfortunate. But what you have to consider ultimately is, what is the goal here? We're talking about safety, the safety of Canadians. People will not be better served ultimately if this issue is not properly resolved. But once again, the government, instead of proposing solutions, they're imposing their way of seeing things. They're not coming up with solutions. Will Canadians be better protected ultimately? Well, you have to ask ourselves, unfortunately, this question. Is safety truly a priority to this government? I've asked the minister. The minister says, yeah, it's important. But if you look at what they've actually done since Lac Mégantic, unfortunately or fortunately, that tragedy opened our eyes to the importance of transportation safety and the transportation of hazardous goods. There was a glaring lack of precautions in the Lac Mégantic case, but unfortunately this just shows that for the minister and the government, safety is not the priority. It's the financial dimensions that are put ahead of safety. That's what this government's doing. They're putting the priority on the economy, and I agree that there is an impact there we can't ignore, but there's safety too. Safety has an even greater impact potentially. We're talking about the lives not only of trained workers, but also how do they assess the impact of a disaster that it could have. There have been derailments again recently near Nickel Belt. There was a derailment in Alberta. And so there are these derailments, and what's the government doing to improve safety or increase safety? Well, they impose an end to what the workers are trying to say. They're trying to say we need a system that better protects workers, but unfortunately the government, once again, is turning a deaf ear to these claims that workers are putting forward. Workers are saying that they need better protection of their safety, and the government is ignoring that and imposing back-to-work legislation instead. I'm not the only one who's saying that more inspections need to be done. The vice president of the Transport Committee, we heard a lot of witnesses at Transport Committee talk about the importance of inspections. The government needs to fund those inspections to protect public safety, but when workers are trying to bargain with management to better protect Canadians, the government, without even looking into the facts or the issues, they're saying, it doesn't matter what you're trying to negotiate here, we want you back to work. Whether fatigue is an issue that's resolved or not. When someone's been driving for 10 or 12 years, anybody who drives a car can imagine how tired they might be after driving for 10 or 12 hours in a row. But this could be 2 or 3 days in a row for a train conductor. They might have to do shifts like that back to back for that many hours. And when they're trying to argue that they need better protection, the government's saying, what you're saying really doesn't matter. We're forcing you back to work, regardless of what your issues are. This isn't the first time this government has done that. We saw this with Canada Post. We saw this in a number of situations. And unfortunately, this government's not listening. And who pays the price? Canadians do, the public. And I would call on the Conservatives to think twice, remember what happened with Lac Mégantic, and think about public safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Brossard-La Prairie will have 6.5 minutes when the House, for his speech when the House comes back to this issue.
Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute today to Canadians of Serbian descent on the 211th anniversary of the Statehood Day of Serbia. It is a day that commemorates the struggle of the Serbian people to regain independence and sovereignty, as well as the first constitution proclaimed on the same day in 1835. Serbia, Canada's great ally in World War I and World War II in the Balkans, is today a dynamic democratic society firmly engaged on its path toward full European Union membership, an undivided commitment to democracy, respect for human rights and the rule of law. A sizable Serbian community lives in Canada today, and they are now successfully integrated into the Canadian way of life. One has to do with a respectable and outstanding group within the Canadian society, noteworthy for its prosperity and contribution to the Canadian society. They are also a very important bridge between Canada and Serbia. Today, I invite all honourable members to join me in congratulating Serbia for its Statehood Day. God bless Canada and Serbia.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today is Louis Riel Day, and I call upon this 41st Parliament to finally set the history books straight and exonerate Louis Riel, reverse his conviction for high treason, and instead honour and commemorate his role as the founder of Manitoba, a father of Confederation, and the champion of minority rights and the rights of the Métis people. Louis Riel was a hero, not a traitor, and it is now generally accepted that he was wrongly convicted and executed for high treason, murdered by the Crown in a sham trial in a case of both justice and mercy denied. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure all of my colleagues in the House here today will agree that it is consistent with history, justice, and respect for the Métis people that this Parliament use its authority to reverse the conviction of Louis Riel and to formally recognize, honour, and celebrate his true role in the building of this great nation. Bravo.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my constituents of Don Valley East, and to all of the members of St. George's Coptic Church in my riding, I was horrified to learn about the beheading of 21 Coptic Christians in Libya by ISIL. This massacre adds to a list of atrocities and shows us and the world how the genocidal ISIL is. From sexual enslavement of the Yazidi women and to the burning alive of the Jordanian pilot and beheading of foreign hostages and the persecution of many other minority groups. It is simply unacceptable to civilized people. The savage acts have, in different geographic locations, show us that this ideology and their threats are spreading like a cancer. This is a group that has no human decency and no regard for human life. As the Prime Minister has stated, Canada is proud to stand with its allies in the fight against ISIL. We will continue to stand firmly together against these terrorists who threaten the peace and freedom as we hold so dear at home, and we wish to have for those abroad. Barbaric acts such as this do not shake or resolve, but rather confirm the rightness of...
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, 48 years ago today, Liberal Prime Minister Lester Pearson officially established the Royal Commission on the Status of Women based on the concept of equal opportunity for women and men. The Royal Commission played a major role in defining the status of women as a legitimate and important social and economic issue and gave a platform for women's voices. The Commission's groundbreaking recommendations on childcare, pay equity, prohibiting gender as ground for discrimination, and other matters sadly remain relevant today. Women's equality has taken a step back under the Conservative government's regressive policies, which have put the brakes on important momentum to close the gap in Canada. Alors que nous commémorons
As we commemorate this historic anniversary and the progress made by women over the decades, we must remember that there is still a great deal of work to be done to achieve true equality.
Far we have come, but also commit to equality of opportunity for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last weekend, health officials in Ontario confirmed 3 new cases of measles, bringing the total number to 11 in Ontario alone. These outbreaks are a direct result of parents not vaccinating their children. A 2013 United Nations report found Canada's immunization rate had dropped in recent decades to 84%, well below the 95% required for herd immunity, ranking us 28th out of 29 industrialized nations. This drop in vaccinations is putting children and vulnerable persons at risk. Older Canadians well remember the death and disability brought about by preventable diseases like polio, diphtheria, whooping cough, and measles. Vaccines are safe and effective. All 3 of my young children have been vaccinated, not just for their sake, but for the sake of the young, the sick, and the elderly in our community. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all parents to consult with their family doctors and to ensure that their children's vaccinations are up to date.
Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
In joining my fellow Canadians across the country to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the National Flag of Canada. Since its inception, the national flag has become a source of pride, a symbol of unity and a powerful emblem of the Canadian identity. This celebration is a unique occasion that should be used to reflect on the progress we have made throughout history, to understand our past and to renew our commitment to serve the best way we can our country and our people. Drapeau rouge et blanc, en son centre, on identifie.
Our red and white flag has a majestic maple leaf. It was designed by Canadians, and its purpose is to promote Canadian values of democracy, liberty, and rule of law. Since it was adopted in 1965, it has been recognized internationally as a representative symbol of these same values. On this occasion, I would like to commend Canadians who took part in the various celebrations across the country to celebrate its 50th anniversary.
The honourable member for Quebec-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, it seems fitting as we celebrated Valentine's Day this weekend that we also remember that it's Heart Health Month and also National Potato Lovers Month. We should not forget the importance of the humble potato in our diet and the significant levels of potassium in potatoes that are critical to our body and crucial to heart function. Just this last week, Agriculture Canada research stations in Fredericton and Lethbridge conducted their annual Variety Release Day. The research at these 2 locations is important as we develop new varieties that not only are resistant to pests, but also attempt to make the potato even healthier. Canada has a great number of agricultural producers and growing regions in our country, including a large area of my riding of Tobic-Mactaquac. We also have processors like McCain Foods that produce 1 of every 3 French fries sold around the globe. Everyone is working hard to produce high-quality food for Canadians in addition to healthy choices for our diets. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our researchers, our farmers and farm families, and processors like McCain's who continue their efforts to have a dynamic value chain for potatoes in Canada. Mr. Speaker, while we may not be able to give our hearts to the humble potato, it sure can give a lot to our hearts.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, recently I visited DFO's regional headquarters in Sarnia to recognize the men and women who serve in the Canadian Coast Guard Auxiliary, a nationwide organization that helps to ensure the safety and security of our waterways through its vital work. I was very pleased to announce over $5 million in funding to support this group. The value of the work done by the CCGA across Canada cannot be overstated. Each year, its more than 5,000 members carry out over 2,000 rescue missions and save more than 200 lives. It was an honor to acknowledge the tremendous work of Sarnia's 14 active members across the region. Regardless of weather conditions, members of the Point SAR unit brave the elements for the safety and well-being of mariners from Sombra to Kettle Point. That's why our government is proud to support them and provide them the funding they need to conduct their work. On behalf of all Canadians, I thank the Coast Guard Auxiliary for their tremendous service.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to celebrate and to thank Ontarians for their participation in Family Day today, where mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters can get together, celebrate a day that is important for the unity of the family. Now, unfortunately, in this House, in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have chosen to attack families by putting back the legislation, work legislation, which attacks families on safety, on values, and on benefits. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we need to see those things improved in our country because we have men and women that go to work every single day that have those conditions challenged for them, and they deserve to go back home to spend the rest of their night and the next morning with their families. So Family Day should be celebrated with benefits to workers because that's benefits for Canadians.
The honourable member for Yukon.
on the road to recovery. Bringing in higher taxes and higher debt is not the path that we believe Canadians want to be on. And unfortunately, for the Liberal leader, not all members of his party support his carbon tax scheme. Last week, the Yukon Liberal leader, Sandy Silver, said Yukon Liberals do not support a carbon tax for the territory. It's no surprise, Mr. Speaker, that Northerners have been clear that they can't afford higher taxes. The Liberal leader has been clear, though, that he'll bring back a carbon tax which will lead to higher taxes for Canadian families and raise the price of everything from heating bills, gas, and groceries. Mr. Speaker, unlike the Liberals, we believe that we're going to stand with the people of the Yukon and the North, and that bringing in a job-killing carbon tax is reckless. Unlike the leader of the Liberal Party, we'll never punish Canadians with higher taxes and job-killing schemes like a carbon tax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Unfortunately, the respect and protection of official languages have never been a priority for the Conservatives. Since 2006, the Conservatives have appointed unilingual individuals to key positions such as Auditor General and Justice on the Supreme Court. And now the Prime Minister has just appointed a unilingual English-speaking minister to the portfolio of Foreign Affairs. That's just right. A Minister of Foreign Affairs who does not speak French, the language of diplomacy. Even the Americans have a Secretary of State who speaks French. There is little that is more shameful than a country with French as an official language. This shows how little respect the Conservatives have for the bilingual nature of our country, and especially for Francophones. We in the NDP will continue to promote the respect of both official languages, and I can assure you that the next Minister of Foreign Affairs will be bilingual under an NDP government. Thank you.
Member for Mississauga-Erindale.
Mr. Speaker, I think I can speak for everyone in this House and across Canada when I say that we are outraged and deeply saddened by the ruthless beheading of Egyptian Coptic Orthodox Christians in Libya by groups linked to ISIL. This is sadly yet another example of the very real threat that ISIL poses, and the barbaric extremes to which they will take their war against the values we proudly uphold, such as religious freedom. Mr. Speaker, we are proudly standing with our allies to combat the threat these jihadi terrorists pose to freedom. As the Prime Minister said, barbaric acts such as this do not shake our resolve, but rather confirm the rightness of our cause and the vital necessity of our mission against ISIL. We will not be intimidated.
The Honourable Member for Westmount,
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to express our deepest sympathy to the Coptic community here in Canada and around the world for the senseless murder of 21 Coptic Christians in Libya over the weekend. This is just the latest attack in a long series of horrific killings by Daesh, a genocidal group which perverts the very religion it purports to uphold and which has directed violence against other religious minorities living in the regions, such as Assyrians, Chaldeans, Syriac and Armenian Christians, Yazidis, Druze, Shabaks and Mandeans, as well as Shia Muslims. En tant que minorité religieuse,
as a religious minority, the Christian Copts have often been victims of persecution, and yet they have lived side by side with their Muslim neighbors for centuries, and they will continue to survive these atrocities. Such actions will only reinforce the determination of those who are fighting the Islamic State. Members of the Coptic community should know that we share your grief and that we stand with you in these difficult times.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, while the NDP and Liberals want to impose a job-killing carbon tax, our Conservative government is delivering the largest tax break in Canadian history. Under our plan, 100% of families with children will have more money in their pockets to spend on their priorities as a family. Wow. Through our new tax breaks, the average benefit for each of these families will be more than $1,100. Mr. Speaker, we assured Canadians that we would lower taxes and put more of their hard-earned money back in their pockets. This is exactly what we're doing, and we will continue to do.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
A week ago, the Liberal leader proudly announced one of the most embarrassing floor crossings any of us have ever seen. He claimed he was impressed with the member from Mississauga-Brampton South's, quote, commitment to public service. Well, his caucus wasn't impressed. And now, Mr. Speaker, we have the return of that famous source, Liberal MPs, speaking on condition of anonymity. One Liberal MP said, quote, the larger population just got another message saying the Liberals are no different than the Conservatives. Another, that the leader of the Liberal Party just made the Prime Minister look principled. And what did the Liberal leader get in return for all this? Why, none other than new Liberal strategist Dimitri Soudis. This Liberal leader once said, quote, when you start to compromise your principles, you're through. Indeed, without principles, what kind of leader are you? Well, we just found out. But fortunately, Canadians can count on the NDP, our leader, for principled leadership, leadership that fights for the middle-class families of Canada.
The honourable member for Desnethé, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the strong and responsible leadership of our Prime Minister, our government will balance the budget and put money where it belongs, into the pockets of hard-working Canadians. Our family tax cut enhanced universal child care benefit and will give 100% of families with kids an average of over $1,100 per year, with parents receiving almost $2,000 per child, which they could put towards their priorities. But, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader will reverse our tax cuts and will do exactly what the Liberal Party elites want to do and always do, raise taxes for ordinary Canadians while handling money over to the bureaucrats. Moms and dads don't need to be told how to spend their money. Despite the NDP and the Liberals who have positioned themselves against middle-class families, I am proud that our government is giving money back to each and every family with children in Canada.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we all hope the new discovery of BSE in Canada is an isolated case. The disease once devastated our agriculture industry, and there's huge potential for serious economic problems. South Korea has already moved to close off beef imports. Can the minister tell the House if the source of the illness has been found and what assistance has been offered to ranchers and farmers?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, but not unexpectedly, another positive case of BSE was found in a cow in northern Alberta, Spruce Grove area, I understand. The continuation continues, or the expectations of the farm and CFIA are that they will source this out. They're doing that right now, Mr. Speaker, according to the international protocols that we all adhere to.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, what producers want to know is that the government will have their back in the case of a crisis. Maintaining the confidence of Canadians and our key trading partners is essential to the creation of economic opportunities for our beef producers. We all remember the slow reaction the first time BSE hit Canada. Swift action is needed this time. What is the government doing to reinforce consumer confidence?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, the glacial speed was the other party over there in the corner. Having said that, we continue to work with CFIA, with the farm that's under quarantine at this point. We also put forward in our latest budget some $200 million to enhance our BSE trading, and that party voted against it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, if Conservatives hadn't rammed through back-to-work legislation in 2012, we might not be seeing a strike at CP today. Yet Conservatives are again blindly moving toward a one-sided back-to-work law. Current negotiations are focused on rail safety issues, things like extreme driver fatigue caused by scheduling practices. Now the American Union is warning of U.S. engineers being forced to work in Canada, operating trains with hazardous materials on routes they aren't familiar with, creating very real safety concerns. Can the minister confirm if this is true?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Transport.
What I can confirm, of course, is that Transport Canada's role is to ensure that the qualification standards for locomotive engineers are consistently followed. Railway companies have to ensure that those who operate trains are fully trained. Transport Canada increases its field monitoring on locomotives during a strike to verify, in fact, that crews are qualified to operate the equipment and can do so safely.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. According to the American president of the Brotherhood of Locomotives and Engineers and Trainmen, American train engineers would be forced to drive dangerous freight trains over Canadian routes. Can the minister tell us if it's true that Canadian Pacific has access to American replacement workers without regard to the safety of Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Question, different language, but the same answer. And Transport Canada's role, what I can confirm, is to ensure that the qualification standards for locomotive engineers are followed. Railway companies have to ensure that those who operate trains are in fact fully trained. And Transport Canada increases its field monitoring on locomotives during a strike to verify that crews are qualified to operate the equipment and can do so safely.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. By governing through the use of a truncheon, the Conservatives are ensuring that important issues are not being resolved. The safety of Canadians is at the heart of the current negotiations. The train drivers are proposing solutions in order to deal with extreme fatigue. With the Conservatives' heavy-handed bill, all of these kinds of issues are being swept under the carpet. Why does the government refuse to admit that Canadians' safety will not be achieved through a negotiated contract? Parliamentary Secretary.
You know that fatigue management plans must currently be submitted by railway companies to Transport Canada for their oversight, Mr. Speaker. But Transport Canada, of course, increases its inspections during labour strikes, Mr. Speaker. But what's important here to remember, of course, is that the economy must be protected as well. And does the member opposite believe that we should actually be taking some important action to ensure that the economy keeps moving forward?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
Speaker, quote, throughout this country we have a very, very large infrastructure deficit on things like public transit, water, transportation and housing. We've got to fix these things. With the federal government, I'm not confident they'll make the right decisions. Mr. Speaker, I'm quoting the mayor of Calgary, recently voted the best mayor of the world. Will the Conservative government reverse these wrong decisions, like their 87% cut in the Building Canada Fund?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we know that that statement is incorrect. This Conservative government has introduced the largest and the longest infrastructure investment in Canadian history, $75 billion, Mr. Speaker, over the next decade. This includes $53 billion for municipalities, provinces and territories. Mr. Speaker, our new Building Canada plan has been open for business since last March. In less than a year, numerous projects already approved, representing an estimated $5 billion in infrastructure for this country.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
Is not wrong and my numbers are right. That's right. Voici les chiffres officiels.
Here are the official figures. The budget of the Building Canada Fund was $1.6 billion in 2013-14. In 2014-15, it is $210 million. From $1.6 billion to $210 million clearly represents an 87% cutback. It is obvious. Will the government admit that it cannot deny these figures? They're the official figures of the Department of Finance. A cutback of 87% for the Building Canada Fund. The Conservatives have to admit it. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I appreciate that the Liberals have a hard time understanding the bottom line, Mr. Speaker. Let me make clear what the bottom line is in terms of infrastructure investments in this country. If they read just a little bit lower on that page, Mr. Speaker, they will clearly see that this government will be investing between $5 and $6 billion in infrastructure investment every year, Mr. Speaker. These investments will enhance our economy, they'll create jobs, and they'll improve the quality of life for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. This is verbal inflation, what my colleague is saying, Mr. Speaker. The specific figures are the following. Not only was the Building Canada Fund cut by 87% in 1 year, But on top of that, the bulk of the investments in the fund will only be available after 2019. So the fund is spread $14 billion over from 2014 to 2023, of which $10.2 billion, that is 73%, is not available before 2019. Why is the government delaying 3/4 of those investments to 2019, whereas we need those investments in jobs now? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
This Conservative government will take no lessons from the Liberals on infrastructure investments in this country, Mr. Speaker. Our investments are 3 times greater for infrastructure than the previous Liberal government. So let me very clearly lay out the steps in this process, Mr. Speaker, and I'll speak slowly for my Liberal colleagues. Applications to the plan are submitted. When projects are approved, federal funds are earmarked. Then construction begins. Then the municipality submits their bill to the federal government. We reimburse the municipality as costs are incurred. Money flows over the course of the construction project, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Squamish-Waundafuka.
Mr. Speaker, experts have raised serious concerns about the impacts that C-51 could have on legitimate dissent and peaceful protest. This bill creates a new definition for activity that undermines the sovereignty, security, or territorial integrity of Canada. Now, this includes terrorism, but it also includes interference with critical infrastructure and interference with government in relation to the, quote, economic or financial stability of the country. Will the Minister please explain what activities are targeted by this provision?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that it is important in terms of terrorism to act on all levels, from prevention, as soon as a person wants to become radicalized and head that way, it's important to give information and tools to our intelligence officials so that they can intervene before something happens and reduce the risk of terrorism later. The Honourable Member for Alfred-Pellan. The fact that the Prime Minister has decided not to answer important questions regarding this bill does not inspire any confidence. Canadians deserve to know all of the details of the Conservative bill. Bill C-51 would broaden CSIS's powers beyond intelligence activities to allow it to disrupt terrorist acts before they have occurred. We've repeatedly asked, Mr. Speaker, can the Minister give us one single example of activities that will now be authorized? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. After 30 years, Mr. Speaker, the Intelligence Service needs to have tools to ensure the safety of the Canadian population, particularly in terms of threats. So while respecting Canadian laws, we will do this, but there are legal implications here. The intelligence services will have to get a warrant and a judicial authorization for anything they want to do. And another thing I'm looking forward to hearing is the NDP's position. We know that terrorist threats can be manifested in several ways and for many reasons. The Halifax conspiracy, which was brilliantly thwarted by the RCMP last weekend, is a great example. Many were surprised, however, when the minister said that this was not terrorism because there were no cultural grounds. Does the minister understand that the definition of terrorism in Canada includes political, religious, and ideological grounds and not cultural grounds? Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her question and also for the important work that was done by the Halifax Police as well as the RCMP, because they were able to thwart a Valentine's Day attack and they deserve all of our recognition for that. Having said that, on this side of the House, when there is a serious attack that has been thwarted, we don't get bogged down in definitions. We recognize that it was a terrorist act. Are the NDP ready to recognize this?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stoney.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, Canadians were pleased to see the Canadian journalist Mohamed Fahmy was released on bail after more than 400 days in an Egyptian prison. But this is not the end of Mr. Fahmy's ordeal. Instead of coming home, he now faces a new trial. Australia's Prime Minister personally and repeatedly spoke to the Egyptian President to secure the release of his citizen, Peter Grest. Why hasn't this Prime Minister done the same thing for Mr. Fahmy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, while we welcome Mr. Fahmy's release on bail, we remain deeply concerned about this case. We continue to call for his immediate and full release. And my colleague opposite knows that the Prime Minister has personally raised the issue of Mohamed Fahmy with the Egyptian President. The Minister for Consular Affairs, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs have raised the case as well, as have our officials. And so, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to do that, and we are optimistic that this will be resolved.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's allies have issued new sanctions. It's time for Canada to send a stronger message and do more than just tell Russia to get out of Ukraine. Canadian sanctions still omit key members of Russia's business and political elite, despite the fact our allies have listed them. I have a simple question for the new minister. Why are Igor Sechin, Sergei Chezimov, and Vladimir Yakunin not being sanctioned by the Canadian government?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
The honourable member may have missed this, but Canada has been a leader in the global response to Russian aggression in Ukraine. I mean, in addition to our military NATO assurance measures, we place sanctions on more than 210 individuals and entities. This is more than the United States or our European Union allies. And we've announced over $500 million in assistance to Ukraine. We stand with Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to do so with or without the support of the NDP.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, it's not an issue of the number of people. It's an issue of targeting the right people. The truth is that this government continues to spare those closest to the Putin regime. For example, the United States sanctioned 3 oil barons who were also working in arms and transportation, but the Conservatives continue to spare them. Can this government explain to us what the point of economic sanctions is if we don't hit them where it hurts? Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
We are doing, Mr. Speaker, and nobody has been tougher on the Putin regime than this government, Mr. Speaker. And so the honourable member wants actions. Let her just examine what this country has done. And, Mr. Speaker, just a couple of weeks ago, I was in Munich, and President Poroshenko made a point of thanking me for Canada's contributions and said how much he appreciates what Canada has done for Ukraine. That will continue.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, whereas Canada is a bilingual country and that French is an important language in international diplomacy, we cannot understand how the Prime Minister could have appointed a Minister of Foreign Affairs who cannot communicate in French. How is it that how can the Prime Minister explain that he was unable to find a bilingual Minister of Foreign Affairs in his cabinet, whereas, for example, even the American Secretary of State speaks very good French? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Prime Minister for my appointment. It's a great honour for me. We have 2 official languages in Canada. I don't speak very well right now, but I understand very well, and I'll continue to make efforts. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. It seems as being present at the wedding of the Minister of Justice means that the guests would have a better chance of landing a job as a judge rather than catching the bride's bouquet. Both his best man and his best man's wife were appointed judges to the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia, and since he was appointed justice, and Attorney General of Canada in 2013. He's appointed 9 judges in his province, and 6 of them are Conservative organizers or friends. Will the Prime Minister finally put an end to this despicable patronage that undermines the credibility of justice? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
First accused the Minister of Justice for appointing these eminently qualified individuals to the bench based on political affiliation. As the member opposite should know, candidates are vetted by the Judicial Advisory Councils, and it is upon their recommendation that all appointments are made. The Broadbent Institute would be better spent investigating the inappropriate use of tax money to fund the NDP regional operations across Canada.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's look at this theme of the Nova Scotia judicial appointments. They tend to go to people who are invited to the Justice Minister's wedding. Now, Joshua Arnold, the best man, got appointed to the Nova Scotia Supreme Court, and his wife got appointed too. Other nominees read like buddies of the minister and party donors. Now, judicial appointments are supposed to go to the most eminently qualified. So why is it that at other weddings they toss out the bouquet, but here they toss around nominations to the court?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, all members know that candidates are vetted by the Independent Judicial Advisory Councils, and it is upon their recommendation that all appointments are made. And, Mr. Speaker, our judicial appointments are based on one criteria and one criteria only, whether that individual is qualified for the job, determined on merit and legal experience.
The honourable member for Vancouver, Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, this government is clipping the wings of Canada's Air Force, compromising their ability to train and to protect Canadians. Search and rescue helicopters and most aircraft are spending more and more time grounded in order to pinch pennies. Why? Because the Conservatives are using defence budget cuts as a giant piggy bank to fund their election tax goodies, like the $2 billion income-splitting tax break for the wealthiest Canadians. Will the minister restore D&D funding and stop the broken promises to Canadians and to the women and men in uniform?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, first, Mr. Speaker, let me say, as I rise in this place for the first time as Minister of Defence, what an honour it is to serve our uniform. Mr. Speaker, I begin this mandate proud of this government's achievement of rebuilding the Canadian forces with a 28% increase in funding. From the decade of darkness to the Liberals, Mr. Speaker, just last Friday I was at CFB Trenton. I saw some of our new C-17 Globemasters. We acquired 4 and a 5th is coming, allowing us to project Canada's reach around the world. 17 new Hercules Series J tactical airlift. 17 new Chinook helicopters. Mr. Speaker, we will not return to the decade of darkness.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the government has assured us time and again that the Prime Minister had communicated with the highest levels of the Egyptian government concerning Mohamed Fahmi's case. My question is very simple. Did the Prime Minister personally speak to President El-Sisi? And if so, when?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I already answered that question. The Minister of Consular Affairs, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Prime Minister, our mission, our officials have all raised this issue of Mr. Fahmy, and we will continue to do so. And as I said earlier, we expect and look forward to the resolution of this case.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
I'll take that as a no, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Australian Prime Minister spoke directly to President El-Sisi on 3 occasions in an effort to secure the release of Peter Greste, efforts which ultimately proved successful. Our own Prime Minister appears to have made no such effort in the case of Mr. Fahmy, arguing that Mr. Fahmy's dual citizenship complicated matters. As far as we know, Mr. Fahmy is no longer an Egyptian citizen. Why is the Prime Minister not doing all he can to secure the release of Mr. Fahmy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I pointed out, we continue to call for his immediate and full release. The Prime Minister has personally raised the case with the Egyptian President. The Minister of Consular Affairs has raised this issue. The former Minister of Foreign Affairs has raised this issue. Our officials raised the issue. We're going to continue to do that, and we expect that there will be a resolution of this case.
Not having an update of Manicouagan.
Honourable Member for Manicouagan. With federal ministers finally getting set to sit down at the same table with the province's territories and Aboriginal leaders to talk about the crisis we have on our hands, with 1,200 missing or murdered Aboriginal women, we now learn that the Minister for the Status of Women failed to consult key groups like the Native Women's Association of Canada before launching her so-called action plan last September. Why is the Minister refusing to heed the calls from these groups to launch a national inquiry? The Honourable Minister.
It's simply not true. I met with the president of NWAC and actually with numerous organizations, both privately in my office with my Status of Women officials and also with families across the country. What is the most important here is what families are looking for, and our government is taking action to make sure that women are safe and secure, that they are protected and supported in their time of need.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskis.
Mr. Speaker, families of the over 1,200 women and girls that have disappeared or been murdered in Canada deserve better than this government. Yes. They deserve to see real action to get answers. They deserve a genuine consultation process where their name will not be used without their knowledge or consent to shore up an action plan that offers nothing but the status quo. Will the minister apologize to the individuals listed that were not consulted? Yeah. And when will she finally listen and act on their ask for a national inquiry?
The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, as I just said, I spoke with numerous families across the country, and those families actually asked to be confidential. I spoke with numerous organizations across the country and was delighted to get their input so that we could move forward. What families are looking for are action. They were very clear. Make sure that we're supporting these individuals. Make sure that we're protecting them. Make sure we prevent these actions from happening in the future. The time now is for action. Unlike the NDP, who want to vote against initiatives we take to protect these women, to make sure they're supported, we're acting to make sure that they are treated appropriately.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, a CN freight train hauling 100 cars of crude oil derailed Sunday morning near Gogama. Reports indicate 7 cars caught fire and oil was spilling out. People in nearby communities are concerned and want answers. Has the cause of the derailment been determined? Is oil still leaking, and is the fire now under control?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, we are obviously relieved to hear that there were no injuries as a result of this particular incident. For the benefit of this House, they should know that the Minister's office has reached out to the local Member of Parliament and will continue to provide updates on the incident in question. I understand, of course, that the Transportation Safety Board is on scene and others. Mr. Speaker, we will let the proper authorities determine the cause of this incident.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, in December there was another derailment, this time in Alberta. By her own admission, the 25-year-old conductor said her training of just a few weeks was inadequate. 2 weeks ago, the Transport Minister said, quote, "It's up to CP and CN to ensure that they are training to the acceptable standards. If they do not, we will indeed ensure that they do this in an appropriate manner." Is the Minister going to take responsibility and see to it that railway workers get adequate training to protect Canadians' safety?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where the member was when the government gave its response to the Transportation Safety Board's report into the tragedy at Lac-Mégantic. Mr. Speaker, this was one of the action points that the department, of course, has committed to, including important blitzes to see if there are any gaps in the training competencies of railway companies. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned of more barbaric attacks against Coptic Christians by ISIL. 21 Egyptians who had been held for weeks have reportedly been beheaded in a video released yesterday. Would the Minister of National Defence be able to update the House on Canada's continued mission to fight the savage ISIL death cult in Iraq.
Well done. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
First, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada condemns in the strongest possible terms this barbaric mass murder committed by the death cult ISIL. This morning I called the Coptic Bishop in Canada, Bishop Mina, to express our condolences, and this reinforces the reason why Canada is engaged in the fight against ISIL in the Middle East. Last Thursday, Captain Forget from the Joint Operations Command stated that ISIL has suffered a number of tactical setbacks and is pressed on a number of fronts and is struggling to sustain its military efforts, thanks in part to the airstrikes of the Royal Canadian Air Force and the great work of our Special Operations troops who do strongly support.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Last week, the Mont Mégantic Observatory almost closed its doors because of the incompetence of a Conservative member who neglects his riding and isn't keeping on top of his files. But the problem goes deeper. Ever since the Conservatives cut support for science, it's been harder and harder to maintain our research infrastructure. Is the Minister responsible for science finally going to get involved in the file, which is so important to the Lac Mégantic area, and make sure we don't have to go through this same crisis 2 years from now all over again? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have made investments, record investments in science and technology.
Speaker, we have great respect for the victims of Lac Mégantic. Our commitment to science, technology, innovation is unprecedented in this country and it will remain so under this government.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, I don't think the Minister understood the question. The Mont Mégantic Observatory doesn't just show us the stars in the sky, it also shows the incompetence of the Minister of International Development, who didn't see this crisis coming when his own government sowed the seeds for it 2 years ago. Instead of blaming scientists and management, the Minister should admit his government caused this problem by changing the funding criteria for NSERC. Will the Minister get down to work now and find a permanent funding solution for the observatory? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me say with respect to the observatory at Lac Mégantic that as it relates to Mr. Speaker, as it relates to observatories across the country where we have made significant investments, that we are committed to the importance of science and technology both in Quebec and throughout the country. And we will take no lessons from that party when it comes to our commitments, science, technology, and innovation.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, last week the Prime Minister made a showy appearance in Quebec City. Apart from his little dance at Carnival, once again, he had nothing concrete to offer, nothing for the tall ships, and nothing to move forward on the Quebec City Bridge file. In fact, it was pathetic to see the Prime Minister signing a Valentine's Day card for the Quebec City Bridge. In politics, as in love, sooner or later, all the fancy talk has to be backed up with action. This Prime Minister promised the people of Quebec City that the bridge would be repainted. Is he finally going to deliver the goods? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the government made a commitment to spend $75 million on repainting the bridge. Together with the other levels of government, the funding will amount to $100 million for this important project. We call on CN to step up and spend the additional monies necessary to get the job done. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has to stop hiding behind CN to justify his own inaction. Does the Prime Minister understand that we don't want his signature on a Valentine's Day card, we want it on a check to deliver everything he promised? Mr. Speaker, as the owner of the bridge, CN is responsible for its maintenance and security. The government committed to spend $75 million, and together with other levels of government, there will be $100 million put toward this important project, and we call on CN to step up and provide the extra money needed to complete this project.
Mr. Speaker, last year the presidents of China and the United States personally agreed to 10-year visas for tourists and business travelers from both countries. Meanwhile, Canada's out in the cold, at great cost to Chinese Canadians, the tourist industry, and Canadian jobs. Will the government immediately enter into discussions with China to get the same treatment as the United States? That is, 10-year reciprocal visas for visitors and business people.
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Chinese visa policy might well be addressed to the Chinese government. For our part, we are giving much better service to all Chinese citizens coming to Canada since we began to clean out the Liberal mess in this area, Mr. Speaker. We have visa application centres across China. Chinese citizens received over a quarter of all the visas issued by Canada in the world last year, Mr. Speaker, and the vast majority of those were 10-year multiple entry visas.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have pursued yo-yo diplomacy with China, hating China when they boycott the Olympics, then loving China when the former Foreign Affairs Minister refers to China as an ally. Is it not this incompetent, erratic policy that explains why the U.S. gets 10-year visas and Canada gets nothing? At this time of goodwill, as we usher in the year of the sheep, will the government approach China on 10-year visas today?
Right. The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we're in touch with the government of China on this as on many other issues because we're making huge progress with them on immigration issues, on trade issues. We've grown trade and investment well beyond the levels achieved under the Liberals. And, Mr. Speaker, there's approved destination status for tourist groups coming to Canada. We've multiplied the number of direct flights from China. There is service without visas for Chinese citizens transiting into the United States. Mr. Speaker, this is a huge record of achievement that all Canadians should celebrate.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, when I add up all the petitions here with about 2,000 signatures, yesterday there was a gathering in Montreal. I wonder if the minister is doing his job. Lots of artists like Paul Pichet, Ariane Moffat, Michel Rivard, to name but a few. These people, does the minister at least understand the message that people who coming from people who oppose the dismantling of Radio-Canada? There should be a light coming on the minister's dashboard. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite his little jokes, the government is already funding Radio-Canada to the tune of over $1 billion annually. $1 billion. A number of times I've told the House what we expect from Radio-Canada, and that is to promote programs that Canadians want to listen to, both in English and in French, and that is why they get $1 billion a year. The Honourable Member.
Our Prime Minister talks about the employees of Radio-Canada CBC. Canada is at the bottom of the OECD when it comes to spending on public broadcasting. The bottom. CBC's announcement they are slashing their budget and cutting hundreds of jobs is raising concerns over the survival of the CBC. While Conservatives are turning their back on public broadcasting, people across Canada are rallying in support of the CBC. When will the minister finally listen to citizens? It's true in my area, my friend. The NDP leaders put a practical plan to save the CBC. When will they listen and correct?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, and I'll repeat what I said in English. That member knows very well that we provide CBC with over $1 billion every year, and we expect that they will honour their mandate under the Broadcasting Act to provide quality programming in French and English to Canadians. But I find it strangely odd that the NDP would be suggesting that we actually take money away from taxpayers as we provide a universal child care benefit to give it to an organization that gets over $1 billion a year. That's what I call irresponsible, and we won't be going down that road.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada continues to stand stalwartly in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Our government has been very clear Vladimir Putin must get out of Ukraine. With today's reports that pro-Russian forces are not respecting the ceasefire and that the EU has imposed further sanctions, can the Minister of Foreign Affairs please update the House on the next steps that our government is taking to support Ukraine?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
To indicate the pro-Russian forces continue to shell Ukraine merely hours after the ceasefire came into effect. This is clearly unacceptable, and we will continue to judge Vladimir Putin by his actions and not his words. The fact is that this conflict will end only once Russia halts its invasion, withdraws Russian armed forces, and stop aiding those so-called rebels. Soyons clairs, nous n'accepterons jamais.
Let's be clear. We will never accept this pro-Russian invasion.
Prepared to coordinate with our allies and to take additional steps. We will support Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, let's come back to the Minister of Justice, who seems to believe that judicial appointments under his purview are to place friends into high-placed, high-paying jobs. 9 judges appointed, 6 as friends. His best man at his wedding, his best man's wife. 2 past Conservative vice presidents of riding associations. Former vice president of the Nova Scotia PC Association. Friend from law school. Why the ethical lapse, Mr. Speaker? What happened to integrity in terms of appointing judges? Or is the minister just exercising patronage heaven for his friends?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps the honourable member doesn't know how the judicial appointments process works, so I'll help him out. Every person that applies for judicial appointment must go through judicial advisory committees in their area. It's only upon the recommendation of those committees that persons are appointed to and they are independent, are appointed to the bench. And, Mr. Speaker, our judicial appointments are based on one criteria and one criteria only. That is whether the individual is qualified for the job, determined on merit and legal excellence.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lefeu. The Conservatives would do anything to win an election. In 2007, they promised to invest $300 million and create 500 new positions at the Bagotville base. No new infrastructure has been announced to date, and instead of 500 new positions, only 250 soldiers have arrived. Will the new defense minister keep their election promises and free up the funding for the Bagotville base? The Honourable Minister of Defense. Mr. Speaker, over the past 3 years, we've invested about $7 million to maintain infrastructure, and a new squad, expedition squad, has been set up with 230 new staff and more arriving in 2015 to support that squadron. And I should add, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP has voted against all our additional investments in the armed forces. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lefeu.
No, Yukon. Yukon, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader doesn't understand the North or the needs of Northerners. First, he went on what he called a Northern tour, but he forgot to go to the Yukon. He also said the Yukon doesn't have party politics, even though it's had politics like that for decades. He must have been shocked then to hear that the Yukon Liberal leader actually exists, and that he opposes the federal Liberal Party's carbon tax because it would be harmful to Yukoners. Can the Minister of the Environment please tell this House how our government is doing, what work our government is doing to help Northerners keep more of their hard-earned dollars in their pockets? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague from the Yukon for the hard work he has done in representing his constituents. We will continue to stand up for Northerners and all Canadians, while a rich Southerner with a trust fund may have no issue with implementing a new carbon tax. We oppose reckless policies such as the carbon taxes, which would raise the cost of living for Northern families. Instead, we are taking concrete actions to make life more affordable for Northerners. Our tax relief measures includes reducing the GST and the universal child care benefits, which will put cash directly in the pockets of parents. We will continue to oppose a job-killing carbon tax that will raise the price.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, our cities have crumbling infrastructure. We're the only G20 country with no national housing strategy. The feds have downloaded for decades onto the provinces and the provinces onto the municipalities. So when will the Conservatives stop subsidizing undertaxed multinational corporations like Big Oil and start working with mayors to invest in critical infrastructure like public transit, municipal housing, and important projects like the proposed event center in Thunder Bay? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, that's precisely what we're doing. We have gone ahead with the longest-term, largest infrastructure program in the country, together with the provinces and municipalities. The Canadian Federation of Municipalities was involved at every step of the way. $75 billion has been invested or will be invested over 10 years in new infrastructure. The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, the free trade agreement is currently being debated and will have a huge impact on small and medium-sized businesses if they're not prepared. No concrete steps have been taken for SMEs to prepare them for the deal to take once it takes effect. Will this government have a strategy to mitigate risks related to international trade? Can the Minister for Small and Medium Business explain why SMEs are being left out in the cold to fend for themselves? The Honourable Minister.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, the member didn't mention which trade agreement he was referring to, but I would say this: if he would have followed our government's actions, he would know about a year ago we released Canada's Global Markets Action Plan, which identifies the priority markets that matter to Canada, it identifies the priority sectors of our economy that matter to Canadians, and puts a special focus on small and medium-sized enterprises, which the member referred to. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we take our obligations to Canadian small and medium-sized enterprises seriously. That's why we've embarked upon the most ambitious trade plan Canada has ever seen.
The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers had the courage to hold a non-partisan debate on the right to die with dignity, but the federal government has always refused to recognize the National Assembly's legislation. Every time Ottawa said that the criminal code applied. This bogus excuse no longer holds water because the Supreme Court just struck down the provision prohibiting terminal patients from putting an end to their suffering. Now that the criminal code can no longer be used as an excuse, will the Justice Minister commit to recognize and respect the Quebec legislation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
This is a very sensitive issue for many Canadians with deeply held beliefs on both sides, and we will study the decision and ensure that all perspectives on this difficult issue are heard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie. Mr. Speaker, instead of helping people who lose their jobs and are going through tough times, the federal government's doing the opposite and acting like a bully. A public inquiry last week showed that instead of helping claimants get what they're entitled to, officers at Service Canada are being encouraged to use practices that discourage the unemployed from even claiming EI. So it's hardly surprising that a record number of people are not qualifying for EI. When is the government going to treat these workers who lose their jobs like people who deserve respect instead of people to be fleeced? The Honourable Minister. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Prime Minister, my constituents, and all Canadians for the opportunity I've been given to serve Canadians in this portfolio as Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, our system is very generous to the unemployed. We endeavor to provide them with the benefits they're entitled to, and we are reducing wait times, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Today, the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Orleans is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, on February 6th, the Leader of the official opposition in the House presented a point of order against me. You will find it on page 11,171 of the Hansard. In his intervention, the leader claimed that during question period on that same day, I had made disobliging and unfortunate remarks with regard to the member for Balnois-Salaberry. He is right to say that I know what is appropriate and what is not.
Opposition leader for raising this matter. When he did, I was in the public gallery above him with the hard-working president of the Convent Glen and Orleans Wood Community Association. I wasn't aware of what I might have said to so offend the sensibilities of the honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster. So I looked in the blues and didn't find my intervention. Obviously, whatever I said caused so little fuss that the keepers of the official record ignored it. Pourtant, je me souviens d'avoir réagi.
And yet, I remember that I did react to the preamble of the question of the member for Balnois-Salaberry. She said that the Government of Canada, which is so skillfully led by the current Prime Minister, had cut billions of dollars in health transfers. Now, given that we had actually increased these transfers by 68%, $14 billion, I cried out, which is something I rarely do.
This leader drew my rare heckling to the Speaker's attention. It is now printed in the debates of the House of Commons on page 11,168. I am unreservedly contrite for having used the Lord's name in vain. It was an unconsidered intervention. I had never done this before, and I will not do it again. I seek your forgiveness, Mr. Speaker, and that of the House.
I have the deepest respect for the member for Balnois-Salaberry and for her education in the area of teaching, and that is why I was surprised by the lack of rigor in the preamble to the question that she put on February 6th. She deserves to be presumed in good faith, and I have no doubt that when she asks her next question...
Order. I think the honourable member has made his point to the House, and the House doesn't seem to... Is this on the same point? The honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster is rising.
Mr. Speaker, you'll recall on that date in question that the Speaker himself said that he would follow up with the member from Ottawa-Orleans and make sure that he gave his excuse, his apologies, to the member from Balnois-Salaberry. That has not been the case, and I think through you again to the member from Ottawa-Orleans, he should be standing, he should be apologizing, and he should be withdrawing his remarks, and that is all he should be doing. And the member from Balnois-Salaberry is owed an apology.
Well, this is the first day back since the incident happened. I will look into it and come back to the House if necessary. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. I wish to inform the House that in accordance with the representation made by the government pursuant to Standing Order 55-1, I have caused to be published a special order paper giving notice of government bills and motions. I now lay upon the table the relevant document. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of...
Tabling of documents.
Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, entitled Social Finance as it Relates to Crime Prevention in Canada. Of course, pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requested the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Welland. Oh, I'm sorry. Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that the people of Welland would all love to live in Nickel Belt. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to present two petitions The first one is signed by hundreds of people in the city of Sudbury, and it calls on the Government of Canada and the House of Commons to adopt international aid policies that support small family farms. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government is always supporting the corporate farms, and it's time for them to pay attention to the family farms. My second petition is from right across Ontario. It's from area codes 902, 613, 506, 516, 905, 705. It's right across Ontario, and it calls on the government to adopt my private member's bill 356, calling for a national strategy on dementia.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two petitions today, one from folks around Saskatchewan that calls on members of Parliament to condemn discrimination against girls occurring through sex-selective pregnancy termination. A second one addresses the issue of the amended recovery strategy for greater sage grouse in Canada. Petitions the House of Commons to rescind the strategy, replace it with one that is centred on landowners, land users, and all stakeholders, that has good science to it, that sets limits on reasonable research and monitoring, and uses a document rather that promotes the use of rural resources, existing infrastructure, and local employees to aid in the recovery of a species.
Presenting petitions, l'honorable député de Terrebonne-Blainville.
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table a petition signed by a number of constituents from my riding and other ridings calling on the Government of Canada to provide emergency aid for the Middle East.
The honourable member for Langley.
Mr. Speaker, I'm presenting a petition that sadly informs the House that 22-year-old Cassandra Collius was tragically killed by a drunk driver that chose to drive while impaired. Cassandra's family is devastated. Families for Justice is a group of Canadians who have also lost loved ones to an impaired driver. They believe that Canada's impaired driving laws are much too lenient. They want the crime to be called what it is, vehicular homicide. It's the #1 cause of criminal death in Canada. Over 1,200 Canadians are killed every year by a drunk driver. Families for Justice are also calling for mandatory sentencing for vehicular homicide for this Parliament to support Bill 652, Cassandra's Law. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present two petitions today. The first deals with a local issue that's federally regulated within my riding. It's a call from petitioners to make sure that the Saanich Inlet be declared as a designated zone where the discharge of raw sewage is not allowed. This is primarily a problem due to recreational boaters, and it is an enclosed area, and petitioners hope for action on this. Also, Mr. Speaker, a presentation of petition from residents throughout the Vancouver and Surrey area dealing with one of those last strange bits of lost Canadians. These petitioners call on the government to recognize the citizenship of Canadian war dead who died before 1947, that they be recognized as Canadian citizens who died in the service of their country.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fall 2014, the NDP tabled a motion calling on parliamentarians to speak out against the installation of a port terminal in an LNG port in Kakuna, and because it does not respond to the principles of sustainable development. So I have a few hundred names here, in addition to the tens of thousands of names that were already made public by organizations across Quebec. Mr. Speaker, there is no social license for this project, so I'm very pleased to table this petition. Honourable member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have the honour to table a petition signed by hundreds of my constituents concerning Radio-Canada. Radio-Canada, CBC, is undergoing budget cuts that are undermining the vitality and dynamism of our public broadcaster. We are entitled to a public broadcaster that is at arm's length from political powers in order to give objective analysis on political, economic, and social issues in this country. We call upon the government to stop these cuts and to ensure adequate and stable funding for quality, to provide quality service across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable
member for Abitibi. Nipissing to Miskaming.
I rise in this House to present a petition from my constituents to the Government of Canada. CBC2 is Canada's second largest radio network. CBC2 cannot be received in North Bay despite it being broadcast to other major urban centres all across Canada, including Sudbury and Huntsville. So, Mr. Speaker, this petition asks the Government of Canada to extend CBC radio service coverage to the North Bay area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I find it interesting that I'm still receiving petitions from across Canada regarding the Canada-China FIPA agreement, decrying it and asking the government not to make it happen. As we know, the Cabinet has already approved it, but I still am receiving petitions asking us to not do this silly thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to table 1,800 new signatures, which are very concerned about the future of Radio-Canada CBC and that are calling for stable, predictable, multi-year funding for this institution.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliament Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to consideration of Government Business Number 14, I move, seconded by the Chief Government Whip, that the debate not be further adjourned.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Duncan, moves that in relation to the consideration of Government Business Number 14, the debate be not further adjourned. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will be a 30-minute question period. I'd ask members to keep their questions to around about a minute and responses to a similar length. Questions? Question, the Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're now looking at the 87th time, nearly 100 times that the government has imposed closure time allocation. And in this particular motion, we certainly understand why, Mr. Speaker, because as the government surprised us with this motion a week and a half ago, not giving due consideration, not even allowing members of caucus to actually have a discussion prior to this being dumped in the House, we found out three things. First off, Mr. Speaker, and this is extremely important, the heroes of October 22nd are Senate and House of Commons security guards who performed so bravely and with such incredible courage on the day of October 22nd when we had the incident with the man running into the House of Commons. Well, at that time, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the whole country was willing to call them heroes. What this government is doing with motion number 14 is actually demoting them, Mr. Speaker. If you can believe that, they're demoted for their bravery and their courage. The second thing that's come out in the brief debate that we've had, only a few hours on this, is that the RCMP is actually is far from ready to even take over Hill Security. Came out in the Globe and Mail that the RCMP Commissioner has said there is still so much work to do. Oh, and the third, of course, Mr. Speaker, and this is extremely important, coming from the Commons Protective Services, the women and men in uniform that protect us every day and have showed such courage and bravery, that the government's position is an indefensible, this is a quote, an indefensible and dangerous interference of government into the independent legislative function, as well as a solid breach into one of the foundational pillars of our democratic system, the principle of separation of powers. So isn't the real reason why this government is doing this is because as the facts come out in the public mind, the public is opposed to this initiative that comes from the Prime Minister's office.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As per usual, we're watching once again the politics of division coming from the House Leader from the official opposition. This is a situation where we're going to have an integrated security unit which will consist of both parliamentary security personnel, and the RCMP. This is something that's been called for as long ago as the Auditor General's report of 2009. It has been thoroughly discussed many times. The only reason that we haven't had it in place is because we didn't have a catalyzing moment. We certainly had a catalytic moment on October the 22nd. When you read the Auditor General's report from June of 2012, you will see that they expect this integrated security unit to be in place by 2015. Well, it is 2015. It's long overdue. The fact of the matter is that the motion calls for the coordination of the new responsibilities and the new roles to be through the Speaker's offices. The Speakers are the ones that will ensure that parliamentary privilege, parliamentary separation of powers, and so on are maintained. It's not the RCMP that's going to be in charge. It's going to be the Speakers and Parliament. So with that, I think I've answered the questions more than once. The same questions keep coming up, but the fact of the matter is this is an absolutely essential thing to do.
Questions. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, when I was on that side of the House, Chief Government Whip and Deputy House Leader, we had requests from the opposition parties, the official opposition and the third party, not to introduce a motion to put time allocation on a debate until the respective caucuses has had a chance to discuss the matter under consideration within their caucus meeting. This came up last Friday, and now today, last Friday that the House sat, and now today we're asked to end the debate without the caucuses having had a chance to discuss this very important matter. My question to the Chief Government Whip, Mr. Speaker, is why would he not respect what they asked for when we were on the side of the government to allow the different caucuses to have a chance to debate these matters within their own caucus?
The Honourable Government Whip.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The whips and the House leaders have been involved in discussions in terms of this motion. This motion is a common sense motion that builds in everything that needed to be built in order to be consistent with the recommendations from the Auditor General's report and other considerations such as separation of powers. So I believe that the need for further consultation, based on the fact that we've already debated this in the House prior to the one-week recess we just had, has actually given everyone ample opportunity to weigh in on this matter, and that it's well in hand.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government Whip admits himself that following the Auditor General's report, the deadline that he asked for was not complied with. And so it's really quite funny to see the government wanting to limit the debate, whereas if the government had shown some kind of rigorousness, we might have had a complete debate on this and on the coordination of these events, the fact that the various groups of constables and the RCMP would have had a chance to coordinate and under a unified command. So how can the whip now say 2 years after this deadline that was set out by the Auditor General claim that now we need to limit the current debate?
Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The whole question of an integrated security force was recommended, and the recommended, it wasn't a a deadline, but the recommended time to have it in place was 2015. There has been no shortage of discussions that have gone on between the Security Advisory Committee from the House of Commons side and from the Senate side. We've had integration happening with the House of Commons and Senate security forces, which has been ongoing for some time now. We are moving the next step along the way. I can remind the member that this all happened within 24 hours in Australia when they were presented with a clear and present danger. We need to exercise some sense of urgency about moving forward with an absolutely essential measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to disagree with the Honourable Government House Leader. This House has been presented with this motion, and we were presented with it on the last day we were in session before the constituency break week. There have been no witnesses before this House. In an emergency, it's possible for the government to turn the House into a committee of the whole and bring forward security witnesses. I am not the least bit comfortable with this motion. I want to know what our former Sergeant-at-Arms, Kevin Vickers, was saying about it at the time he was reappointed away from Canada in Ireland and not participating in this debate. But the House of Commons Security Force is equipped, well-trained, and has the constitutional and professional track record to be the unifying force that takes over control of Parliament Hill. What's being proposed is rushed, potentially unconstitutional, and should not be done under the guise that we have had lots of discussions. We have not, and we have not had one single security expert as a witness in this place where we are asked to vote on something with closure, on debate, and a completely inadequate sham of a process.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm not surprised that the leader of the Green Party is not happy. However, I would like to say from the get-go that her attempt to continue to put words in the mouth of our former Sergeant-at-Arms is absolutely and totally inappropriate and political theater and political opportunism on her part. Secondly, this is not a rushed exercise. There's been discussions going on for a very long time. And finally, Mr. Speaker, this is not unconstitutional. You are the keeper in many ways of that very point, and I am confident, as are others who have looked at this question, that the motion is absolutely consistent with our constitutional separation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government needs to understand that there's a world of difference between the government and Parliament. And we're talking about the security of Parliament, not the security that the government is responsible for. And the fact that they would attempt to ram this through without agreement is just unacceptable. I think all of us here will accept the fact that we have to act with some urgency. That is not just something that can sit on the back burner and a review happen whenever it happens. But I want to add my voice to support the member both for Ottawa-Vanier and Saanich Gulf Islands. The member from Ottawa-Vanier made the point that at the very least, could we not just stop for a moment and see if we can't reach an agreement whereby all the members here are comfortable going forward. This is not just a matter of should we do something? Should we combine the two services in terms of security, the other place and here? We all agree with that. That's the easy part. The hard part is who's in control. And in this Parliament, and in all parliaments, the separation of government from Parliament is superior, and we need to ensure that no matter how this is structured, the government, at the end of the day, does not call the shots, pardon the pun, call the shots on what happens vis-a-vis security in Parliament. And that's the problem with the government rushing it through. There is ample time, Speaker, for the government to consult with all members in all the caucuses to ensure that for once something they say is the right thing, we can actually say is the right thing. The government saying it is not enough, it's not good enough, and it doesn't address the important parliamentary principles that are at stake. And that is, there is a separation between the government and the parliament, and this motion crosses every line, is unacceptable, is fixable if the government for once would just be reasonable and allow others to have their say.
Well done.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we do have an integrated security unit and force in the Mother Parliament in London. We have the same thing in Australia. They were responding to events and modernizing and doing what is necessary when there is the recognition that this could be a place that is targeted. We have a living example of that now. We didn't have that in June of 2012. The motion very clearly says, in the latter part of the motion, as recommended by the Auditor General in his 2012 report and as exists in other peer legislatures, and call on the Speaker, in coordination with his counterpart in the Senate, to invite without delay the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to lead operational security throughout the parliamentary precinct and the grounds of Parliament Hill, while respecting the privileges, immunities, and powers of the respective houses, and ensuring the continued employment of our existing and respected parliamentary security staff. I think we're all aware, Mr. Speaker, of the concerns that have been expressed on this subject from all parties and from the various people, the experts who've looked at security on Parliament Hill, and this motion respects all of those principles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, with due respect to the government side in this issue and the debate we're having, I thought the debate was on closure, not on the bill. I mean, the problem that we have in this place when we have repeated closures on a variety of issues is we don't get the opportunity to offer due diligence. There's been 87 times, Mr. Speaker, that this has happened in this place. And so when this bill, probably the most significant bill that I have seen in the 9 years I've been in this place, when you give consideration to the implications. King Charles I of England lost his head for things very similar to this. When that sovereign tried to enter the Parliament, ultimately that was the end. So the reality is we're looking at a positioning where the source of control of our Parliament, which is supposed to rest with the Speaker, is going to a national police force that's accountable to the government. So from the standpoint of not debating it, it's the simple fact that we haven't had the opportunity to give proper study. If there's ever a bill that comes before this place that needs proper study, proper airing, anything that could be potentially contrary to our Constitution, the government says it's not. But I'm saying we haven't had the opportunity to prove or disprove that. So, Mr. Speaker, the government, once again, is going way too far on an issue that is of great importance to this House and to Canadians.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're not actually debating a bill either. We're debating a motion. And this motion does not fetter the speakers in any way, shape, or form. The speakers will have to negotiate or come up with a memorandum of understanding or a contractual agreement, some kind of agreement that deals with the details of how this is to be derived. That could all happen without this motion. But this motion just brings it to life and expedites it. And if anybody here wants to suggest we don't have some sense of urgency about moving on, then I think they're out of step with where the Canadian public is. We have a responsibility in this place to protect much more than ourselves. It's all about the people we invite to this place. The Canadian public and all visitors that come to this place deserve a certain standard of care. That standard of care is something that we need to improve. That's what this integrated security exercise is all about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Winnipeg North.
Speaker, if I may just start off by just expressing how grateful I am, and I know other members are of the Chamber, of all those from last fall that were involved in making sure that we had a secure premise, and our accolades go to them. And in no way should hopefully any of the debate reflect on any sort of poor performance in any fashion, because they're all heroes as far as I am concerned, and I know many of members of my caucus look at them in that fashion too. But what we're debating currently is the issue of a time allocation motion. This is a very important issue. We've had all sorts of other very important issues where the government, as opposed to allowing for debate, has made the decision to limit debate and bringing forward time allocation. And my question to not necessarily this minister, but more so to the government House leader, and that is, here we are once again using time allocation to force and limit debate on yet another important issue. And the question is why has the government not been able to negotiate in good faith with whether it's the Liberal Party and the Democratic Party and try to have more harmony in getting the legislative agenda done?
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've had a long Parliament since 2011. We have 12 weeks left. We still have a parliamentary legislative agenda. The government has a parliamentary legislative agenda. It has now been 3.5 months since October the 22nd. We don't have infinite time to get moving forward on measures that are required. We've been able to do some things in terms of integrating the security around here, and we've made some definite positive improvements around here. I would like to join the member from Winnipeg in saying how much we value the people who have looked after the security in the parliamentary precinct in every way. There's no attempt to divide or to suggest that there's been any weakness or any criticism. This is all positive. They are all heroes, but we do need to make some changes, Mr. Speaker.
I see several members rising. If we stay very strict to the 1 minute per question rule, I think we might be able to get them all in with your cooperation. The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, this is the parliamentarians' watch here right now on the future of this Parliament. So, of course, it's very, very serious what we're doing here today, and the speed at which we're moving is not appropriate. There hasn't been an official report that parliamentarians have had a chance to review over the incident that happened in October. So there's 3.5 months that's gone by without that. We haven't seen any of the improvements that the Chief Government Whip is talking about to understand what those do to the situation in Parliament. So without that kind of technical information, for us to move ahead with any kind of change to the philosophy and structure of this House is really, really unfortunate. And I'd ask the Chief Government Whip, will he put forward the information that he does have? When are we going to see that information?
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's one thing to be uninformed. It's another thing to be naive. We have certainly, through the House leaders and whips, we've been aware of changes that have been made around this place since October the 22nd. I've certainly conveyed them to my caucus. If those have not been conveyed to you as a caucus, then I'm not the one to ask about that. But they're not things that I'm going to put in my newsletter. I'm not going to suggest the things that we've done that are going to improve security around here in a specific fashion, because we're only telling potentially the very wrong people things that they would love to know. So all I can say is there's been dramatic changes around here, and if you haven't seen them over the last 3 months, I'm very surprised.
I want to remind the government whip to address his comments to the chair, not directly at other members. L'honorable député de Gaspésie.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, Ile de la Madeleine.
The Chief Government Whip for his presentation. The problem I have with this bill, or this motion in front of us right now, is that this House needs to debate it. It simply isn't true that any committee that might have been sitting behind closed doors has had a fulsome opportunity to look at all of the potential weaknesses and all the faults that this motion brings forward. This House needs to have the opportunity to discuss this. You're not allowing that discussion to occur. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that the Chief Government Whip is not allowing this debate to occur in this House. We're talking about the government, this House having primacy over government institutions. The purpose of this place is to have oversight over government institutions. We're now being imposed upon us a government institution upon this place. We've turned this upside down, Mr. Speaker. This House needs to take its job seriously, and I would suggest that the members from the other side take this job a lot more seriously than they're prepared to show today. Thank you.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It occurs to me that something such as this should actually be a no-brainer. We should actually have been able to get to where this motion is suggesting we be without the necessity of this motion. But I think the public has maybe got a taste already from the official opposition that anything that we try and move forward on will be politicized, and there will be an attempt to create division because they think that is politically advantageous. I will suggest, Mr. Speaker, that this motion would have the vast support of the majority of Canadians, and it is what we need to protect Canadians who wish to visit this place.
Questions. L'honorable député d'Alfred Pellant.
Questions. Honourable member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sad to see all the contradictions on the other side of the House when it comes to talking about safety here in the House of Commons. I think everybody agrees that our security guards do an outstanding job protecting our safety. The problem here is that we're being forced to vote on a bill that never should have been put forward by the government. It shows total disrespect for the Speaker's powers. Our security and safety should be up to the Speaker and not to the government. I have so much that I'd like to say about this. I'd like to have the opportunity to debate it, but I'm very disappointed to see time allocation being used on a topic as important as this. We don't even know if this is constitutional. We think this overrides the Speaker's office. And why shouldn't we trust our own security guards who put their lives on the line every day to protect us? Why don't we trust them?
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. This motion actually creates a situation exactly to address the concern expressed by the member, and that is our safety and security will be up to the speakers. The motion, in actual fact, empowers the speakers to do exactly that.
The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to note that this is a motion, not a bill, and it has been repeatedly mentioned that it's some kind of bill that needs to be debated and gone to committee. I think, secondly, Mr. Speaker, when it was first introduced, I made it very clear that the government members and of course, all the opposition have said that this does not diminish at all our feeling of gratitude and pride for the security forces of this building that are heroic in making sure that we are safe, not only on that day, but continue right up to this day. This is about integrating a number of services. My colleague from Yukon mentioned that with the Ontario Provincial Police within Ontario, there could possibly be at one point in time 5 law enforcement agencies or security services that have to be dealt with. And so I just want to make that clear and maybe have the government whip speak to that issue in regards to the fact that this does not diminish your capability, Mr. Speaker, but simply causes us to look at the necessary integration of security forces to work more efficiently together.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Yes, thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the RCMP will provide the operational lead for an integrated security force throughout the parliamentary precinct. The rationale is the RCMP has access to extensive resources that other forces do not, and has acquired extensive experience in security assessments and the information sharing essential to meeting the evolving threats of today. There will be a detailed implementation plan developed over the coming months outlining a phased approach to deploy a fully integrated security model. All of that, Mr. Speaker, will be under the control of the speakers.
There's enough time for a very brief question or comment. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I think about what happened on October 22nd, there are 2 visuals that come to mind. First of all, the shooting, but also the next day, one we didn't see very often, which was this Parliament speaking with one voice. So how is it that just a few months later, when it's time to talk about security, and we're already willing to talk about it with one voice, if only the government would accept our amendment to its motion. I think that would bring all the voices in this House together. I think Canadians expect Parliament, because that's what we're talking about. They expect us to speak with one voice on this issue, and we expect the government not to make this a partisan issue. So why not leave us the time and the means to do this right? The Honourable Government Whip.
Once again, what the member is actually saying is if we accept the partisan position of the NDP, everything will be fine, but we're not allowed to accept the position of the government. I think the member should listen to his own argument as to why we are not speaking with one voice on this issue.
That concludes the time provided for questions. The question is as follows now. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Duncan, moved that the debate on motion number 14 under government business shall not further be adjourned. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call on the members.
you.
question is the following one. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moved that the debate on motion number 14 under government business shall not be further adjourned. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary South.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Fort Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Agluka.
Mrs. Agluka.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poilier.
Mr. Brightcrates.
Mr. Brightcrest.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Campit Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campit Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Miss James.
Miss James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leon.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Brown leads Granville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crap, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gellipo.
Mr. Gellipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlaw.
Mr. Norlaw.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Allen Tobic McNacquan.
Mr. Allen DeBick McNacquan.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seabat.
Mr. Seabat.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Boutin
Madame
Sweet.
Boutin Sweet.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Mai.
Mr. Mai.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalémar.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalémar.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Michaud.
Madame
Monsieur,
Michaud.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame. Oh. Pardon. Correction, Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
L'autre, Madame Michaud. Et Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Sindou.
Monsieur Sindou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Tibaïson.
Monsieur Tibaïson.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Nunez-Mélo.
Monsieur Nunez-Mélo.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Fiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Fiard.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Lachine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Lachine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valerian.
Mr. Valerian.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Miss Groh.
Miss Scrow.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault. Gays pour 132, 132. Nays contre 96, 96.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government business. Resuming debate on motion number 14, parliamentary precinct security.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleagues for this warm welcome. I wanted to rise in this House to talk about our safety and security as parliamentarians. It's amazing what work that our constables do, and I would like to have done so in a different context, but our government, for a record number of times, has limited debate on a bill. And this is a motion that is extremely important. It affects all parliamentarians in this House. So before beginning, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to emphasize the incredible work of all of the constables working here on Parliament Hill, whether it's today or before the events that took place on the 22nd of October, but particularly that day. There wasn't a single moment where I did not feel safe here. They do an incredible job. We have constables who were trained in an amazing way, and probably they are the best people trained in the world to do this kind of work. So I thank them for it. And it's always a pleasure to see them doing their jobs every day. I know that they put their jobs on the line, and they don't think of their safety, they think of ours. So it is the least we can do to thank them for that work, and I do so today. I'd also like, at the same time, because we talk a lot about the RCMP, and because this motion is in fact asking the RCMP to take control of operational security here. But before, I don't want to get into a partisan debate. The RCMP do wonderful work on in the precinct as well. And they're supposed to protect Canadians on the grounds here. Now, I'm honored to be on the Public Safety Committee, and I work alongside with my friend, the member for Esquimalt Juan de Fuca, and we have a great many of exchanges working on bills. We've had the opportunity several times to meet with our CMP officers, and I know that they do very tough, hard work on the front lines, and we realize that. Halifax, for example, just last week when they thwarted an attempt that could have been very serious in a shopping center in Halifax, and they did fantastic work to ensure our safety and by thwarting that attempt. So I thank the members of the RCMP here as well for doing such great work, and is appreciated by all Canadians, I think. And it's important to emphasize that here as well. As I said, I do not want to get into a demagogical debate. I'm not saying that one entity is better than another, whether it's the constables on the Hill or RCMP officers. They are different entities. They do very different work, and they all do their work well. It's important to do this. Why? Because here we are trying, well, in fact, what the motion moves is that the RCMP lead operational security throughout the parliamentary precinct. And I understand that we had very serious events that unfolded here on October 22nd, and that we have to rethink how security functions on Parliament Hill. Now, I think all members and all parties in the House agree that we have to modernize security here. One thing that was proposed was that we should ensure that the House of Commons security system and that of the other place here work together. Now, that's something I've often heard in the hallways, and I think it's something that's very reasonable. What it doesn't make sense in this motion is that the current security forces report entirely and purely to Parliament. They report directly through you, Mr. Speaker, to all parliamentarians, and they go as well through our Sergeant at Arms, who have the control of our security and also are responsible for our immunity being respected here. So this is not the case just here. Almost all countries with parliaments function in that way. What the government's trying to impose here, and what we learned if I look at a Globe and Mail article, and found out from a good source, a solid source, that the Prime Minister personally would be really responsible ultimately, because the RCMP does not report to Parliament, it reports to the government. And so what we're doing here is unimaginable. Imagine we have a security system that works very well, that just needs to have the proper tools. We need to support them in the way that they function, but now we're taking away their powers and are giving them all directly to the government across the way, and they'll have complete control on what happens on Parliament Hill. So that doesn't make any sense. This is not a bill, I'm sorry, it's a motion as it is presented here, as it is tabled, but it has constitutional aspects. So, Mr. Speaker, what we decided to do as the official opposition, contrary to the government, is that we decided to do our job, quite simply. So we looked at the motion as tabled, and we decided that it wasn't just an issue of how it was formulated in terms of the powers would be shared or given away. We want them to remain with the House of Commons security, and that the powers not be mixed up as the Conservatives are attempting to do. So what we are doing is proposing to change that. So I would read the main motion and how we intend to change it. So I quote, that the House recognize the necessity of fully integrated security throughout the parliamentary precinct and the grounds of Parliament Hill, as recommended by the Auditor General in 2012 report and as exists in other peer legislatures, and call on the President, in coordination with his counterpart in the Senate, to prepare and execute without delay plans to fully integrate the work of all partners providing operational security throughout the parliamentary precinct and the grounds of Parliament Hill, while respecting the privileges, immunities, and powers of the respected houses, including ultimately the power of the speakers of the House of Commons and the Senate. And we want to recognize also the exemplary work on October 22nd done by these forces, and that all of these people keep their jobs. So I think that sums up really well what we are attempting to do with this motion, because this was not studied in a fair and balanced way. It has no connection to the recommendations that the Auditor General made in 2012, which was well before the attacks on Parliament Hill. And this also respects the main motion, as we wish to amend it with this amendment. It respects not only our privileges as parliamentarians, but it also respects the freedom, and not just that, but all the work done by the constables on Parliament Hill. So I really hope to see the Conservatives voting in favor of this amendment. And before concluding, I want to say that I am going to be sharing my time with the wonderful MP, the member for Louis Hébert, and I'm sure he's going to make an excellent speech. So as I was saying, it's important to consider the motion, but I hope that the government will also take our amendment under advisement, because members on the other side of the House, we don't know if they're going to vote. Those who, I don't know if they're going to rise and say that they will vote for our agreement. Everyone should agree that the safety of Canadians is important. Yes, it is important, but let's have confidence in the security officials who are here. Let's have confidence in the means that they have. They are the best people to ensure our safety on the Hill here, and not just for us, but for all the people who come up on the Hill to visit us every day. It's incredibly important that we have confidence in them. And I want to emphasize this to the members on the other side of the House. We need to have confidence in the Speaker as well. We need to preserve our immunity here in the House. So when we discuss things such as the amendment tabled by the official opposition, I find it's always an interesting discussion, and so I await the questions from the government. I hope they'll realize that the importance here is that we all work together and ensure that we have the best motion possible, and to ensure that ultimately we have the best motion possible. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Marc-Carrel-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her eloquent speech. It was very respectful of the security forces that ensure our security. But the question ultimately is who will decide? And I ask the question of the member. Take the example of a terrorist attack, as has happened in other areas and other parliaments. The RCMP say will decide that we're going to close down the Parliament of Canada. Now that is a decision that would be without appeal under this new motion. Formerly, it was parliamentarians that would decide. We could have decided to maintain or keep this place open as a response to the terrorists. But now, will this change the situation? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Alfred-Pellan. It's a very good question. On behalf of my colleague from Marc-Carrel-Fortin, he raised interesting points in the question he just asked. First of all, I can see that there's confusion on the government side on this point. I think they don't know exactly what they're doing, and I think they're just trying to politically take advantage of the events that occurred here, and that's sad, because the day after these attacks took place on Parliament Hill, and after statements made after there were further attacks elsewhere, when we came back here on October 23rd, we saw that everyone wanted to work together to ensure the safety of all Canadians. So we had an ultimate goal. all working together. But now what the Conservatives are doing is that they're playing little games on their side. And they don't care what is going to happen here and what the consequences of this might be. So there's confusion. I don't think that they really have thought through what this could represent, this motion. The RCMP mentioned when this motion was tabled that they were not prepared to take this security of Parliament Hill in hand, which is twice as bad. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'd like to come back to one point in the motion that was highlighted. It has to do with the Auditor General's recommendation. I was wondering if she could say a bit more about what that is all about. I was on the Public Accounts Committee for a couple of years, and I'd like to salute the Auditor General's team. They do outstanding work, and I was too often frustrated on that committee to see that the government sometimes heeds the Auditor General's recommendations and sometimes pays them no heed whatsoever. So I'd like my colleague to talk a bit about that. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Pierrefonds-Dollard for that question, because this is a key issue when it comes to this motion by the Conservatives on security on the Hill. In 2012, the Auditor General made a recommendation. Perhaps Canadians don't know this, but there's a security service for the House and another one for the Senate. And what the AG was calling for was better security on the Hill by merging the two services, or at least having better communication, rather, between the two services. And that's what is proposed in the amendment coming from the official opposition today. We would like to see the parliamentary precinct security services integrated. I think that could solve a lot of problems. Instead of creating yet more problems by introducing a third security force that would report to the government and not to you, Mr. Speaker. We know that these people are very generous. They work hard. But we should really be following the Auditor General's recommendation. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is hockey season. In June, some team is going to win the Stanley Cup. And imagine, Mr. Speaker, next September, if all those players wound up in the American League. So I'm going to speak a bit to this motion, and you'll see what I was getting at with that scenario. I wonder why this motion should be passed so quickly. It didn't even come from a committee recommendation. We know where the government's heading with this, but the Conservative motion has been expedited, and we have to ask why. What this motion says is that this new way of doing things should be implemented without delay, but we don't know how it's going to work. It's like cutting a blank check. It's like giving them carte blanche. They haven't really fleshed out the details. And, of course, the devil is in the details. There have been a number of things said about security on the Hill, and every time the NDP has stressed the importance of coordinating the work of all services, and this is nothing new. What we're doing on this side of the House is defending your powers, Mr. Speaker, the powers of the Speaker's office. We want the current security services to maintain order on the House. We don't want, notwithstanding the good work the RCMP does,
We don't want the control to be taken out of the hands of the security services that reside here on the Hill. On the opposite side, they said this was a harmless change, but that is not true. When we're talking about changing the way security is managed and the line of command, I'm sorry, but this is definitely infringing upon Parliament's ability to operate independently. Maybe I'm paranoid, but if we give over control, then someone else will be responsible for order here on the Hill. So when it comes to coordination, we support integration of security services, better integration, better coordination, better communication, better equipment, better training, and resources. This is what security services need. They need the tools to do their job. We learn from the past. We need to optimize our processes. We want to do a good job, but we don't have to change everything wholesale. We can do that without going that far. It doesn't have to be extreme or dramatic. When it comes to the RCMP, we're asking a lot. We're asking them to do policing out in the field and at the same time to protect Parliament within the precinct. Who's going to be responsible for that? The Minister of Public Safety? I guess that's the normal hierarchy. That's who they're going to want to report to. That's who they expect to report to. But when they're working for the House, is that really who they should report to? So the RCMP, now, they're not a security service. They're more than that. They're a police force. They do excellent work in the field, and I'm sure they'll continue to do the work that they excel at. Here on this side of the House, we don't want to ask them to do things that they're not really trained to do, and they don't necessarily even know how to do. They receive training, and I think that their training might be better suited to things other than providing security here on the Hill. They're not security guards. But the motion just says integrate, doesn't say how. And the government has never explained how. They've said what they intend to do, but not how to go about it. If this is all left up to the RCMP to manage, is it going to improve security on the Hill? Has anyone on the other side said what we would gain from doing this? I'd like to hear. What's the benefit? Perhaps you heard it, Mr. Speaker, but I certainly haven't heard it yet. I'd like to spend a few moments to talk about security officers, security guards. The government says that the current officers will keep their jobs, but we don't know how that's going to work. The government has been vague about this. If a person retires, will they be replaced by an RCMP officer, for example? We really don't know the details. And what's more, Mr. Speaker, the current security officers are worried about their future, about keeping their jobs, and what those jobs will look like. So everybody agrees that we want to improve security here on the Hill, but that doesn't mean we should go about it any old way. We need to look at what's been done in the past. When the unfortunate events of October 22nd took place, our security guards gave it their all. They did their level best to protect us, and this was recognized here
They were acknowledged. When they came into the House, everybody gave them a standing ovation, a long standing ovation. So put yourself in their shoes. How do you think they feel after a demonstration of support like that, and then a few months later, the government comes forward with this motion? Put yourself in their shoes, in their spot, and imagine how they feel about this. And perhaps if you did put yourself in their shoes, you'd be saying to yourself, well, I guess they've already forgotten what we did for them, or I guess it wasn't that appreciated. And I think that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that in an attempt to solve a problem, those concerned feel like they've already been forgotten, and I find that extremely unfortunate. What is important, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you know this expression. It's a French expression. Maybe you have something equivalent in English. If everyone looks after their own business, everything will work out fine for everyone. So everyone has to have a specific role to play. If everyone does their job, it'll all work out fine. So our security guards have a role to play. They protect us. They protect visitors to Parliament Hill. We mustn't forget that too. It's not just security for members of Parliament. It's also for visitors, tourists, and so on. That's what keeps our Parliament open to the public. Members of the public can come visit and watch us at work. So, Mr. Speaker, what I mean by that is that basically this motion is arbitrary. It's an arbitrary decision. The government didn't wait for the findings of the Joint Committee on Security. They are running roughshod over the division of powers. They're using the tragic events of October 22nd to push through their own agenda rather than working on resolving issues. Our security force are dedicated. They've proven their courage and bravery. They do not deserve this treatment. They have won the Stanley Cup, in my opinion, and they do not deserve to be treated in this way. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Liberal? Okay, yes. Yes. Beauport-Limoilou.
Oui, merci.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Louis Hébert for his very enlightening speech. If you look at the second edition of House of Commons Practice and Procedure, pages 121 to 122, where it says that even the police cannot enter the House without the Speaker's permission. If they want to arrest someone or question someone, the permission of the Speaker is required for the police to enter the chamber itself. It's not a sanctuary or a place where members can seek asylum or shelter, but the Speaker does have the power to grant or deny entry to police. Could the member comment on that? The honourable member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou for his question. He's referring to the division of powers, of course, and what that means is that currently things operate properly. Parliament is independent when it comes to the provision of security, and the RCMP provides security outside the building. So there is already some coordination that goes on, and there's history and tradition, because what my colleague has pointed out is that in passing this motion, the government is breaking from tradition. This is a departure from Canadian parliamentary tradition. The members who came before us, decades before us, were they really making a mistake by maintaining this distinction? I don't think so. I prefer to rely on their wisdom rather than that of the government.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The honourable member, l'honorable député d'Ottawa.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for my colleague has to do with a concern that I've shared with the government through a letter to the minister responsible for public safety and to the government whip and the prime minister and the party leaders. Mr. Speaker, in this country there are three branches of government: the executive, the legislative, and the judicial. We've always respected those three branches and their respective powers. If the RCMP were to be responsible for safety in Parliament and to report to the government, this would be a breach of the division of powers and parliamentary supremacy. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of that. The honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Once again, we're talking about the division of powers, i.e. the power of each branch to operate freely and independently in order to respect the balance that was supposed to be struck, not just here in Parliament, but in the way the country operates. It's important to recognize that those who work for us, that provide security here, they play an important role, not just through what they do, but also through what they represent. These are your officers, Mr. Speaker. They work for you. They help you provide order and security throughout Parliament. And that's fantastic, Mr. Speaker. They do an outstanding job. I've gotten to know them. I appreciate them. They do not deserve to be treated this way with this government motion.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure for me to speak on behalf of this motion today. I think I've been listening to the conversations across the aisle, and I heard some equation to hockey. This is not about hockey, with all due respect, Mr. Speaker. This is a very serious matter, and it doesn't just address October the 22nd. October the 22nd brought the matter to a very forceful light to us all. And on October the 22nd, we were all very fortunate, the members in this House and Canadians that were present in the House. We have an excellent security system with our security people inside the building, the RCMP on the outside. But that day, we were faced with one individual with a lever-action rifle. Had we been faced with more than one person with semi-automatic weapons, certainly we would have been in a whole lot different situation. Now, this motion, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, builds on some of the things that have already gone on. You know, when I came here in 2004, our security people were not properly armed. I believe they've been far more armed, far more training, and I think that that is so appropriate. They do a superb job. But this isn't about pitting our people in the security service in the House with the RCMP. This is about how we go forward to make sure that the precinct stays safe both inside and outside. And I forgot to mention, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to split my time with the member from Prince Edward Hastings. Now, when we look at what the motion is, it's not about what my friends would suggest on the outside or on the other side about getting rid of the security people. Not that at all. I believe, though, it will allow us to fulfill our duty as elected officials to protect the safety of visitors and staff and members. And it's so important as we go forward that we have that connection. Right now, Mr. Speaker, as you're well aware, we have 4 different security agencies trying to put 2 of them together right now with the Senate and the House. But on the outside, we have the RCMP, and we also have Ottawa City Police. This is a vast area, so control is so important. On this side of the House, we have, I'm not sure, 10 or 12 former police officers, members that are connected with law enforcement. They understand the need that you have some central control. And that's certainly not to mean that every police agency, every security agency, and all of that will come under one. That's not it at all. But it's so that you have some control and you have some opportunities for people to have that communications that is so vital. As the Auditor General indicated in his 2012 report in Parliamentary Precinct, our security forces would benefit from integration under a single command, allowing them to respond to situations much more efficiently and effectively. And that's what this is all about, Mr. Speaker. As I said, if we'd have been faced with far more planning by the individual that came into this House with different weapons and perhaps more of them, we'd have been in hard times here. This would have been a hard-pressed situation for the security people that we have here, the excellent security people we have here, and for the RCMP on the outside. It's time that we looked at this in a more modern vision to put these things together. And we've already said in our motion, Mr. Speaker, our existing parliamentary security personnel are absolutely valued and respected, and there isn't a person in this House that isn't grateful for the selfless work they do every single day. That's why I'm pleased that the motion before us today states that their continued employment is assured. I'm also pleased the motion before us stresses that the rights and privileges of Parliament will remain respected as per our constitutional, conventional, and historical practice. That's something that I hear challenged on the other side, and we're saying that that's right in the motion, that those things will continue. The rights and privileges of Parliament will remain unchanged, including privileges for the House of Commons and the Senate to control their own precinct and the rights of members to come and go unimpeded. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can't see all of the discussions that come from the other side are all about us, in their mind, trying to minimize the current security personnel we have. That's not true. We respect them a great deal, and we appreciate them. But, as we found in several other countries, such as Australia and the United Kingdom, they've had to merge into a single system to provide security. They've gone through those things. As we saw that just this weekend in Halifax, you don't know where those problems are going to come from. In the Halifax situation, it would be alleged that there was certainly more than one individual, maybe more than one firearm. So we need to think about that in a bigger picture, not only on October the 22nd. Our people did an excellent job October the 22nd. It's about October the 22nd next year what we may face. The integration of the House of Commons and the Senate force is a great first step, and will build upon that as we go forward. I firmly believe that this motion builds on the Auditor General's recommendations and will give us that kind of security that we need, and will balance the desired level of access with sufficient security to ensure that risks are mitigated. Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to making this a better and safer place, and I urge all members to support this motion so that you, Mr. Speaker, can move forward expeditiously with the Speaker of the Senate. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks, but I'm completely astonished by the tone and by the substance of what he's presented here today, the comments made by my Conservative colleague. Mr. Speaker, I'm in fact happy that I was sworn in as a Member of Parliament, and I was given the badge, the little pin that identifies us as an MP, as everyone did. And at any rate, there are attempts, terrorist attempts that have taken place elsewhere throughout the world, things that have happened here. And our freedom of circulation is like our freedom of expression, etc., our ability to represent our people. Now, the substance of this debate is being clouded over, and in fact, these changes would run counter to what's in place with respect to your authority. Security would be placed under the government, under the executive branch. Why is the government proposing this? The honourable member for Oxford.
First off, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the member was also sworn in and they got a pin that recognizes him as a member of Parliament. But what we're talking about here, sir, is, with all due respect, is the security of the precinct. You know, life has changed in the last 10 years. Life has changed in the last 148 years. And we must change with it. When you see what happens around the world with pressure cooker bombs, with shoe bombs, all of these things, in addition to firearms, we know there is a need to enhance the security of this place. Our people do a fantastic job, but we need to give them more tools, more opportunity to deal with outside agencies. This isn't a closed circuit anymore. We need to be all involved in this whole area of security, and this is so important that we do this and move forward.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kings Hants. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Who came up on? I know. Sorry.
Mistaken there. The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For my colleague from Oxford, a question. The motion does not specify that the government's motion does not specify that the RCMP would have to report to Parliament, and therefore it could be seen as having, the interpretation could be that it would be reporting to the government, and that would be could be seen as an undermining the authority of Parliament and not respecting the division of powers. I've written to the government suggesting that perhaps they consider amending their motion so that the RCMP, if it's the one chosen to do the united force security of both the Hill, both inside and outside, would do so through a contractual agreement which would also specify that the RCMP would be reporting to the parliamentary authorities, the speakers of both houses. Would the member from Oxford care to comment on that?
The member for Oxford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the motion doesn't take away anything from the existing authority of the House. They would operate under the domain, I suppose, or lack of better words, the speakers of both the Senate and the House. And I think that when we set up straw dogs like, you know, what about this or what about that, we need to think in terms of the bigger picture and the security. This motion doesn't take away any of the privileges from anybody in the House, and it does leave it still with the speakers of both houses for the security of the facilities.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find the motion before us unnecessarily vague. If it is, as the government members would have us believe, and as the Honourable Whip has put it to us, that this is not going to demote the House of Commons security team, then let that be clear in the motion. This is so unclear. It says their employment is assured. Their employment where? Here in this place, in their current roles and functions? And that is not at all what the motion says, although that's the spin that's been given to media, because I've talked to many reporters who say, oh, but this won't change. And we're being told by the Conservatives that the RCMP will be in charge in some way, but the House of Commons security guards will still be the people present here in the House. Nothing about this is clear. It is deliberately vague, and in that sense it is also unconstitutional, because the way our rights and privileges are stated in this motion leaves it wide open, as other colleagues have suggested, to abuse of our very constitutional principles and foundations.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think my honourable friend has not read it entirely as the motion is written. We are going to end up with the same rights and privileges as we've always had. And it's interesting that she would specifically mention the security people that work in this place. We have security people that work in other buildings in the precinct. They're still there, and they're going to be there. It's very clear that those positions are retained. That's the role they fill, and they do it a great job. I don't know why she would try and turn this around so that people are going to be out of work. That's not the case.
Debate. The honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and of course to all my honourable colleagues in the room here today. Of course, I know that we we're all proud Canadians. And I think we all recognize, of course, that this House of Parliament is an important symbol of Canada's democracy. It really exemplifies who we are, what we are, and of course the history is just literally, it literally is an expression of what we stand for as a humanity, as a beacon in the world. And of course we have visitors, not just parliamentarians here, not just the people who work here, but thousands and tens of thousands of people arrive here on this parliamentary precinct every year. They tour the grounds freely, and any time, day or night. And as such, of course, it is an absolute, obvious target for those who wish to hurt Canadians and, of course, impede our way of life. And it is clearly our responsibility as elected officials to help to take the measures to ensure that the safety of all Canadians, and especially those who work, of course, to support this bastion of democracy. That's why we believe that we must enhance security, and I think most colleagues in my House agree with that. Of course, where we do disagree, only in a small extent, is how we're going to do this, because we have to meet the evolving threats. And we know that Canadians and, of course, all their elected representatives, that they're safe when they're inside this precinct, or at least they thought they were. But, of course, October 22nd changed that thought. And, of course, when we're enhancing our parliamentary security, I was very, very fortunate, as one of my colleagues across the street, to sit on public accounts when, of course, the Auditor General's 2012 report came in, and it recommended a unified security force for the precinct under a single point of command, making it possible to respond to situations more effectively and more efficiently. And sadly, what have we as a Parliament done about that? Obviously, not enough. The time for action, and the time for action is now. The integrated security model that we're debating today is in keeping with that recommendation of the Auditor General, whereby it balances the level of access to the public while ensuring that security threats and risks are alleviated. Now, security forces have always been present on Parliament Hill, but these threats have really not manifested themselves until recently. We live in a different world from 30, 40, 50 years ago, when the idea of terrorism didn't even really exist. And as we witnessed on October the 22nd with our own very eyes, those of us here, or in our committee rooms, or the people in their respective offices on the Hill, and or the visiting delegations, that threat is very real. And if taken lightly, innocent people will become victims. So let me speak just for a second, Mr. Speaker, about our security forces, of which we're so proud of. On behalf of all parliamentarians, and I think all Canadians, I know I speak for everyone when I honestly thank them, each and every one of them. And, you know, they did most of the right things on October the 22nd. But I say most, not all, because there are lessons to be learned from that. But I know particularly our Hill security here were just absolutely incredible. We witnessed firsthand where we had that opportunity to work with them. And so we obviously are not certainly saying that one is better than the other. We have to pick and choose. You know, this is a team approach. It's a team that works together here. We are a team of parliamentarians, whether we agree or disagree a little bit now and then. We are a team going forward. We try to make the right decision for the right reason to help Canadians across this country. And what we are saying, though, is we do need a seamless and an integrated system, and it has to be led by one entity. And that entity should have a national presence with connection to all of the other things beyond just simply security at the door here. Security is just not guarding the precinct. It's rapid response training, it's security assessments, it's intelligence, it's observations, it's surveillance. It's the whole ball of wax that encompasses what it means to keep people safe. It's our armed forces, it's the coordination of everything. And you cannot have more than one group or individual disseminating all of that information. It just doesn't happen. It can't happen effectively. Right. That's why we have to come to the point where the silos of operation are one thing, but the silos of management and the silos of command have to be totally eliminated so we have one integrated command in order to be effective. Now, other countries, as we know, whether it's our allies, United Kingdom and Australia, they have pursued integrated security models at their locations. Yet here, of course, on the day of the attack here, there were 4 silos of authority for the different jurisdictions, as all my colleagues know here. Of course, we have respected our House of Commons security, Of course, we have the Senate Security, all responsible for their respective bodies, which they did their work well. We have the RCB in charge outside, between the front doors and the front gate, where obviously there were a lot of things done well, but there were obviously errors and omissions there. Okay, and of course we have the Ottawa City Police beyond that point. Well, the bureaucracy of these four silos, they stand in the way of bringing us proper security. So the motion we debate today calls on the Speaker of the House and the Senate to invite the RCMP to lead this operational security, not to run the security, lock, stock, and barrel on this entire precinct, but just to simply operate as a point of command and take responsibility for ensuring that they build a collective team to come up with a model that we're going to need to make this security work well here. And what this is, Mr. Speaker, this is an administrative starting point in my mind. It is not the end. It's not the end run here. This is an administrative starting point that's going to take us to where we need to go. A unified approach is critical to ensuring the security of Hill. Matter of fact, it's not only critical, it's essential. And that's why this government is proposing to fully integrate throughout the precinct under the operational leadership of the RCMP. Now, this will then provide one chain of command and one point of accountability. Somebody has to be that bottom line where we can go to and say, what are you doing? How are you doing it? In this particular case, the RCMP, of course, will work with the speakers. They will work with the various other levels of justice and administration and security to come up with the best means to do this. And this will, of course, allow for the access to all of the type of resources, really, that the only administration that has the type of resources we need to encompass the entire range of security, as I mentioned, surveillance, whether it's communication, whether it's international relationships, whether it is terrorism sponsor, whether it is cyber attacks. This is all done and it's under the command of the RCMP. That does not mean that they will absolutely manage and micromanage every department here to say how we are doing the job. So the existing parliamentary security, as has been mentioned by all of my colleagues speaking before me, we all know they're highly valued and respected. And we honor the bravery. And we, in this House, we respectfully honor them as they marched in here and got a standing ovation from every person in this room here who was so ungodly thankful for the wonderful job that they did on our behalf. And of course, they serve a variety of functions, not just in the House of Commons here, but of course, this of course will continue under the Integrated Security Unit. So I do want to stress that all decisions related to the integrated unit will ensure continuous employment. This is not a question of just getting rid of a few people here and bringing in someone else, and or just saying, well, you don't have any more responsibility for that, someone else will do it. No, there's going to be responsibilities, but there still has to be one chain of command, and I think that's a full point. So over the coming months, Mr. Speaker, a detailed implementation plan will be developed in concert, in consultations with all of the people involved. It will outline a phased approach to this implementation of the fully integrated security model, and while ensuring, of course, that the rights and the privileges of Parliament and its members continue to be respected as per the Constitution. And as I say that, because that is explicitly in the motion. Were that not in the motion, quite frankly, I as a member could have had some difficulties, because I do want to respect what we have here. I want to respect the parliamentary tradition. I want to respect the history and the values and the principles and civil society that we have here. But that does not mean that we cannot operate under an integrated command. So it is our objective to implement this transition in partnership with all the security partners as soon as possible. And I really think speed is critical here. The need is there. We can't just sit and go on for months and months and years, because we are absolutely a sitting duck in this place. And we are a sitting duck in this precinct. And that's a sad situation. We have to come to terms with that reality. As a number of my colleagues said, if that had been a real serious planned attack with multiple people involved, with automatic weapons, many of my colleagues here today might not be here today. And that is a reality. So we have to get off our butts and deal with this, and we have to deal with it now. So, Mr. Speaker, I know I'm going to probably have a couple of questions from my colleagues, and I respect them very much for their contributions here today. I know a couple of them. I'm expecting one of them up here shortly that I work very, very well with. So I will certainly wait for their questions and see if we can work together as this.
Questions et commentaires. Alors, la députée.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to the remarks made by the member opposite, but allow me, Mr. Speaker, to say that I find it very shocking when I see the government's response to this attack with respect to giving authority for the service to those who failed that day. And I will reiterate that I respect the work done by the RCMP, but that day the RCMP failed, giving them the responsibility to supervise the service that succeeded in stopping the attack, the House security. I'd like to also say that the motion uses the attack of October 22nd as an excuse, in fact, to allow the RCMP to take over additional powers is, in fact, an insult for the brave men and women who protected us so well on that day. My question for my colleague is clear. Does he not think that this motion is designed to take powers away from the Speaker and to take this responsibility for security and the House of Security staff and place it in the hands of the RCMP, which is controlled by the government?
Or Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, it's really unfortunate the member would make that assertion. The reality is, and she made a statement, the RCMP failed on this. That is absolutely incorrect. One of the problems we had is that there was no real level of accountability for who was in charge. So I think we as a nation have to accept that we have failed. We as parliamentarians were part of the problem here as well, in that we did not set forth a clear plan, a clear direction in which there would be an integrated command so that there would be levers of accountability. That is what we need. That's what this bill is all about, so that we actually have a proper plan. And to suggest, quite frankly, that we're doing this because we want to replace one of the security forces here, I think that's shameful.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Prince Edward Hastings for his comments. I worked with him, and I have a lot of respect for him. The question is along the lines of that I've posed before. I don't have a problem with a unified force that would respect our guards, and that's what I think everyone in this House is saying. I don't have a difficulty if it's the RCMP. My difficulty would be if the RCMP has to report to the government as opposed to reporting to Parliament. Would my colleague, what would my colleague think about the notion of including such a measure in the government's motion, so that it's clearly stated that once the RCMP becomes the unitary form of security to ensure the security of all of our staff and the visitors, both inside and outside on the Hill, that it is also stipulated in the motion that it reports to the parliamentary authorities and not to the government. It's not clear now, and I would like to hear his comments on that.
For Prince Edward Hastings.
Hey, well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and likewise, back at you. I appreciate certainly the contribution this member opposite has made through the years and in the manner in which he deals with an issue. And quite frankly, I don't have a problem with the spirit of the amendment proposed by the respective member. I think it honestly is well-intentioned, and quite frankly, were it not going to be, I shouldn't say assumed, and if it were to be ignored, I think we would have a problem. But as my understanding on reading the motion, and it sits in there, to my mind, it doesn't explicitly say, but it says while respecting the privileges, immunities, and powers of the respective houses. To my mind, that was pretty darn clear. And I would, quite frankly, as you know, agree with the member if all of a sudden this House of Commons then became chief cook and bottle washer for the entire situation. No, it's up to us to set the rules, then it's up for other people to administer those rules. And so I cannot see any situation where we would be directing the authorities for their safety. So quite frankly, I understand his concern, but I'm quite satisfied that the legislation does not take us down that road. But I thank him for his work on that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member from Trois-Rivières. And I'm very pleased to be able to stand in this House and debate this motion today on House security. And it does take me back to that day in October. I'm sure it's all on our minds when this place was in lockdown. And I remember very vividly being quite near the shooter and having House security usher me into a room because I was standing outside in a corridor, and they ushered me into a room for my safety, and then unarmed, the security personnel went back out into the hallway to confront none of us knew what was going on out there. And so I want to add my voice to others in this place who are indeed thanking the brave men and women who work in the House and Senate security forces who did indeed risk their lives and keep us safe on that fateful day. And I think we owe them a great debt of gratitude. But, Mr. Speaker, I do want to say that when the shooter got into this place, he of course made it past the RCMP who guard the outside of the premises here, and it was indeed House security under the leadership of Kevin Vickers who did indeed stop the shooter and kept us safe that day. And so there is nothing in this motion that in any way proves that should this the intent of this motion come to pass, that all security for this House and for Parliament, j'ai déjà dit ça, that all security for the House, the Senate, and the parliamentary precinct come under the purview of the RCMP, that there is absolutely no proof that this would leave this place one bit safer than it was before, or that it would have indeed made any difference on that fateful day in October to have stopped that shooter. And I must object to the word in the motion that the Conservatives use that the shooter was a terrorist. There has been no evidence. They've produced no evidence to us in this place or in the public to prove that this person was a terrorist. Was he just a lone person who, for whatever reason, got it in his mind he was going to do this, or was he in fact connected to some terrorist group? They presented no proof of the latter, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to say, just at the beginning of my remarks, how strongly I oppose the government enacting yet again another debate-limiting closure motion on this motion. You know, this will be the 87th time that this government has enacted closure and limited debate, and after a grand total of 6 hours of debate on this very important change. And it is a fundamental change that goes back to a system we've had in place since Confederation, and that in fact has its roots deep in the history of parliamentary democracy. And it is in fact that they want to change, this origin of the separation of powers around the legislative and executive branches of this place. That is in fact what is impacted here. But I also want to make the point that we're not opposed to the integration of security forces. Several speakers, in fact most speakers, have repeated that point. In fact, the integration of a parliamentary security was already taking place. As this House well knows, the Speaker announced in a bulletin on November 25th, 2014, that, in fact, the implementation of the integration of a unified security force was underway. That was happening. So I want to again reinforce that we support this integration. We're not opposed to the idea of having an integrated security force operating all over the parliamentary precinct. We think that does make a lot of sense. We are, of course, in favor of improvements that work to keep parliamentarians, staff, and visitors safe in this place. What we are opposed to is that all of the security of both houses and of the parliamentary precinct will ultimately be under the control of the RCMP, which does not report to this House as security does today through the Speaker. It would report to the government. Now, this House is not a creature of the government. It is, in fact, a creature of the people of Canada. Parliament is different from the government. Parliament is all of the representatives of the people of Canada. And that is a very important distinction. And that's why security in this House has always been separate and independent and reports to the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, reports to you and not to the RCMP, which is reporting directly to the government of the day. So that is a very, very important distinction. Now, I also want to object to the wording of the motion, which implies, it says, as recommended by the Auditor General in his 2012 report. It kind of implies that this motion is acting on the AG's recommendation. But I've read that AG's report. And the Auditor General, while recommending a unified security force, while recommending an integrated security force, never once suggested that this should all come under the RCMP. That didn't happen. So I would put forward to this House that, in fact, this motion is misleading. It is taking advantage of a situation that does demand action, and we agree with action. Everyone agrees with that action. But it is taking this action in a direction that comes under the control and the complete control of this government. And that, Mr. Speaker, is wrong. It's against our parliamentary tradition. It's against the independence of the Speaker and this House. And it is wrong. And for that reason, we're not only opposing this motion, but while we want to support the intention of better security, better training, better integration, it is for that reason that we have proposed an amendment. And the amendment is such a strong improvement because it would respect the powers of the respective houses, of the House of Commons and the Senate. It would respect those two houses and the ultimate authority of the Speakers of the Senate and the House of Commons, who today have access and control over security of Parliament, by ensuring the continued employment of our existing and respected parliamentary security staff. So it is that maintenance of the independent security staff. It is the independence of you, Mr. Speaker, and your control over what happens in this House, and therefore the control of the people of Canada over what happens in this House. But certainly that can happen along with a better integration, training, coordination of those security forces. And we frankly, in summary, because I see my time is almost up, Mr. Speaker, we frankly, don't see how this particular motion is going to keep parliamentarians, senators, or Canadians any safer. Nothing is proven with that. and B seems to be, with its changes, really nothing more than transferring greater power to the government rather than improving security for this place. So for these reasons, Mr. Speaker, we believe that the amendment is a much stronger, a much improved approach to security in this place, and we urge all parliamentarians to support the amendment so that we can get on with the work of better security here, but ultimately with the goal that we all share of better representation for the Canadian people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very interested in the colleagues made by my colleague, particularly when she said that when it comes to the person who attacked us on October 22nd, that there isn't evidence that he was a terrorist. Well, I'd like to know what the definition of terrorist is. If it's not him, who is?
For Parkdale High Park.
Well, I would like to know if the member who asked the question has evidence that indicates that the person who attacked this building, the Parliament, if that person is a terrorist. If he has the evidence, show us the proof.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Parkdale High Park for her speech. In a speech given earlier, the member for Burnaby New Westminster indicated that we have an example in the United States of an independent police force that was put in place by the American Congress, by the two chambers of the American Congress, the House of Representatives and the Senate in the United States. It was created about a century ago, and it's a good example of a security force, a police force that has investigative power, but which is strictly responsible to the American Congress. And so I would like to know why, if the United States feels that it's a good idea to have an independent police force that is responsible to the legislative body, why in Canada are we letting the executive be in charge of security for the legislative branch? I would like to thank my colleague for his question, and that is indeed the big question for today. Why does the government want to seize this power when in other countries, other governments are quite happy to have an independent force for the legislative branch? I don't understand why there's this desire to consolidate this power. It doesn't make any sense. And I believe that that's a good question for the government. And I would encourage them once again to support the amendment to their motion, which would lead to the preservation of the independence of this House of Parliament.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
I'd like to ask my colleague a question. Last week, I wrote to the minister responsible for public safety and the chief government whip suggesting that they consider an amendment which would stipulate that the RCMP should work as a contractor and be responsible to parliamentary authorities. I give two examples. For example, the agreement that was signed in 2012 between the Government of Canada and British Columbia, where it was stipulated that the commander of the RCMP in British Columbia would be responsible to the provincial safety minister, and also the example of the London Parliament, where the police of London is responsible for security, but once again, through a contract agreement, is responsible to parliamentary authorities there. I would like to know if my colleague has any comments to make on that suggestion. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question and also for sending the letter that he sent last week. And yes, there are other possibilities. There are other measures that could be taken to ensure that security forces here remain independent and to ensure that they are answerable to the Speaker of the House instead of consolidating power in the hands of the Prime Minister. That's really the challenge that we have with the motion moved by the government. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to thank the member for Parkdale High Park, because without her consent to share her time, I probably would not have been able to speak to this motion, because here we have the 87th time that this government has invoked closure. This is an astronomical figure in and of itself, but it's even worse when we consider that it's being used for such an important subject as we find in this motion. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to remind you of two clips that have stuck in my mind concerning October 22nd, because obviously all the discussion that we're having today is unfortunately linked to the events that took place on October 22nd. First, there's the clip that we saw ad nauseum of the shooting in the Hall of Honor. But specifically, the second shot taken by the House cameras that showed on October 23rd the Parliament of Canada speaking in one single voice. On October 23rd, there weren't Conservatives, Liberals, New Democrats. There was a Parliament that sat and looked at what had happened the day before. And I think that that security in Parliament is such an essential question that citizens expect that, once again, Parliament will be unanimous, and that this debate not be the subject of a motion or an eventual bill, a partisan bill or a government bill. What Canadians expect is that all of Parliament speak out on the measures that it wants to put in place to ensure its security.
Because, let's be clear, the purpose here is not simply to ensure the security and safety of parliamentarians and staff. This is the House of the People. And I remember on the 22nd of October spending the whole day with citizens who had come to visit that morning. That was an ill-fated morning. They'd come just to visit. But I spent time with them, and I am just as concerned about the safety of people coming to their house, which is here. Mr. Speaker, I think that we can find unanimity here. I think we all agree that it is essential to integrate our security forces, to merge them. Now, perhaps we disagree on the exact approach. Who would that consolidated authority belong to? We need to discuss this. Now, there are some things I'm quite concerned about. You know, people talk about what might have happened if there had been more than one shooter, more than one weapon. But this makes my hair stand on end, because we've all gone through these scenarios in our own minds, but that's not what happened. Now, however, these scenarios are being used to advocate for a new approach. But the message that's being sent out then to citizens is that Parliament isn't particularly safe. And yet, Mr. Speaker, that's not the case. Security measures have already been strengthened since the events of October 22nd. Now, are they as good as they could be? No, not yet, Mr. Speaker. But I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, when I come to work here, I feel safe. And I think visitors also can feel safe here. So let's stop speaking about this as if it is so urgent that we cannot together work on a solution so that we all speak with one voice. Mr. Speaker, why am I saying this? Well, Mr. Speaker, it's because if there is one common denominator that all democracies share, it is the principle of separation of powers. So when you're speaking about Parliament, you're not speaking about government, Mr. Speaker. You're speaking about the body that represents citizens. Now, when I look at this motion, all I can see is that the government is actually simply trampling on the backbone of our democracy in the wake of the tragic events of October 22nd last. This motion embodies nothing less than government intrusion within the exclusive jurisdiction of Parliament. The Speaker of the House has a privilege based on custom and rooted in the parliamentary precinct, and that is the privilege of guaranteeing the safety and security of parliamentarians, visitors, and staff. And if there's one institution that the current government is currently ignoring, it is the institution of the House of Commons and the citizens that we have the privilege of representing in this House. Over time, our democratic traditions have become strengthened thanks to the broad debates that we have in this House. In many ways, it is this type of democracy that the Conservative government wants to weaken. We firmly support that we should have integrated security forces and that these forces be accountable to Parliament. But in order to have that, in order for it to be effective, then we have to make sure it has enough resources. There has to be close coordination between teams. And we have to make sure that these security forces meet the highest standards. Those standards are absolutely essential in order to be able to make sure that we can exercise our parliamentary responsibilities safely. So I'd like to say once again, Mr. Speaker, how important it is to ensure the safety of our parliamentary institution. And we want to support the integration of security forces in the House and the Senate. However, our support is conditional on that integrated security force being accountable before the speakers of the House and the Senate. So they should not be reporting to the RCMP, which is an part of the executive of the government. So, Mr. Speaker, within Parliament, we can't necessarily have the legislative and the executive branches side by side working like this within the precinct, because that will give the impression, and I'm just giving an example, Mr. Speaker, that will give an impression. Let's say the RCMP is the one responsible for the integrated forces. And let's say that a member of Parliament thinks in the end that they are having to report to government rather than to Parliament. There's a conflict of interest, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, for a long time now, it has been understood and accepted that there has to be a separation of powers. So, in 2015, are we deciding differently? I would say that since the Age of Enlightenment, Mr. Speaker, people have understood that it's important to separate both. Are we less enlightened now in 2015? The head of these security forces should not be the RCMP. And it is unacceptable that government be twisting Parliament's arm in order to control internal security. Now, I see that my time is going by much too quickly. And once again, I have so much to say with so little time. So I think I'll end with that so that I can give the maximum amount of time to be able to exchange with my colleagues in the House on questions. We need to be able to have exchanges and dialogue, not simply just questions and answers. Mr. Speaker, this motion should not be a partisan motion because this is a House that represents all constituents and all Canadian citizens, and they want us to have the best system possible here to ensure our safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to put the same question that I put to my other colleagues. Would my colleague accept this? Let's say the RCMP is responsible for security, but on condition that it is accountable and must report to Parliament, that is to say, to the speakers of both houses, the House of Commons and the Senate, through the various mechanisms that would be appropriate. Because I personally believe that whoever is responsible for security, whether it be the forces that we have now or an external forces, that they have to report to Parliament, not to government. If they report to government, well, that undermines parliamentary authority, and it doesn't respect the division of powers between the legislative and the executive branches. So would my colleague agree that even if it's the RCMP, there has to be an agreement to the effect that they would have to report to parliamentary authorities? The member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I really congratulate him on his openness. What he is saying is that regardless of where the overarching responsibility lies, then there has to be a reporting mechanism. So I would say that, in fact, I trust those forces who have been there, who have always been there. These security forces are responsible for our safety and for our security. And when I look at various Canadian models, for example, the Ontario model, they've gone through a process. The RCMP actually has been asked to hand over this type of responsibility to internal forces. So I think that is a path that we could take if we look at other models.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd also like to thank my colleague for Trois-Rivières. I absolutely agree with his comments and the comments of the member for Ottawa-Vanier. Clearly, this motion is not one that is in keeping with the recommendations of the Auditor General. The Auditor General never said that it was important to put the RCMP at the head of security in the parliamentary precinct. What is clear is that changes have to be made. However, I think that the Conservative government wants to bring about a very significant change that will, in fact, reduce the powers of Parliament itself. That's the only conclusion I can draw, and I would also conclude that that really is not constitutional. I would like to thank my colleague, and I'd like to thank him for his leadership. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague. What I would add is this. I'm not a constitutional expert. However, I think that one has to really use common sense here. And I think it's been very clear for a long time now that there has to be a separation of powers, and that should be guiding our choices. And also, the people who should be guiding us are those who've been responsible for our security. We have time for a brief question and answer. The Honourable Member for Montmarais-Lillet. Thank you. I heard this comparison that I really didn't like. It sounded like that we were standing ducks. I think what we have to be careful about is sending out the impression that we are vulnerable. I think we have to be careful about making people panic, and we shouldn't be playing this fear-mongering game. I'd like my colleague to comment on that. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you. Now, when I hear comments like that, I can only really conclude that people are using, the government is using people's emotions, really, in order to earn politically what they want. You can't necessarily say to everyone, this is a dangerous place to be. It's not a dangerous place to be. But yes, we do have to improve our security forces.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And because of committee work, unfortunately, I wasn't here for the last part of the members, the previous members' presentation to this House, and I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Edmonton Centre. Mr. Speaker, I think when we hear from the other side that the government's trying to somehow let Canadians know that we members of Parliament feel unsafe, I feel quite safe in this place, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, I feel quite safe in any part of my dear country called Canada. But we have a responsibility in this place that was brought to our attention in a very unfortunate way. I say when people visited us, a person visited us on October the 22nd, and of course every Canadian viewed the events of that day through the media, saw what occurred, saw the person running across the parliamentary precinct here right up through the stuff. They wonder, how do these things happen? And of course we know that for some time prior to October the 22nd, that discussions of security in this day and age, in the world in which we live, having regard to homegrown, so-called terrorists and homegrown difficulty, even just the things that are happening in our world have changed the paradigm. We are no longer living in 1940. We are living in 2015. We need to look at security as other nations have right across the world, but we need to look at those nations that have a parliamentary tradition similar to ours, a Westminster style of governance. And so we look to our sister legislators in Australia, New Zealand, Great Britain, to see what they're doing about their security, and we find that they are doing exactly or very similar to what this motion states. We are not living. The government is not trying to significantly change the way we do things in this House, or the way that security is presented in this House. We are guided by the realities of 2015. And the realities are you can't, and as a former police officer, you can't break a chain of responsibility into 4 or 5 different pieces and expect there to be efficiencies and effectiveness. We know that there needs to be uniformness. We know that there needs to be plain, simple orders of authority. Who's ultimately responsible? What job is it for every level? Just like in Canada's second largest deployed police force, in which I work, we have detachments who are responding to regions, who are responding to headquarters. And in this place, as a result of October the 22nd, we have found that there were 4 different jurisdictions. 4 different jurisdictions that were affected on that date. Each one operating somewhat, although there was communication, but each one operating in a silo. So you had the Ottawa Police Force, you had the House of Commons Security Service, the Senate Security Service, and of course the RCMP. I think any Canadian who would view this would say, you know, you need a uniform chain of command. You need to have a responsible agency at the top who work in conjunction with the different levels of security. I heard mention of the Ontario Legislature. Well, we have in the Ontario Legislature, the province in which I come from, the Ontario Government Protection Service, OGPS. It works in conjunction with the Ontario Provincial Police, who form the same type of relationship with the Government of Ontario that the RCMP has with the federal government. And that's what this motion says. No one's going to lose their job. No, it just makes a lot of sense. Why does it make sense? Well, for any person who knows the connections in the RCMP, with the RCMP with regard to the rest of the world, you have the RCMP who are responsible for policing this great nation of ours. They have international relationships with other nations, and they have a close relationship with CSIS. So in this place, that is the seat of democracy for our nation, we, the government, are proposing that the RCMP are able to gather all this information, and as it is the most responsible body, we still have the House of Commons and Senate Security, which we're saying should be one security, and we're already moving towards that. We were before October the 22nd, except we have these parliamentarians who want to go back 200 to 300 years and cloud this whole issue of security. The RCMP is independent of the government. The RCMP knows its responsibility. This motion does not change that. Everybody says, well, you know, we want to make sure that the RCMP reports to Parliament. The RCMP will report through security, through the speakers of each of our individual houses. And so we maintain that independence that we already have. But it makes only too much sense that we have one security agency, although it operates in different parts, just like a deployed police force has detachments reporting, the RCMP reporting to provincial governments, but in the end it's our national police force. Well, we will have a uniformed police service reporting here. Instead of several independent agencies working in silos, having meetings and sharing information, we'll have a distinct chain of command. The RCMP will oversee security, but we'll still have the great men and women who work in the House of Commons and Senate Security who keep us safe, and will continue to do so. And, you know, when we observe certain things, you know, when I think back to October the 22nd, and I see some of the things that the average citizen sees, and they say, how can somebody, you know, do the things that they did? I say, well, we are working on security, and I inform my constituents that we continually improve security. We have those pylons, you know, that the green buses go by and they go up and down. That wasn't there a year and a half ago, and so we are increasing security. What the plan advances, what this motion advances, is that we integrate these forces, that we need to continue the efforts of integration, that we need you know, time is of the essence. And so this integrated report is, despite what you may have heard, compliant with the Auditor General's report of 2012 that recommended to unify the security forces on Parliament here under a single point of command, making it possible to respond to situations more effectively and more efficiently. And I think by the inclusion of the RCMP, which has those, as I mentioned, international as well as domestic relationships with other police forces, it has the ability now of working in conjunction with those security forces on Parliament Hill to be able to make it a stronger, more efficient, more effective security service. That's what this does. It actually goes further than the Auditor General. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that the Auditor General would be very happy with that, because now we have that RCMP who are able to correlate all those additional resources from around the world and its connections with CSIS and their connection with the Five Eyes. And so we now will have, pursuant to this motion, we will have a completely integrated security service on Parliament Hill that I think will bode well for all the people that live in this, that work and live in this precinct. Actually, we do almost in days like this, or we'll be here till maybe 9 or 10 o'clock. It's like living here. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, more importantly than the 308 of us and 105 in the other place, more importantly, where Canadians can come and visit and also feel safe. I care more about I care about everyone's safety, but it is the men and women and children that come into this place we need to keep safe. They need to know that it's a safe place to come. And October the 22nd told them that, bad things can happen, and we look around the world and we see it. So it's our responsibility to reassure our constituents that what we are doing in this place is making it a safer place, not only for the men and women they send here, but for their friends, their neighbors, and their children, and themselves when they come to visit this great place of democracy that we are all so honored and privileged to represent our constituents in. So, Mr. Speaker, I remain ready, willing, and able to answer any questions that my friends may have of me.
Well said. Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP is opposed to an integrated security force in Parliament to protect parliamentarians and visitors, but what we're opposing is the fact that this force will be managed by the RCMP, and it will report to the RCMP, to the government. We believe that the security force should report to Parliament and to you, Mr. Speaker. That is what we believe. So will the honourable member opposite vote in favour of our amendment to the motion, because it clarifies the separation of powers that should exist?
Quinny West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't mistrust the RCMP. I think the RCMP, who works independent of government, if somebody in the government goes offside, commits an offence, breaks the law, or does something, do you think the RCMP runs and asks somebody permission to charge them? No, they don't. No, they don't. They go directly to the Crown Attorney. This is what is wrong sometimes with this place. When everybody goes off on these tangents and says, you can't trust the RCMP. Somehow you can trust somebody else, but you can't trust the RCMP. They're police officers. We'd much rather trust somebody else. The RCMP, Mr. Speaker, acts in the best interests of the citizens of this country and would never permit themselves to be swayed by any liberal, conservative, or any other socialist or otherwise party. And I just bristle. I just bristle, unfortunately. I tried to keep calm, just bristle when they say, ladies and gentlemen, citizens of Canada, you cannot trust the RCMP. Somehow, some way, we have to make sure that you can trust us in the House of Commons more than you can trust the RCMP. I trust the RCMP, I trust police officers in this country more than I trust some other folks.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to ask a question of the honourable colleague from Northumberland, Quinte West. I have not said I didn't trust the RCMP. I have a great deal of respect and trust for the RCMP. But there is an institutional and constitutional difference here. The RCMP reports ultimately through the Prime Minister to representatives of government. And in our system of government, of Westminster parliamentary democracy, a fundamental principle is the supremacy of Parliament. That's why we've always had Parliament Hill officers who report through you, Mr. Speaker. This is a fundamental change, and it is being rushed. That's one of my main concerns. I won't, as a member of a smaller party, even the leader of a smaller party, be able to give a 10-minute or 20-minute address to this. I've been doing legal research. I've been reaching out to lawyers to see if we can get an injunction to stop this from happening before we get evidence from security experts. I'm very troubled that we will not hear what our former Sergeant-at-Arms, who everyone cheered in this place for his heroism and for the wonderful team that defended us on October 22nd, we do not have the benefit of his advice. And it's pretty clear to me that the House of Commons security team is constitutionally different from the RCMP. It's not a matter of trust. And I put it to my honourable friend that the motion before us is so vague in saying, and I just want to quote this so listeners at home, it says, quote, ensuring the continued employment of our existing and respected parliamentary security staff. It does not say where that employment will be. It does not say that they'll continue in the roles and functions they have here.
Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure my fellow members in this House that their privileges as a parliamentarian will not be affected. As a matter of fact, where this motion emanates from, and as I mentioned at the beginning of my speech in this place, is that we looked at our other Westminster sister legislatures, and we looked at Great Britain, and their parliamentary security is the same as this motion recommends. Again, I say, we're trying to cloud the issue. Somehow, some way, we are somewhat immensely different than anybody else, and we must have. The RCMP will work in conjunction with the House of Commons and Senate Security and with other affected, and I suspect very strongly will continue the relationship with the Ottawa Police Service, who's exterior to this precinct. But it only makes sense that the RCMP, who is the police force of this nation, who have access to all the information that comes into the security service that keeps us safe, both nationally and internationally, that there will be an efficient stream, as the Auditor General says, and this will be more effective and efficient to the safety of parliamentarians and to Canadians in general who come to this place.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to rise and contribute to this important debate on a motion put forward by my colleague, the Chief Government Whip. In the wake of the terrorist attacks that began in a parking lot at St. Jean-sur-Richelieu on October 20th, moved to the National War Memorial on October 22nd, and ended only a few minutes later with the dramatic death of a gunman at the hands of the RCMP, Parliamentary Security Forces, and the then Sergeant-at-Arms, I think it's fair to say this motion was inevitable. The harrowing events of those days, which we all remember, brought a number of things to the attention of all parliamentarians. First, it showed us the courage, professionalism, and capacity of the RCMP detachment on the Hill, the bravery of the House of Commons and Senate Security Services and the former Sergeant-at-Arms, as well as the professionalism and rapid response of the Ottawa Police Service. We all recognize the great job that they all did that day and are eternally grateful for their willingness to stand on guard for us every day here at the heart of our democracy. On October 22nd, their years of training paid off. They advanced in the face of fire, and the situation was brought to a safe conclusion. But October 22nd also brought into sharp relief some real concerning facts about security here on Parliament Hill. For example, on October 22nd, there were 4 different jurisdictional police/security services: House of Commons, Senate, RCMP, and Ottawa Police Service. The possibility for wires to get crossed with this many points of accountability is high, and when dealing with the security of elected legislators of our nation, the hundreds who support us, and with the thousands of citizens and visitors who come here to watch us work, those risks are clearly things that we cannot continue. I think many Canadians would be rightly concerned about the fact that there are so many different jurisdictional security services with responsibilities for various parts of the Hill. Bureaucratic silos are an impediment to security and integration and overall preparedness. 9/11 showed the world that fact. On that terrible day, thousands of people died, including 24 Canadians, and our appreciation of the world of security and risk changed forever. October was a far less catastrophic wake-up call than 9/11, but it was a wake-up call that we cannot ignore. In the aftermath of 9/11 and all the investigation and introspection, it became clear that all the evidence was there to take preemptive action, but no one put it together. And no one put it together because the various agencies weren't sharing information the way that they should. We cannot let that same type of silo mentality compromise the safety of Canadians, of Canada, our visitors, and our institutions. Although not directly related to this motion, Bill C-51 will go a long way to breaking down the silos that exist between the various agencies making up the security system of Canada. The passage and implementation of that bill is essential to giving us the tools we need to plan and implement common sense and effective security measures in the parliamentary precinct. It is imperative that security within the parliamentary precinct be integrated and enhanced. This leads to motion 14, which we are debating today. Mr. Speaker, motion 14 calls on the Speakers of the House of Commons and the Senate to invite the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to lead operational security throughout the parliamentary precinct and the grounds of Parliament Hill, and this part's important, Mr. Speaker, while respecting the privileges, immunities, and powers of the respective houses and ensuring the continued employment of our existing and respected parliamentary security staff. And Mr. Speaker, when we say respecting the privileges, immunities, and powers of the respective houses, that means you, Mr. Speaker. It means your colleague down the hall in the Senate. You have the authority. And the RCMP will not be reporting to government. They'll be reporting to the House of Commons and to the Senate through you, Mr. Speaker, and through your counterpart. This motion advances the recent efforts by the House and Senate to integrate their forces, but it does not replace that. It's the next step. In the face of a rapidly changing and evolving threat environment, we need to ensure that these efforts continue to be carried out effectively and efficiently in the face of evolving threats. Mr. Speaker, let me talk about those threats for a moment. CSIS tells us that they're keeping track of somewhere around 140 people of interest. So you can be pretty certain that the actual number we should be concerned about is much higher. That goes back to the need for Bill C-51 and the sharing of security information. Mr. Speaker, ISIS is actively recruiting Canada and many other countries around the world. Some of that recruiting is very targeted towards individuals or vulnerable communities, and some of it is more general, seeding destructive terrorist thoughts into regrettably receptive minds that may also be suffering from mental illness. Some say the acts in October were not terrorism, but merely related to mental illness. Well, Mr. Speaker, who of sound mind would carry out those kind of events anyway? Mr. Speaker, I suggest that this would be a misunderstanding of terrorism and the things that make terrorism work. I'm pretty sure the two killers of our soldiers in October were not members of ISIS per se, but they were certainly influenced by the fundamentalist ideology that ISIS spews. Without knowing who they are individually, these are the kinds of people that ISIS counts on to be random hand grenades spread around the world, just waiting for their pins to be pulled. They don't know when they're going to go off, they just know that they are. This integrated approach being proposed is essential, and it is in line with the recommendations from the 2012 Auditor General's report that recommended unifying security forces on the Hill, quote, under a single point of command, making it possible to respond to situations more effectively and more efficiently. One chain of command, one point of accountability. Of course, access to Parliament Hill must remain for Canadians and visitors, but it must be balanced with very real security concerns. Countries like the United Kingdom and Australia have similar approaches to security, and their experiences have shown that security forces can be integrated while still respecting the privileges of all parliamentarians. This plan will do nothing to alter or negatively impact the existing immunities and parliamentary privileges of senators and members of Parliament, including the right of members to come and go unimpeded. That does mean, however, that we as parliamentarians might get asked from time to show ID to security personnel, for example. That does not restrict access, it just confirms identification. I know, Mr. Speaker, that it is the job of our security forces to recognize us, and they do a very, very good job of that. On my first encounter with security personnel on entering Centre Block into the Peace Tower as an MP in 2006, I was greeted by name and welcomed to Ottawa. I was impressed then, and have been impressed ever since. That does not mean that, from time to time, a member of that security force may not recognize someone and may ask for identification, which every one of us should have available all the time. That is just plain common sense, Mr. Speaker. This does not constitute a breach of privilege, as was recently alleged, and it is not a reason for any member to spring into self-righteous indignation. All parliamentarians must face the reality that our security environment here in this place has changed, and we must adapt to it. That does not mean casting aside our ease of access, but it does mean being prepared to get asked for ID from time to time, even if you are a parliamentarian. That is just plain smart security. When it comes to integrating parliamentary security, the RCMP are clearly the best equipped to provide operational leadership in terms of command, control, and coordination to lead security on Parliament Hill. It doesn't mean they do it all, but it means they lead it. They have a national presence with access to rapid response training, security assessments, and intelligence that is essential to meet today's evolving threats. They have the experience and the tools to effectively implement and manage a complex security system. They've been doing that for a long time, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, these new security measures will have oversight from parliamentary authority, contrary to what is being suggested by the opposition. And again, Mr. Speaker, this comes through you and it comes through your counterpart down the hall. One force in the Parliament and another force outside it simply does not make sense. We must support full integration throughout the entire parliamentary precinct under the operational leadership of the RCMP. To those who claim this is in some way a demotion of existing House of Commons security personnel, let me address that very clearly. It is not, Mr. Speaker. The existing parliamentary security personnel are valued and respected, as they should be. Their continued employment will be consistent with all existing collective bargaining agreements, to the question from my honourable colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands. Those who suggest otherwise are simply trying to play politics at a time when our focus should be on every part of our security apparatus working together to get the job done. This is a measure that is long overdue, after another tragic wake-up call of the kind that our allies have also experienced around the world, most recently in Australia, France, and Denmark. To honour the memories of Corporal Cirillo, Warrant Officer Vincent, and the security service personnel who put their lives on the line that day and every day, we must take action to improve our security on Parliament Hill. To do otherwise would be sticking our heads in the sand and would not be appropriate for a serious G7 country. This change to security on Parliament Hill is overdue and will balance liberty and security at our national legislatures. We owe that to the people who count on us. It is just plain common sense. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Liselette Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague his opinion concerning comments made by his Conservative colleague who spoke earlier, who made an argument that is very weak, very troubling, who said that it's maybe not the RCMP that should manage security here. When one of my colleagues brought that up, the colleague suggested that this was a terrible affront to the RCMP. That's ridiculous. Why, in the United States, parliamentarians have decided that security in their buildings should be independent, and yet the Americans have state police. They have the FBI. They have all kinds of national security structures that are very high-performing. So does that mean that the Americans look down on their national forces because they took that decision? Is that what the Conservatives are trying to tell us? Because their argument is so absurd.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sorry I do have to laugh at that question a little bit. I mean, I respect the question and the questioner, but to suggest that somehow because we are supporting the RCMP because of their experience and their long history and their capability and their connections and their tools and their equipment that they have that clearly makes them the best single body in this country to coordinate, doesn't mean they do it all, I say again, but to coordinate effective security here is somehow demeaning security forces in another country. I mean, that's just, sorry, Mr. Speaker, that's just plain silly. And that too. And Mr. Speaker, there's no connection there at all. So I really would appreciate a more relevant question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member, the honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my learned colleague and Air Force caucus mate for his very good discussion of the challenges we've faced in the modern world when it comes to security. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I'm shocked when sometimes people in this House will hearken back to the early days of parliamentary democracy and early reigns of kings, when most of the people reflected in this House today would not have been part of that parliamentary democracy, Mr. Speaker, because they would not have been permitted to sit in this place nor even permitted to vote. So certainly our parliamentary democracy has evolved with time. And this is an evolution that should be part of it, Mr. Speaker, because we can walk into the Hall of Honor and see firsthand the marks that we must learn from in terms of preserving this special place for Canadians of today and in the future. So for my friend, speaking of his time with the Canadian Forces, I'd like him to speak on how the after-action report approach to learning from incidents like this has been taken into account with this case, where we've seen that multiple lines of communication and multiple lines of authority, Mr. Speaker, can actually lead to slower response, a less complete picture of risks to the persons on this Hill, but more importantly, to our parliamentary democracy at large. So could he speak particularly to how a single reporting line and single oversight will allow and actually empower the Guards of the Hill that we're so thankful for, Mr. Speaker?
For Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, A, for the great job he's doing in that new portfolio, and B, for the question. And yes, it is a very relevant question. I mean, his background and mine have been in the military environment. Other colleagues have been in the police environment, where it is extremely important that people know who is coordinating, who is in charge. It doesn't mean that person or that office is doing all the jobs, but it means there's one point of command. And personally, I would relate to being the wing operations officer at 4 Wing Cold Lake, and it was a large operation with many different facets, and the command post ran the operation, and I ran the command post. There were people out there doing all the different jobs: military police, the flying operation, the security operation, the supply operation, the armament operation. All those operations were running out there by people that we trusted because they knew what they were doing. Just like the RCMP trusts the security forces inside the House of Commons and the Senate to know what they're doing. But there had to be somebody at the point of authority to say, okay, take all those reports in, collate it, say, great, that's going well, oops, we need some help over here. Need somebody there to coordinate that and to control that and to command that. And that's what this is about, Mr. Speaker, is hard-earned experience from decades and decades and decades of military operations, which, let's face it, in many ways, that's what we're talking about here, is a military, paramilitary operation where, especially when you're using force, where you're using force of arms at times, you better have control over that, and you better know what's going on, and there better be one body in charge of coordinating that, reporting to somebody who has authority over them, just like the base commander, wing commander, had authority over me in Cold Lake. You know, you're the base commander, and I'm the wing opso. The RCMP is your wing opso. Trust them to do the job. They're the ones equipped to do it. They've got the experience, the training, the capacity, the tools. Let them get on with it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, last week I sent a letter to the Minister responsible for Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, and I'd like to read that so it would be in the record. I also sent it to the Chief Government Whip, the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Official Opposition, the Leader of my party, and to every parliamentarian that is in this House and in the Upper House as well. And I'm quoting the letter now. Dear Minister, I am writing to express concern regarding the motion introduced by your government to give the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, responsibility for all security on Parliament Hill, both on the grounds and throughout the parliamentary precinct. First, I support the principle of fully integrated security on Parliament Hill and believe the employees currently responsible for parliamentary security should keep their jobs. They are very competent and no one is questioning their professionalism. However, I believe we must respect the primacy of Parliament, parliamentary privilege, and the separation of powers. Parliamentary privilege is one of the ways of ensuring respect for the fundamental constitutional separation of powers. This privilege protects Parliament from interference. A security force accountable to the government rather than to Parliament could be perceived as outside interference. Given the limited time allotted for consideration of Government Business Number 14, I wish to make a recommendation. It is essential that the RCMP, the operational lead for the proposed integrated force, ultimately report to Parliament through the Speakers of the two Houses, not to the Government. I therefore urge you to amend your motion to specifically stipulate that the RCMP commander responsible for security on Parliament Hill would report to parliamentary authorities. Furthermore, I urge you to consult the April 1, 2012 Memorandum of Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of British Columbia regarding provincial police services. Specifically, Article 7 stipulates that the commanding officer of the RCMP will act under the direction of the provincial minister in aiding the administration of justice in the province and in carrying into effect the laws enforced therein." End of quote. Therefore, a model already exists in our country that could be applied to the Canadian Parliament, a constitutional institution. That type of arrangement could very easily be expressly included in your motion and in any future service agreement. Article 7 of the 2012 Province of British Columbia Provincial Service Agreement is attached here too. I also draw your attention to another example in the United Kingdom. The London Metropolitan Police Service provides security services to the UK Parliament under a service agreement. The unit responsible works with the Director of Parliamentary Security, who is an employee of the Houses of Parliament and is responsible for making recommendations to the Joint Committee on Security, made up of members of the House of Commons and the House of Lords. In my opinion, the vast majority of Canadians would approve of an arrangement whereby the RCMP is under contract to the House of Commons and the Senate to provide fully integrated security services and reports to parliamentary authorities. It is a model that allows both to respect the separation of powers and the primacy of Parliament and to ensure its safety through the RCMP. I therefore urge you to amend your motion to specifically state the RCMP security services on Parliament Hill would be governed by a service agreement between the RCMP and Parliament of Canada, pursuant to which the RCMP will ultimately report to the Speaker of the House of Commons and the Speaker of the Senate. Sincerely, myself. Copies, as I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister, the Chief Government Whip, the Leader of the Official Opposition, the Leader of my party, and all other parliamentarians. Why did I send that letter, Mr. Speaker? It is because I am somewhat preoccupied. Somewhat preoccupied by that the motion before us today, the motion 14, could be interpreted different ways. I'm not the only one that believes that. I've heard the leader of the Green Party mention that, others. Because it's not clear that it would stipulate that the RCMP, should it be the agency responsible for the integrated security of the Hill, of Parliament, be doing that under a service agreement by which it would be stipulated that they do report to the parliamentary authorities. And I think that's very important, Mr. Speaker, that we have that. I'm a little concerned also that the Speaker, after the events of October 22nd, did inform this House that he would ask for a full review of security matters and how we should better integrate the security of parliamentarians, of our staff, and of the visitors. We haven't seen that report yet, Mr. Speaker. I know there was a committee appointed to look into that, but somehow things got a little expedited, and we haven't seen that report either. Chief Government Whip advised the whips of the other parties, I gather, Wednesday of the last week we were sitting, but in the afternoon or evening after the caucus meetings, and then proceeded to have a debate on the Friday, which is a very short day, so not many members could address this matter. And I personally was surprised that it was been done that fast. And then, of course, we're even more surprised that we're here today, and it's got to be ending today. That means we've not had a chance to have our respective caucuses discuss this matter among ourselves. And I think that would have been a very useful exercise, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem that it's going to happen. That's why I considered this matter. I did some research and proposed to the government that they consider amending their motion, because the House procedures make it difficult, impossible for someone to propose an amendment to the motion once another amendment has been proposed. I can only propose, and I will later, in my address, propose a sub-amendment. But I have then to address the amendments that have been proposed, not the motion of the government. That is why I wrote to the government, Mr. Speaker, hoping that the government would consider, because I think the government had nothing to lose from considering to amend their own motion to make it clear, that that was the intent, not to have the RCMP do the security of the Hill and report to the government, but report to the House, and make it clear through a contractual agreement, as we've done in other provinces, as our Mother of Parliaments has done in England. And that would have made things much more clearer and less subject to any interpretation, Mr. Speaker, or anyone wishing to challenge it, and perhaps would have helped our Speaker and the Speaker of the Senate to make sure that indeed that's what happens, as opposed to perhaps being caught between other wishes and desires and pressures. So it hasn't happened, and I'm very sorry for that, Mr. Speaker. I think, I'm going to read parts of a text that's been printed in the National Newswatch, written by a lady by the name of Anne Dance. And this lady is a history postdoctoral fellow at Memorial, and she first began researching security and public space as part of the 2008-2009 non-partisan parliamentary internship program, Mr. Speaker. And this was published last week. And I'm not going to read it all, but I'd like to quote some parts of it. For instance, and I'm quoting, "Some do not seem to understand what parliamentary privilege actually is, or why it demands a fierce defense. Once called parliamentary democracy's beating heart by House Clerk Audrey O'Brien, privilege is a set of rules developed to protect legislatures from interventionary or violent, that's not our case, but or violent governments, i.e. the executive. In Canada, this is the Prime Minister and the Cabinet. Privilege prioritizes the work of parliamentarians. Without privilege, there is no guarantee that MPs and senators will be able to control and manage Parliament, reach important votes, or carry out their jobs. And as emerging democracies well know, parliamentary privilege does not spring fully formed from a rule book or constitution. Frighteningly easy to subvert or destroy in the name of patriotism or expediency, it must be carefully cultivated and protected." Another paragraph, "Parliamentary privilege is the hard-won legacy of centuries of struggle by democratic reformers, both at home and abroad. It would be a shame for MPs and senators to let it crumble without a fight." I invite colleagues to read the rest of our article, Mr. Speaker, because I'm not here on a partisan basis. I'm here out of respect for Parliament and its duties and its powers and the separation of powers of our government. We have three branches of government. We never interfere, or should never interfere, with the judiciary. And I know that in the past, unfortunately, some ministers did, and they had to resign from their jobs, Mr. Speaker, because we respect the separation of powers between the judiciary and the legislative. The respect of the division of powers between the legislative and the executive must also be respected. So unless it is specified in the motion that the government has put before us that the RCMP would be reporting to the parliamentary authorities and not to the government, it can be perceived, therefore, as a way of undermining parliamentary privilege, parliamentary's authority, and the separation of powers. And that, Mr. Speaker, should be something none of us consider. And that is why I've brought it. And Mr. Speaker, when I wrote this letter to all, the first response I got was from a friend of mine who happens to be in the Senate and who happened to be the gentleman heading up the committee, Senator Vern White. And he said, "Excellent letter," quoting my name, which I'm not supposed to say in the House, but "excellent letter, I agree fully." And that's the letter I just read. So I want my colleagues to know that this is shared, this preoccupation is not just shared by members of the third party or members of the official opposition. I've even had discussions with some of my colleagues on the government side, and it is shared by many of us in this room, Mr. Speaker, and of course, as I mentioned, in the upper house. And I think it would have been a wise thing for the government to introduce such an amendment, Mr. Speaker, because I cannot introduce an amendment to the motion of the government. I can only provide a sub-amendment, and I will do that, which may alter which will alter the amendment proposed by the official opposition. Mr. Speaker, that's the nature of our parliamentary procedure. So I wish I could have presented a substitute amendment or a substitute motion, but it can't be done. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I will move an amendment, and I'm told that I will move an amendment, and it reads as follows: that the amendment be amended by adding after the words "fully integrate" the words "by way of a contractual agreement with the House of Commons and the Senate," and by deleting the words "while respecting" and substituting the following: "and through which an integrated security body would report to the speakers of the two houses so as to respect the division of powers between the executive and the legislative and the legislature, parliamentary supremacy, and continuation of the rest of the amendment." Je vais la lire en français aussi pour...
I will read it in French as well, so that my Francophone colleagues be able to understand that the amendment be amended after the word "fully integrated" with the following words: "through a contracted agreement with the House of Commons and the Senate," and by deleting the words "while respecting" with the following words: "and through which an integrated organization responsible for security would report to the speakers of the two houses in a way that respects the separation of powers between the executive and the legislative branch, the supremacy of Parliament," and then the amendment would continue. This is moved by myself, Mr. Speaker, and seconded by my colleague from Winnipeg North. My colleague from Mount Royal would have been quite happy to second it as well, but he had to leave for a briefing on another bill. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what will happen with my amendment, but I think that it's important that the House of Commons be seized with the necessity that the government's proposal clearly and specifically reflect, and again, I believe that this is perhaps the will of the government, but this hasn't been written in the resolution, and that's the problem, Mr. Speaker. It must be specified. Members must know that after they have moved a motion, they cannot speak further on that motion.
It's moved by the member for Ottawa-Vanier, seconded by the member for Winnipeg North, that the amendment be amended, A, by adding after the words "fully integrate" the words "by way of a contractual agreement within the House of Commons and the Senate." Et B, par substitution des mots tout en respectant des mots et à travers desquels un organisme
that an organization responsible for the security forces report to both houses in a way that respects the separation of powers between the legislative and executive branches.
The motion is in order as a sub-amendment to the other amendment by the official opposition. Resuming debate. Question et commentaire. Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The Honourable Government House Whip.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to make some comments in respect to the member from Ottawa-Vanier's speech. He did talk about a letter that, or a response to his letter that was written by Senator White. And I could have written that response. The member's letter that I received a copy of was a good letter. And my comment to my own people was, excuse me, but this is absolutely consistent with the motion. Our motion empowers the speakers to coordinate the development of an agreement such as the examples that have just been given by the member. He talked about the example in British Columbia. He talked about the UK model. This is exactly what is contemplated. This is exactly what will flow from the motion. So my actual question for the member is, why will you not accept yes for an answer? Because this is a superfluous amendment, sub-amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Député d'Ottawa-Vanier.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if it had been included specifically, and because it is not, there's no reference in the motion, the original motion, that the RCMP would be reporting to the parliamentary authorities. They say respect this and that. They don't mention division of powers. There's no mention of that in the motion, and there's no mention of a contractual agreement that would include a reporting to mechanism to the parliamentary authority. If it were in the motion, I wouldn't be doing what I've done, Mr. Speaker. But because it was not in the motion, and I'll give you a very slight example, a very modest example, why I believe it's important. 4 times, the last time was yesterday, 4 times I've been stopped by RCMP officers at the main entrance point who don't speak French, Mr. Speaker. And that's not acceptable. I've written to the Speaker, but I've never got a response because the Speaker has no authority, it seems. Or if he does, he hasn't exercised it, because there's no contractual agreement. And there has to be a contractual agreement so that we respect the certain things, including the official languages of our country. But more than that, the supremacy of Parliament, the division of powers, and if it were mentioned in the motion, I'd have no difficulties. But it is not mentioned in the motion, and that's why I think it should be, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to extend my thanks as well to the honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. It's very clear that this motion before us is so vague as to leave substantial grounds for the concerns that I share with the member for Ottawa-Vanier and that the official opposition shares. There should be no objection on the part of government members if indeed this is a question of accepting that we already have a yes for an answer, then accept the member for Ottawa-Vanier's amendment and let the motion be clear. What we have before us is clearly, and I will say it, I'm sorry that government members don't agree, but I'll ask my honourable colleague from Ottawa-Vanier if he does, that this amounts to a demotion of our House of Commons security team. It amounts to a very rapid decision to change the way this Parliament functions, and we have not had any adequate opportunity to see the evidence, to hear from experts, and to contemplate the best way forward. We all agree we need a unified, single security force which is well integrated and can communicate clearly one with the other. But this motion is unacceptable.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Mr. Speaker, I also agree that a unitary form, a security force would be the way to go, and that we must respect our current employees, both in the House and the Senate, who have protected us, and our visitors and our staff. And if the Speaker, if the government whip saying that that's what they do, then I'll be happy with that. But it's not in the motion, so we're asked here, Mr. Speaker, to vote on something that is not included in the motion. And that causes some concern. And I'm not the only one that's caused concern. We've read about it. The members in this House, the official opposition. I've had discussions with some members on the government side. It would be so simple by clarifying it, by saying the RCMP must report to parliamentary authorities through a collective agreement or through a contractual agreement. It's not said. It's not in the motion. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what will happen tonight in terms of the votes, but I will engage beyond tonight, if this is not included, with our Speaker, because I think he will need our support to make sure that that is indeed what happens. It would have been very simple, very clear, if it were included in the motion. That's why I wrote to the government, so to see if they would be willing to put it in. I've not had that, so I'm going to try this way tonight and see what happens, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't think one can really put one's trust in this government when it comes to keeping one's promises. We saw this last week when there was a vote against the motion. And we can't really trust their judgment either. There were people on strike. I hear that has been resolved, but there were people on strike because they were afraid of rail accidents occurring because of fatigue. And this government was willing to make them go back to work, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was concerned when the tragic events occurred here, and the people who protected us were our security forces. And now the responsibility for our safety is going to be given to those who actually let this person run across the lawns in the first place. So I don't know how one can explain this, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. I don't know if that was a question for me, Mr. Speaker, but, you know, Mr. Speaker, I have the utmost respect for our security forces in the House and in the Senate, been here for a good 20 years, and I also have confidence in the RCMP, Mr. Speaker. The only reason I brought forward this motion, and the only reason I sent my letter to the government, is to make sure that within this precinct, via a contractual agreement, as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that the right of parliamentarians is respected. And if that is the intent of the government, as the whip has said, then why isn't it being included in the motion that has been brought forward? That's what I'm attempting to correct.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, I must applaud my colleague from Ottawa, Vanier, for taking the initiative to put on the record through writing a letter just to get a confirmation of an idea that he is advancing. And then after presenting his speech, where we had the government respond by saying that they're in concurrence with what's being said inside the letter. I'm an optimist. I'm not too sure if this amendment will ultimately pass. I would like to see it pass. But if it does not pass, the Speaker and others will in fact have a copy of a very important letter that often can be made reference to, because it appears as if the government, and I'd be interested in his take on this particular issue, that the government seems to be endorsing through the government House leadership the letter that the member has actually written. And I'm wondering if he wants to maybe provide some comment on that aspect of the fact we now have a formal letter in which the member has written, in which the government seems to be endorsing, if in fact there is some merit to that, just in case his sub-amendment does not pass.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier, you have a little bit less than a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would have been better if I'd received a written response. I haven't. So I've had discussions with some members of the government and some members of the governing party today. And there is I think they would not disagree with this way of going about. That is, that the RCMP do it within a contractual agreement that specifies that they must report to the parliamentary authorities, with the respect, of course, for our current staff. And I hope that would be the case. But it would have been so much better, Mr. Speaker, if we were asked tonight to vote on this in a rather precipitated manner, because we haven't had a chance to discuss it in caucus or see the report that the Speaker has engaged to get and share with us. We're now asked to vote without all of that. Then I would have wanted to see a resolution that included these things, and it doesn't, and that's why I'm proposing that it does, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to speak on this topic tonight. The House of Commons Security Services preserves a delicate balance between parliamentarians and the functions of Parliament, and respecting the right of Canadians to have access to the precinct and their legislators. The development and implementation of a long-term plan is an important opportunity to address requirements for efficiency and effective security, in particular, a parliamentary precinct with a clear physical boundary. The plan must allow for a layered access control and a solid infrastructure for security systems that lays the groundwork for current and future requirements. Mr. Speaker, the quote that I just spoke from is directly from the explanation of the Parliament security from the government website. I start my speech from it because of the last nine words. The laying of the groundwork for current and future requirements. And Mr. Speaker, before I go any further, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Don Valley West. Security for this place dates back to the 1860s. The site itself was chosen because of its natural topography along the east, north, and west perimeters. The wrought iron gates that are found on the south of the precinct and still stand today were built for security. The large lawn area was in itself a security feature. Inside the buildings, there is a layered approach with lobbies and vestibules acting as buffer zones between outdoor spaces and the important meeting rooms and offices. Since that time, the need for security in and around government buildings has increased substantially, responding to new challenges in Canada and to events and circumstances around the world. Mr. Speaker, there have been a number of security breaches over the years at this place, and a review is done after each one of them to determine how this place can better enhance security. One of the recommendations throughout the years has been communication protocols to ensure coordination of security efforts among the various jurisdictions. I want to repeat that, Mr. Speaker, because I think that's really important here. Communication protocols to ensure coordination of security efforts around the various jurisdictions. This place is known as the People's Place. It has a high risk of vulnerability, and none was more evident than that on October 22nd, 2014, when a lone gunman was able to enter this place and, in my opinion, show some of the glaring problems that have come place in this place. Because we are in a place that is unwilling to enhance security for the sake of history. Again, quoting from the government website on precinct security, it says the following: the boundary should have a clear physical definition, which can serve as an intrinsic part of security measures. There should be an adequate buffer zone around the buildings and the precincts, and there should be clearly defined and easily accessible zones for the public and the media. Further in the same document, Mr. Speaker, it refers to infrastructure, and it says the following: there should be an adequate technological infrastructure to meet current and future security needs. Again, current and future security needs. The infrastructure should integrate and standardize systems across the precinct, be simple to use and unobstructive to occupants and visitors, provide internal security forces with external viewing capability, and provide communication infrastructure that allows for immediate links with primary response partners. Again, I want to repeat that, Mr. Speaker: immediate links with primary response partners. Again, in my opinion, none of these have been accomplished because we have been in a multi-sided security detail. Mr. Speaker, let me explain why we must, as soon as possible, create a single, overarching security team on which is referred to as the precinct. And we have to remember this, Mr. Speaker, as well. The precinct is just not this building. As everyone knows, it goes from Justice, Kent Street, all the way up to Wellington. It's a significant area. I want to speak a little bit about the RCMP because they've come into this conversation a lot. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP has been a national police force since 1873, when they were created under an Act of Parliament in this place. The RCMP is unique because it encompasses federal, provincial, and municipal policing bodies. It provides total federal policing services to all Canadians and police services under contract to 3 territories, 8 provinces, more than 190 communities, 600 Aboriginal communities, and 3 international airports. RCMP Protective Services is responsible for over 125 embassies and high commissions in the National Capital Region, the protection of 500 resident foreign diplomat missions, across approximately 500 foreign consulates across Canada, the security of approximately 500 visits by foreign dignitaries and international protected persons per year, and responds to approximately 600 demonstrations a year on average. The RCMP has a highly integrated intelligence system, extremely efficient communication system, but most importantly, manpower that can be mobilized very quickly. Creating that efficiency in this precinct is a progression of security. In my opinion, it has nothing to do with picking sides, as the opposition would like to portray it, but rather creating an elite team charged with protecting this place, both inside and out. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, it is not a matter of if, it is a matter of when the next incident occurs here. An integrated unit overseen by one body will be able to communicate much better and react much quicker. And we have to learn from the events that take place here. And October 22nd, 2014 provided us with a very valuable lesson to which we must react to. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, it will provide security to parliamentarians and their staff, and it will provide it with the best equipment, technology, and communication to work as one. And that, as parliamentarians, is what we owe them. Mr. Speaker, I had listened and I wanted to provide some context to where I believe this needs to go. And I believe that it is very clear in the motion that was put forth by this government last week, in the motion that said at the bottom, while respecting the privileges, immunities, and powers of the respective houses and ensuring the continued employment of our existing and respected parliamentary security staff. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe it needs to speak any louder than that itself. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I have a question for him, a very simple question. Now, he made a long description, put forth a long description of the duties undertaken by the RCMP, but the problem with coordination of these security forces could be taken up by the Sergeant-at-Arms. Why doesn't he have confidence in the Sergeant-at-Arms and in having him be responsible for security here in the House?
Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his question. The problem isn't the sergeant of arms. The problem is we have multi-silos of security. We have two in here, one outside, and one beyond the gates. But the main ones are the three, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is that we need one person in charge of all the precinct, both inside and out, to better reflect how security needs to be completed in this day and age. We can't live with history and the past. We've learned from October 22nd. Let's move forward, recognizing how important it is to have security both inside and out, and also recognizing the expertise of those both inside and out.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, prior to the member speaking, my colleague from Ottawa moved a sub-amendment which states it calls upon the Speaker in coordination with his counterpart in the Senate to prepare and execute without delay plans to fully integrate by the way of a contractual agreement with the House of Commons in the Senate. The previous government Speaker, part of the House leadership team on that side, indicated that that's in fact what it is that that they believe also. And my question to the member is, if that is the case, would he not concur that this sub-amendment is in fact worthy of supporting?
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his question. But the fact of the matter is that the motion that was put forth last week is very clear, extremely clear, and it recognizes the importance of this place and how it should move forward. And I believe that the motion put forward by the member opposite does not reflect how the government needs to move forward, and I'm very comfortable with what the government whip had to say.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from BC for his intervention today, as well as his experience as a veteran of the RCMP. You know, I think all of us here recognize the value and the protection that we receive from parliamentary protection services, whether it's the House of Commons or the Senate, and the great training that they have, and the risk that they're always prepared to take to protect us. And I think what this motion speaks to is the need to move forward to a more coordinated role in making sure that we get rid of the silos, that everybody is working together. And I think my colleague has clearly laid out how things differentiate within the House and the Senate, to what happens outside of Centre Block, and to what happens beyond the fence. And so communication, leadership, and coordination is what this motion is all about, to not only enhance protection to us up here, because the risk factors are changing. We realize that now. And as my colleague said, and it's just a matter of time before we get the next attack. And so how can we better coordinate it? I know that we've already seen some major changes take place, and more security officers being trained in handgun use, and making sure that we receive not only the protection for us as parliamentarians, but protection for all those Canadians and foreigners that come to visit us here on Parliament Hill.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia. Quick answer. We're out of time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his question there. And he hit the nail on the head, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is that if we can provide the security detail in this place with the best equipment, the best technology, and the best communication so that they can work as one, we will find this to be a very well-oiled machine. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Don Valley West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm delighted to have the opportunity to participate in this important debate tonight. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to many of those on both sides of the aisle debating this issue, and it's an issue that obviously is a very emotional one for all of us who are here on October 22nd, and one that is one that we want to get right. And so I think that this debate is important, and my only caution to those in speaking to this, Mr. Speaker, is that they not inflame or create an environment from which they can't come back. And so I believe that it is the government's responsibility, and the government has a significant duty, Mr. Speaker, in the face of emerging global threats, a duty to protect our parliamentary precinct, which the previous speaker spoke so well about the extent of this precinct, how large it is, and the importance of getting it right the first time, to protect visitors, families, school children, classes, all those who come to this place who are intent on seeing history, seeing this place for what it is, what a remarkable landmark it is in this country, and it's one that we have a duty to protect. The parliamentary staff, Mr. Speaker, our job is to ensure that we have the right security environment to protect parliamentary staff and elected officials. Parliament Hill is a key symbol of Canadian democracy, and failure to protect it absolutely demonstrates failure to uphold the values upon which it was built. The people of this great country have put their faith in our commitment to serve and to protect the public interest. And, Mr. Speaker, that's every one of us in this House, in this place. The public interest, Mr. Speaker, demands a unified parliamentary security system that allows for one chain of command, and one point of accountability. Bureaucratic barriers or silos are an impediment to meet today's evolving threats. This is why we must ensure that we have an effective and efficient integrated security force. The threat of terror is a daunting reality in today's world. We witnessed this firsthand in this very building on October 22nd. The attack on Corporal Nathan Cirillo at the National War Memorial, and then the attack on Parliament Hill, was a reminder of the reality encompassing terrorism and its grave consequences. The recent events at Charlie Hebdo headquarters in Paris only reaffirmed these sentiments, sparking pro-democracy demonstrations worldwide. Just this past weekend, similar shootings took place in Denmark during a freedom of speech debate, and other callous and horrific acts of terrorism are occurring around the world as we stand here tonight. On October 22nd, Mr. Speaker, there were 4 different groups of police and security services in and surrounding this very precinct. The House of Commons Security Services, the Senate Protective Service, the RCMP, and the Ottawa City Police. The Auditor General's report of 2012 indicated the need for a more integrated parliamentary security system that clearly defined the roles and responsibilities of our security staff. While we believe that the unification of the House of Commons and Senate Security Services is a good first step, a fully integrated security force is the best step at this time. It is significant to note that the report particularly identified that, quote, it is necessary to balance the desired level of access with sufficient security to ensure that risks are mitigated, end of quote. This motion today calls upon the speakers of the House of Commons and the Senate to invite the RCMP to take operational lead on integrating parliamentary security. The RCMP has a national presence that has access to rapid response training, security assessments, and intelligence that are essential at this time. I am confident that the speakers will fulfill their roles and ensure that existing immunities and essential parliamentary privileges are maintained. Specific to the motion, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to read that one paragraph that I feel captures the concerns of all members of this House. That the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to lead operational security throughout the parliamentary precinct and the grounds of Parliament Hill, while respecting the privileges, immunities, and powers of the respective houses, and ensuring the continued employment of our existing and respected parliamentary security staff. Other countries, including strong allies such as the United Kingdom and Australia, have already pursued integrated security models in their own parliaments, confirming the essential nature of this initiative. Given the urgency of the matter, it is the government's objective to advance the transition in partnership with all security partners as soon as feasibly possible. I understand that a transition committee coordinated by the Speaker of the House of Commons and the Senate will work with senior officials on a clear transition path. Our parliamentary security force is a pillar of Parliament Hill. The courageous efforts of its individual members on October 22nd will forever be admired and respected. We all owe them our sincere thanks. The Sergeant-at-Arms and all those we recognize in this chamber not too many weeks ago is a clear reminder of how we as members of this House, the great respect we feel for those members of that security staff on all quadrants. Today's debate, though, has seen members of the opposition point fingers and blame, something that concerns me greatly, Mr. Speaker. Casting fault, planting seeds of dissension, discord, and division, Mr. Speaker, is not the way we're going to bring a solution that is productive and going to work for this House. That approach, in my mind, is shameful and reprehensible, and we cannot allow that to occur in this debate. All decisions taken will ensure continued employment for current security staff and will be consistent with existing collective agreements. This will be managed with full transparency. Integrating parliamentary security is essentially meant to help our security team work together through focusing on a centralized plan. Mr. Speaker, the threat of terror is frightfully tangible and should not be underestimated. The truth is, we cannot allow October 22nd to repeat itself. We've heard tonight and from others throughout the day that this was a first attack and there will be more, and we must be prepared. We simply cannot be ill-prepared for another such occurrence as we experienced on October 22nd. We owe it to Canadians and we owe it to visitors to do what is necessary to ensure that Parliament Hill, a key symbol of Canadian democracy, is kept safe and secure for them to visit and to work in this environment. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the questions and I thank you for the opportunity to participate in tonight's debate.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. In his report, the Auditor General said that the next step would be to bring together security services on Parliament Hill under a single command, which would make it more effective and efficient. But nowhere did the Auditor General indicate that it should be placed in the hands of anyone other than the Sergeant-at-Arms or under the House of Commons authority. In paragraph 67 of his report, he says, "We have noted that security services and the House of Commons have put in place control mechanisms based on acknowledged and recognized security services and etc." So the Auditor General has already proven that basically the Sergeant-at-Arms and his staff was already up to par. So why place this responsibility in the hands of the RCMP?
Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague opposite. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General's report clearly identified the need to bring unification and streamlining, to remove silos, to remove division, to bring together all the different policing entities that are involved in this place and throughout this precinct. But it's also notable that there has to be one key to leadership, and that key, I believe, is clearly enunciated in the motion today, where the RCMP has identified as the ideal solution to creating the leadership necessary to work together and coordinate these efforts under one organizational level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no doubt that leadership is necessary, and like the member across the way, I am not a security expert. I look to to receive the best advice that we can, and we have been provided some very solid, tangible advice, and I believe as a whole we're moving in that direction. In fact, I'm going to be voting in favor of the government's motion. The concern that I have is that there's an issue of clarity, and my colleague from Ottawa, for example, is providing some more clarity. So I don't see that as a ganging up saying that the motion is something that's not worthy of supporting per se, but maybe there is a way in which we can enhance the motion. For example, the motion says respecting the privileges and immunities and powers of the respective houses, and it talks about the continued employment of our existing and respected parliamentary staff. These are things in which, yes, we support, but does the member not recognize that there is ways in which we can maybe make the issue a little bit more clear by, for example, accepting the motion as presented by the member from Ottawa, just for clarity purposes?
Member for Don Valley West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague opposite. I'm delighted to hear that he's going to be supporting the motion, because I think it's important. In fact, I think it's important that the entire House uniformly support this motion unanimously and bring this about as quickly as possible. Just as a point of interest, though, I've heard the Sergeant-at-Arms name brought up multiple times, and clearly the Sergeant-at-Arms of the day, Kevin Vickers, is a hero to most of us, and likely all of us in this chamber. His heroics of that day were an example to all of us of what a remarkable individual he was in leading his team and his organization. But I do believe that the way that the speakers have arrived at this particular motion that states, again, not to belabor it, Mr. Speaker, but while respecting the privileges, immunities, and powers of the respective houses, and then goes on to talk about the parliamentary security staff and their tenure, etc., being respected. This House respects and does hold in great esteem all the security forces that protected us on October 22nd. I have no doubt about that. I don't think there's anybody in this place that would contest that. But I think that we have to have leadership, and I think that the leadership as provided in this motion meets that objective. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to this bill. I'm very proud to debate this motion and to bring the point of view of my constituents to this debate. And there's a real problem with the government's motion. On this side of the House, we have a very hard time with the fact that a motion that is going to have such a huge effect on parliamentary security, that it come from the Prime Minister's office. The role of this place is not to accept government bills necessarily. The role is to provide oversight and to study bills. Again, we provide oversight. The role of the parliamentarian is to consider government bills. And here, this isn't even a bill, this is a motion that hasn't been moved by an individual member of, it hasn't been proposed by a member of Parliament. It hasn't come from the Board of Internal Economy. It hasn't come from the committee which is studying parliamentary security, which is still studying parliamentary security to this day. And to the best of my knowledge, that committee did not create the motion we have before us. This motion came directly from the Prime Minister's office. We've even heard members from across the way, from the Conservative Party, say things like, the government must move forward on this.
The government must move forward on this? I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but the government doesn't have a say in this. The government should be listening to parliamentarians. It's the complete polar opposite of what needs to be happening in this place. We've seen it over and over again, that there are a number of MPs in this House that consider their role. Merci. Juste en passant, je vais partager mon temps avec.
And I will be sharing my time with the member.
We've seen it time
from my party.
A number of MPs in this place consider their roles to be cheerleaders for the government. That isn't the role of Parliament. The role of Parliament is for MPs to represent their constituents and bring their concerns forward on issues that are brought forward by the government. We have a democracy in Canada which is different than American democracy. It's different than many other democracies, but parliamentary democracy is essentially one where we have government that actually sits in this House at the same time as parliamentarians. But I want to make it clear, if you're not a minister, you're not in government. Your role is to make sure that you understand that is to defend this place, defend its obligations, and to defend the interests of your constituents. In this case, I don't think that this motion respects that. The motion, in the case of all the members, all the people who brought forward motions or amendments to the motion, they all agree on one thing. We need a fully integrated security system in this Parliament. Nobody has said different. I keep hearing from the government side that the members who consider themselves in government seem to think that we live in a number of silos and that this motion fixes that. Everybody in this House, as far as I can see, agrees that we should have this integrated security system. The Board of Internal Economy is actually investigating this matter. At the moment, the Speaker has been investigating this matter, and we keep referring back to the Auditor General, which is actually in the motion that was proposed by the government side, that the Auditor General agrees as well that there should be a more integrated security service. No one, except for the Prime Minister's office and those who want to represent that office in this place, are proposing that integration means that it should be under the control of the RCMP, albeit with some deference made to the Speaker's office. We need a system where the Speaker actually is the defender of this place, and not a situation where we have a security service which is, in theory, will have shared responsibilities as far as having to respect authority structures. The RCMP an RCMP officer is not going to be trained to respect the Speaker's office. An RCMP officer is going to be trained to respect his hierarchy, his or her hierarchy. When it comes to this place, it has to be clear that the Speaker's office has complete control. If the RCMP is to be in control of this place, we might end up in a situation like we saw in Ontario under, I believe it was the Harris government at the time, where there were many demonstrations that were held at Queen's Park. Parliamentarians in Ontario decided that it was a mistake to have a private, in this case, provincial police responsible for security in their place of Parliament, and they decided to go quite the opposite way of what this motion brings forward, which is to say that the security measures are going to be the responsibility of the Assembly itself. I think that was a wise decision, and it's one that that example is being forgotten with the motion that we're bringing forward here today. The example in Ontario, which I think a number of people who sit on that side actually experienced firsthand, for some reason they've forgotten that. Now they talk about integration as if it's something that they need. They have some sort of unique and limited understanding of. I don't think that the members in this place want to abdicate their responsibilities. I think that the Prime Minister's office has come down with a motion. Some people keep referring back to the Auditor General's report as if it supports this motion. I'm sorry, I've read that report. I don't see that support anywhere. What I saw was on October 22nd that there were a number of security agents that were employed by this place who did their job admirably to the point of heroism. What we also saw was I think most Canadians saw the videotapes of what happened that day, and I think I think the evidence is clear that the best security was the one that was found in this place. It was not found outside this place. Outside this place, the RCMP actually was responsible for the grounds. I did not see any acts which would have delayed or somehow protected individuals, be it the public or parliamentarians, outside of this place. All I saw, the only acts that I saw that were done in heroic and incredibly responsible fashion were those that were done in this place. So to say that the security, RCMP security, is better trained, better prepared to take care of a crisis situation, I think neglects the recent history that we've experienced. And I think we need to be able to see very clearly that there are many other options that are available that are currently being debated. This motion short-circuits that debate and brings it in line with what the Prime Minister's office wants. Well, if that debate is supposed to happen, I think the parliamentarians should all have an opportunity to be able to speak to it with greater information than we have today. A motion short-circuits the process that a legislation would normally have brought forward. We don't have time to debate this fully. We don't have the facts that we need to be able to look at this properly. It's being rammed down our throats with limiting debate. All of these things are an affront to the parliamentary institution. Again, the role of this place is to have oversight on government bills. It is not simply to look at the text and go, yes, the government makes perfect sense every single time, and let's vote in favor of it. The opposition parties have proposed amendments. I think the amendments make sense. I think that the amendment that the NDP brought forward respects the nature of this place much more greatly than the main motion ever will. The main motion is an affront, Mr. Speaker, and the office of the Speaker is responsible for ensuring the safety of this place. This motion will take some of that power away. I think we need to understand that the RCMP is not answerable directly to this place. The RCMP is answerable to the government. The RCMP is a government institution. It is there to defend the interests of government. Were there to be protests, for instance, on the hill of this place, I would much rather see our security agents taking care of that than I would an agency which is under the control of the Prime Minister's office. We've seen it time and time again. I will remind people of the demonstrations that occurred in Vancouver under the previous Chrétien administration, where some security agents used very extreme measures to control protesters. This place should not be showing an example to those who want to be able to express themselves. They shouldn't be showing an example where their right to express themselves might be curtailed by government order. They need to know that parliamentarians have their back. They need to know that parliamentarians are doing their job. And in order to do their job, they should be voting against this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to support the motion, but with a deal of trepidation. And we all know, as we saw several weeks ago in another Commonwealth Parliament, what happens when executive power and security forces are abused. And so I will be supporting the motion, but with trepidation. So my comments, Mr. Speaker, reflect the views of many members of Parliament on both sides of the aisle who have not had a chance to speak to this motion because of closure. And I hope that the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you and the other speakers of this House, along with the clerks, will take into account my remarks when translating this motion into agreements or into contracts. I support the invocation of the security services on Parliament Hill, but it is really important that we maintain the separation of powers between the executive and legislative branches of government. In other words, it's really important that the RCMP on the Hill report exclusively to both speakers of the Commons and the Senate and not to the Solicitor General of Canada. In other words, the final decision-making authority should rest exclusively in the speakers of both respective chambers and not with the executive branch of government, the Cabinet, or any minister such as the Solicitor General.
The honourable member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine.
The comments by the member, I would certainly encourage him then to vote against the motion if that's how he feels, because I don't see how the main motion is going to reflect what he said at all. He needs to look at this carefully and decide whether he actually can, in all good honesty, support a motion that will not fulfill the concerns that he's raised at this point. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank the member from Gaspésie-La-Madeleine for his speech. I think that it bears mentioning again the desired and necessary independence that is fundamental to the legislative branch of government. You know, Mr. Speaker, in Canada, the executive has a lot of power. Members of the executive branch, government members, are part of the executive, so that's a problem when it comes to accountability. And so it makes sense that the Speaker, as an independent entity, as somebody who is independent from the executive, be able to defend the freedom of circulation and expression of all members of this House, the legislative branch. So I'd like to ask the member from Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine to speak to the importance of legislative independence. The honourable member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. I'd like to thank my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou for his question. I believe he is absolutely right. It is very important to highlight the fact that when we talk about the rights and responsibilities of parliamentarians or parliamentary privilege, it's there for a reason. And that's because if the executive abuses its power, the legislature must be here to counter that. The judiciary can play that role, but after the fact. It's important that these issues be dealt with as soon as possible. And as parliamentarians, we have the right and the duty to propose bills, to make amendments, and to survey the way to oversee the way the executive works. And the problem with the motion before us is that, well, first of all, it comes from the government, and it's clearly an excellent example of the executive branch abusing its power by imposing its solution on the legislative branch. Parliamentarians have an obligation to defend their rights, and that doesn't. The reason for that, why does the legislature exist? Well, the legislative branch exists to control executive power. If not, the executive would act the way it happened in the past. Members of Parliament wouldn't be able to play their role, and the executive would have absolute power. The judiciary system is one way to control executive power, but it's much better to use the legislative branch to control that power.
The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and rising to debate this particular motion and the amendments that have been made to it, where, of course, the NDP is not opposed to the idea of an integrated security force operating on a parliamentary precinct. That, I think, is an idea that most all of us have good feelings about, that we think that this will improve the general security of the place. I think it's more what's happened here to start with, and then when we look at the precise nature of the motion, the details of that. So to start out with, when you have an opportunity for parliamentarians to make the rules for the Parliament, then there should be a process that engages the parliamentarians, not a process that comes from the Prime Minister's office. That's not appropriate for dealing with the rules that govern us as parliamentarians. We all understand that, but the Conservatives seem to be quite willing to go along with this idea that the party of one gets to make the choices in this House of Commons for all of us. So what we have is a motion. We have a motion here which calls on the Speaker to invite without delay. To invite without delay the RCMP. So once this motion is passed, the Speaker's got his orders. He's going to invite without delay, without discussion, the RCMP to lead operational security. That is the essence of what's happening here. Everything else around it is qualifications that may or may not come into play. But that will happen. That is what is going to happen out of this motion. So that's what we're really here for today, when we talk about the privilege of the House and the continued employment of our existing and respected parliamentary security staff. Those are things that can and will be put in, or may be put into place, or they may continue in one way or the other. But what's going to happen is the RCMP is going to take over and lead operational security for this parliamentary precinct. That's what's going to happen. And the actions of October this year, how do we feel about that? This is what's driven the party of one, the Prime Minister, to put forward this motion. Well, we all saw what happened there. We all have our ideas about what went wrong and what went right on that day. And we can look at that and say, did our people in this, our security service within this House, many of them worked for many, many years here, who recognize every single one of us, who know every single one of us, are they not the most important element? Were they not the most important element, Mr. Speaker, in what happened on that day? And I think you can say yes. We saw what happened outside the grounds. Well, we could say there are technical issues outside the grounds. Why don't we have electronic locks on the main doors in this place? Why don't we have secondary barriers on the roads leading up to this place? What are we doing about the potential for people on two-wheeled vehicles to roar up the hill here? Nothing. So we do have some technical issues on the ground that we need to deal with on the grounds around the Parliament. And access to the building. We obviously have problems with access to the building when someone can just simply walk in without anyone stopping them. And so there are issues there that need to be dealt with. But they're not issues that need to change the way Parliament's run, the way parliamentarians take care of themselves. They're technical issues. They're issues that should be worked on by security experts that can put them in place, that can make sure that the procedures that are being followed outside the grounds, inside the House, are adequate for our protection and that respect the nature of the Parliament. We don't need to change the relationship to do that. That doesn't have to happen. My concern about the ground goes back to an incident in September 2011 when the RCMP, in response to the Keystone Pipeline protest, put up massive barricades. They shut down the main stairs leading up the middle of the parliamentary grounds. They positioned people around on the tops of buildings. They had a crowd there of 1,000 people, and they were very concerned about controlling it. Myself, as a member of Parliament, I wanted to access the stairs. So I went to the RCMP and said, I want to stand on the stairs and talk to people there that are in the crowd there. And the RCMP said, no, you can't do that, sir. You can't do that. Well, I was fine. I said, well, on what authority are you doing that? And they said, well, the authority is in the book in the House of Commons, so go get the book. They went and got the book, opened the book up, looked at it and said, sorry, Mr. MP, go ahead and stand where you wish. The RCMP did not understand the relationship of parliamentarians to the Parliament. Those people, some of them were here for a year or two, some of them are here maybe a little bit longer. They're not like our security staff. They don't understand the nature of Parliament and the parliamentarians that work and live and represent Canadians within this building. So we don't want to see that change. We don't want to see that relationship that we have with this building change over technical issues that should be fixed and can be fixed. You know, when I was transport critic in the last Parliament, I spent time on aviation security. It was very clear that once you put security rules in place, they stay in place, whether they, after a while, become rather insignificant and meaningless. For instance, once, we went through this process in the Transport Committee, heard many witnesses. Once you start locking the cockpit door of an airplane so that no one can enter it, that changes the nature of the things that can come into into the cabin. You can't open a cockpit door that's properly locked with a pair of scissors. If you threaten someone in the cabin, that's like threatening somebody anywhere else. Threats are made. So rules were finally changed. When you talk to the Israelis, they laugh at some of the things that we do here. They have the best security system in the world. But we get into a fixed position about what we think security is, and then we're not adaptable to the changes that can take place. So yes, I agree that we need to adapt, but we can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. We can't make this Parliament less than it is. This is our watch. This is the watch that we stand on. This is the one that you and I, Mr. Speaker, in this Parliament represent at this time. So what we do here to change the rules of how our Parliament behaves is very important. And that can't be done simply at the whim of the party of one. The party of one does not have the right to do that to us in this Parliament. Well, we all know what the party of one means here, and I don't think anyone can deny that. You know, the differences between the RCMP and the security people in this House are really quite apparent. The security people here look on this as their career. They learn to live and work with us. They know each other, all of us personally. They understand how it works, when we're here, when we're there. The RCMP, what's their likelihood? A couple of years on the Hill and move on. Maybe bring some recruits in, some rookies from Regina, and put them to work on the Hill. What kind of guarantee does that give us of total understanding of the relationship of parliamentarians to the Parliament, respect for the people that work in here, understanding of our job and our authority within this House? It doesn't, Mr. Speaker. This is a dangerous place to go. We don't need to go there. We should go back and put this in front of a group of parliamentarians. We should come together and make an agreement among us, and we're not far away. If you look at the three pieces of this motion that have come forward, one from the opposition, one from the third party, and the government's motion, we're not far apart. Let's bring them together. Let's put it together in a good fashion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the Northwest Territories for his intervention. He did speak about how important it was that the security services here understand the nature of the business that we do and at times know us personally. And in fact, in my address, my intervention, I talked about how remarkable it was, the work that they did in knowing each one of us and the client service delivery that they were able to provide us and how important that is to the security systems. But the member from the Northwest Territories was sort of implying then that it was an impossibility for the RCMP to learn that. None of us came here. I'm new to this place and been here 4 years now, and I didn't know the rules and the procedures, but you know, as time went by, I learned those, and there's training mechanisms in place, and those things are quite possible. But I do have a direct question for the member outside of that. Does he recognize that the parliamentary precinct encompasses areas that are in different sort of security zones, if it were, inside this place, other buildings on the Hill, the front property, there's Ottawa proper as an example, as we travel on green buses in between different buildings. How would he propose we integrate a security system without the lead of the RCMP when they're the only organization right now that has authority in each one of those places? On the streets going toward the Valor Building or the Victoria Building or Wellington Building. They do all the control of the access to the front lawns in and out. It's not just the House of Commons. So I'm wondering if the member from the Northwest Territories could highlight exactly how we would integrate that security with any other lead other than the RCMP, given those realities of jurisdiction and authority on those properties outside of this physical building.
For Northwest Territories.
Well, I have a lot of ideas here, Mr. Speaker. I would think that a system of electronic locks on the door, that both the RCMP and the security service have the ability to lock the door from a distance, would be a good idea. I look at the bollards that we installed and think, of how many terrorists ride scooters and think of how many terrorists could simply scooter their way through there and not be stopped by that very expensive system that we put in there. And I think, yeah, there are things that we should do. There are technical things that need to be accomplished on the Hill to provide safety. And I don't have any problem with that. I think that that is the work of the Speaker, of technical security experts to come together to understand how to make this place safer. I don't think we've done a very good job of it yet. I think we can do a much better job. But I don't want to change the relationship of parliamentarians to their own security system. That's what I don't want to change. If you want to change the building, if you want to change the layout, fine. But the most important thing that we do in this House is represent people as the authority of Canadians. And we can't give that up.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm a former police officer, and I've observed the behavior of the House security guards and the RCMP on the outside for 6.5 years. And I have a very practical question. Our honourable member from Northwest Territories was philosophically elegant and eloquent today, as usual. But I have a practical question for him. And my practical question for him is why, when the security guards, who, as he's pointed out, do a great job here, were effective last October 22nd, and the problem was outside, and the problem was with the Mounties, why are we handing it over to the guys who screwed up instead of handing it over to the guys that do a good job and always have?
The honourable member for Northwest Territories. You have less than a minute.
Well, I wouldn't characterize anything that happened as the fault of any individual. I think the system was at fault quite clearly. I think there's technical issues that go on the grounds around here that need to be fixed, and they weren't fixed with the security ideas that came up by the last group. So I would think that we need to have another look at that. Why the RCMP are giving there's some concern that that's a movement away from the legislature into the executive, and that needs to be allayed by very precise wordage of this motion, and it isn't there right now. I've read the motion. It is not in there right now.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, and this has been an important debate, undeniably for Parliament, but for Canadians to understand the issues around security on the Hill. Surely October 22nd shocked not only parliamentarians and those who were here, all staff, all the guards themselves, the police, but it really shook Canadians in many ways to see that type of violence visited on one of the most important democratic institutions that our country has. And so in this particular debate and in the wording of the motion, there is much to examine, and we've heard some very thoughtful comments and some very pressing concerns that have to be met, not the least of which are the concerns of the guards here. And I hope that in the time that I have remaining to put to rest some of the fears, because I do fear, for whatever reason, there has been an attempt somehow to leave the impression, number one, that the guards here on the Hill had somehow failed in their duty or not done proper security, and secondly, that they are going to be cast aside, that they would somehow be left out or left in the lurch as a result of these changes that are foreseen. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it goes without saying that the precinct of Parliament, these buildings which make up that precinct, should not have 4 separate, arguably 5 separate security forces working within a few hundred meters of the seat of government. And it's been stated a number of times here, but it bears repeating that these type of silos that have evolved naturally and that occur when you have separate security forces cause a breakdown inefficiencies in communications when it comes to providing proper security. And so there is a very practical side to what we're attempting to do. And Mr. Speaker, I know you've been here a while as well. This discussion has certainly been going on as long as I can remember. I came here in '97, and the discussion was happening then. But it goes back far further than that. And it has been the discussion of some already quite involved and thoughtful studies about security and those that relate to parliamentary privilege while maintaining the services for current parliamentarians and their security. And so it comes down to a very important crux of the issue, and that is the ability to integrate security in the most efficient way to protect those within this precinct. Now, without going back to October 22nd and re-examining those particular issues of the day, it stands to reason that our national police force, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, would be seized of this issue, would be given the overall responsibility. When one considers their plugged-in nature as far as CSIS is concerned for intelligence gathering, CSEC in terms of military intelligence, their national reach and experience and history and connectivity to this place all lend themselves to being that body which would provide the greatest security. So this is why we've introduced the measure, which has been the subject of debate, and it is an idea that I would suggest and would submit as long overdue. It's not something that was simply brought about in the aftermath of October 22nd. In fact, the Auditor General in 2012 recommended moving towards the integrated security force. The Auditor General, in their report on the parliamentary precinct, also recommended the unified security force on the precinct. And the integrated security model announced today and discussed here is all about acting on that OAG recommendation, which states it properly balances the desired level of access with sufficient security to ensure that the risks are mitigated. And so there has been much work done before October 22nd, but I would submit a great deal has happened since. Now, I said at the outset I wanted to mention and dwell for some time on the issue around the staff and the impact. Some have asked, and some have suggested, in fact, that the RCMP will somehow exclude the courageous and commendable work that was done by security forces here, that they would somehow be cast aside. The fact of the matter is that the RCMP, with their resources, with their experience, are well versed at working with other security forces. That has been the evolution of our national police force. They have had, by necessity, to work with municipal police, with provincial police, and as I mentioned, other security agencies, and that has been to our country's benefit. We saw a recent example, Mr. Speaker, if I might mention what happened in the city of Halifax just a few short days ago, where the RCMP worked closely with Halifax Metro and an international police force in the United States to thwart what would have been a disastrous Valentine's Day massacre in the city of Halifax. And I salute that incredible work that was done, much of which came about because of intelligence gathering and a very humane tip that was offered through Crime Stoppers. But to come back to the point, Mr. Speaker, the confidence that we feel in the House of Commons Protective Services, the men and women who have guarded these premises now for over 150 years and done so with just extraordinary professionalism, courtesy, and personal commitment, Mr. Speaker, that is not the essence of this debate. There is no denying what happened on October 22nd was perhaps the greatest example of their professionalism, courage. And I couldn't stand here without mentioning the Sergeant at Arms. Mr. Vickers, now our ambassador to Ireland, is a true Canadian hero. But there were many heroes that day in uniform and working here on the Hill. And so, to be clear, this is an endorsement of a continuation of inclusion for the betterment of security here in the precinct. And it is Canada's National Police Force that should lead that effort. Mr. Speaker, we're also committed to providing Canadians with continued access to the House of Commons. This has been another legitimate concern, that Canadians want to be able to access this place, this important home of democracy, and reasonable security measures must be balanced against that concern. Appropriate security measures will be implemented by this new integrated security unit for the parliamentary precinct, and done so with a great deal of input from all of those tasked, including, and most importantly, those who have been doing this job for many years, for decades. And so, ensuring that visitors, staff, our elected officials, all of those, including our Senate, all of those who are here working on the precinct, is following an international example, is following what has happened in other parliaments. I'm sure this has been mentioned in the UK, in Australia. There has been a natural evolution to recognize the modern security threat and recognize some of the physical infrastructure that has been proved, that was mentioned by members here tonight. But it's important to emphasize that the Westminster Parliament, the motherhood, the mother parliament for all, they have taken steps in this direction some time ago. And so Canada is lagging in this regard, and the time is here. They and other parliaments have clearly demonstrated that security forces are much stronger and much more efficient when integrated, while at the same time balancing the privileges of Parliament. And to that extent, Mr. Speaker, I must also mention that this is not going to be done with the sole authority of the RCMP. Some have mentioned that it would be government, therefore, controlling security. This would again be done through the Speaker's office. The Speaker of both the House and the Senate will very much have a hand in how this integrated security force will operate. And I want to stress that the rights and privileges of Parliament through the Chair, through the important office of the Speaker, will remain unchanged, including the privileges for the House and Senate to control their own precinct and the rights of members to come and go unimpeded. This motion, should it pass, should it be implemented, is a natural progression in the development of a memorandum of understanding to govern the next steps. This is not something that is going to be drafted on the back of a napkin. There's a great deal of work already in place that will continue in a way that will be done in a transparent and inclusive way. The security imperatives are such that it is the government's objective, but I would suggest it should be all members' objectives, to see that this transition in partnership with security partners occurs as soon as possible. Following the passage of a parliamentary motion in both houses, the House and Senate, the government will work with the speakers on the transition planning. And this, I again suggest, should not replace or should not simply suggest that we are beginning this process anew. This is something that has been happening now for some time and builds on those existing efforts. Maintaining one force inside the Parliament buildings and one force outside the Parliament buildings simply does not make sense in this current threat environment. And that is why we are in full support of an integration throughout the precinct under the operational leadership of the RCMP. That operational command will see an RCMP officer commanding the Integrated Security Unit, but the selection process would be carried out in accordance with the RCMP Act, which is an act that includes all of the elements of the existing RCMP. But, Mr. Speaker, this is something that will be done in consultation with both houses and with both speakers. And so I know the time is coming to an end, but I want to make that point again abundantly clear. This government, and I believe I'm safe in speaking for all members here, have not lost faith for a moment in the security that has been provided by the men and women of the Parliamentary Security Force. Mr. Speaker, they are our best friends. They are people who we have come to know and respect and to care for deeply because of the way that they have treated all members. And I, for one, after time here on the Hill, consider some of the members of this force to be good friends, to be people who I have come to know and know their families. It's very important that they understand that we value deeply their service to this precinct, but also to this country, and their bravery that was on display on October 22nd was nothing short of extraordinary.
Hear, hear.
And I'm so glad that we had the opportunity to express that to them personally here on the floor of the House of Commons that day. All members demonstrated an incredible outpouring of personal affection, respect, and appreciation for all that they did on October 22nd, but for all they have done throughout their entire time here on Parliament Hill. And so for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage all members in this House to support this motion as it ends some of the duplication, overlap, and inconsistencies that can be exploited and can cause gaps in our security. No one wants to see the security breached as it was on that day. There has been ample time now to examine in detail what occurred, but more importantly, it's time to move forward in a thoughtful way that includes everyone, that puts security first, but balances the rights of our parliamentary precinct Canadians, and puts safety first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Comme il est 20h02.
It being 8:02, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put forthwith all questions necessary to dispose of the motion number 14 under government business. The question is as follows.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, seconded by Mrs. Gulak, move that this House, following the terrorist attack of October 22, 2014, recognize the necessity of fully integrated security throughout the parliamentary precinct and the grounds of Parliament Hill, as recommended by the Auditor General in his 2012 report and as exists in other peer legislatures. Et quelle demande s'en-donner au président?
And call on the Speaker. In coordination with his counterpart in the Senate, to invite without delay the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to lead operational security throughout the parliamentary precinct and on the grounds of Parliament Hill, while respecting the privileges, immunities, and powers of the respective houses, and ensuring the continued employment of our existing and respected parliamentary security staff.
Amendment. Mr. Mel, seconded by Mr. Julian, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that this House" and substituting the following. Recognize
the necessity of fully integrated security throughout the parliamentary precinct and the grounds of Parliament Hill, as recommended by the Auditor General in his 2012 report, and as exists in other peer legislatures, and call on the Speaker in coordination with his counterpart in the Senate to prepare and execute without delay plans to fully integrate the work of all partners, providing operational security throughout the parliamentary precinct and the grounds of Parliament Hill, while respecting the respective privileges, immunities, and powers of the respective houses, and ensuring the parliamentary security, whose exemplary work in 2014 put an end to the threat on Parliament Hill.
Did by Mr. Lamoureux, move the following amendment, that the amendment be amended, A, by adding after the words "fully integrate" the words "by way of a contractual agreement with the House of Commons and the Senate," and B, by deleting the words "while respecting" and substituting the following, "and through which an integrated security body would report to the speakers of the two houses so as to respect the division of powers between the executive and the legislature, parliamentary supremacy, and." The question is on the sub-amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the sub-amendment? All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members, convoquez les députés.
The question is the following. Mr. Duncan, Vancouver on North.
Following the terrorist attack of October 22, 2014, recognized the necessity of fully integrated security throughout the parliamentary precinct and the grounds of Parliament Hill, as recommended by the Auditor General in its 2012 report, and as exists in other peer legislatures, and call on the Speaker, in coordination with his counterpart in the Senate, to invite, without delay, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to lead operational security throughout the parliamentary precinct and the grounds of Parliament Hill, while respecting the privileges, immunities, and powers of the respective houses, and ensuring the continued employment of our existing and respected parliamentary security staff. Madame Turmel, appuyée par Monsieur.
Ms. Turmel, seconded by Mr. Julian, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that this House" and substituting the following: recognize the necessity of fully integrated security throughout the parliamentary precinct and the grounds of Parliament Hill, as recommended by the Auditor General in his 2012 report, and as exists in other peer legislatures, and call on the Speaker, in coordination with his counterpart in the Senate, to prepare and execute without delay plans to fully integrate the work of all partners, providing operational security throughout the parliamentary precinct and the grounds of Parliament Hill, while respecting the privileges, immunities, and powers of the respective houses, including the ultimate authority of the Speakers of the Senate and House of Commons over access and security of Parliament, and ensuring the continued employment of our existing and respected parliamentary security staff, whose exemplary work on October 22, 2014, quickly brought an end to the security threat on Parliament Hill.
Mr. Belanger, seconded by Mr. Lammer, remove the following sub-amendment. The amendment be amended, A, by adding after the words "fully integrate" the words "by way of a contractual agreement with the House of Commons and the Senate." B, by deleting the words "while respecting" and substituting the following: and through which an integrated security body would report to the speakers of the two houses so as to respect the division of powers between the executive and the legislature, parliamentary supremacy, and. The question is on the sub-amendment. All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Mai.
Mr. Mai.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Toon.
Mr. Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Giguère.
Mr. Giguère.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Leblanc, la Salle-et-Mare.
Madame Leblanc, la Salle-et-Mare.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Sandhu.
Monsieur Sandhu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Tsebaïs.
Monsieur Tsebaïs.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Nunez-Mélo.
Monsieur Nunez-Mélo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Fiard.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Fiard.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce,
Madame
Lachine.
Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Mr. Atamenenko.
Mr. Atamenenko.
Monsieur Leblanc, Beau Séjour.
Monsieur Leblanc, Beau Séjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valeriat.
Mr. Valeriat.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Miss Gros.
Miss Gros.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Fletcher. Leach. Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan in Vancouver
Mrs.
Island
Yelich.
North. Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblonski.
Mrs. Oblonski.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Brownlees Granville.
Mr. Brownlees Granville.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crampton, Confederate Hastings.
Mr. Crampton, Federal Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warrow.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, City Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, City Sky Country.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Mrs. Crockett.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski. Yeas pour 106, 106. Nays contre 138, 138.
I declare the sub-amendment defeated. The next question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? No? All those in favor will please say yay. those opposed will please say nay. My opinion, the nays have it. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Mai.
Mr. Mai.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalémar.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalémar.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Sandou.
Monsieur Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Nabel.
Monsieur Dion Nabel.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Tsabaïsen.
Monsieur Tsabaïsen.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Mr. Cromartin.
Mr. Cromartin.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Nunez-Mélo.
Monsieur Nunez-Mélo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Fiard.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Fiard.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, La Chine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, La Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Mr. Atomenenko.
Mr. Atomenenko. Monsieur.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Brightbright.
Mr. Brightbright.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Capit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp. Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblonsey.
Mrs. Oblonsey.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Miss James.
Miss James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Ms. Brownie Market Aurora.
Ms. Brownie Market Aurora.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Brown leads Granville.
Mr. Brown leads Granville.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, City Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, City Sky Country.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Leblanc, Beau Séjour.
Mr. Leblanc, Beau Séjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Reagan.
Mr. Reagan.
Mr. Valeriat.
Mr. Valeriat.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Grove.
Ms. Grove.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaligia.
Mr. Scarpaligia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Yeas pour 83, 83. Nays contre 161, 161.
I declare the motion defeated. The amendment defeated. The next question is on the main motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mrs. Aglukat.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Brightreitz.
Mr. Brightreitz.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rampol.
Ms. Rampol.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Campit Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campit Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Gauguin.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Round Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Hebert. Oh, pardon me. Mr. Brown, Leeds Granville.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Granville.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlog.
Mr. Norlog.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Alan Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Alan Tubic McTaquac.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, East Sky Country.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mrs. Young Vancouver South.
Mrs. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame
Mr.
Laverdière.
Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Davies. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Mai.
Mr. Mai.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Carroll.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalémar.
Madame Leblanc, la Salémar.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Sandou.
Monsieur Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Bison.
Monsieur Bison.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Bord.
Madame Bord.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Dagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe
Monsieur
d'Agotte.
Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Neuffiard.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Neuffiard.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce, La Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce, la Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de la Belle.
Monsieur Atamanenko.
Mr. Atamanenko.
On est à OK. Je continue.
OK. Monsieur Hayer.
Monsieur. Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
De retour à Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
The honourable member for Guelph is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was the Liberals' intention to vote yes, and unfortunately we moved from the yes to the no's too quickly, and I apologize.
Order. Order. Have we all returned back from a very productive constituency work week with a renewed sense of collegiality? Does the honourable member for Guelph have unanimous consent to have their votes applied? Yes. There doesn't seem to be consent.
Yeas pour 138, 138. Nays contre 82, 82.
The motion carried. The House now proceeds to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Ms. Nash relating to the business of supply. The question is the following one. Ms. Nash, seconded by Monsieur Caron, moved that the House call on the government to take immediate action to build a balanced economy, support the middle class, and encourage manufacturing and small business job creation by A, extending the accelerated capital cost allowance by 2 years, B, reducing the small business income tax rate from 11% to 10% immediately, and then to 9% when finances permit, and C, introducing an innovation tax credit to support investment in machinery, equipment, and property to further innovation and increase productivity. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Collins.
Mr. Collins.
Davies, Vancouver, Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver, Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Mai.
Mr. Mai.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Giguère.
Mr. Giguère.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Leblanc-Lasalle-Mar.
Madame Leblanc, la Salemar.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Jean Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Mr. Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Sitza Beitzen.
Sitza Beitzen.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Nunez-Mélo.
Monsieur Nunez-Mélo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Neuffiard.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Neuffiard.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, La Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce, La Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de la Belle.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Brightbright.
Mr. Brightbright.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rampel.
Mrs. Rampel.
Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Kelly South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Getty South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mrs. Abloncy.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Lukitsky.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Brown Leeds Granville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Granville.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crampton Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampton Hastings.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlaw.
Mr. Norlaw.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Alan Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspin.
Mr. Aspin.
Madame Bateman.
And I'm Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Daniels.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Fall.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Leblanc, Beau Séjour.
Monsieur Leblanc, Beau Séjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gildoyd.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gildoyd.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Pichetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Yes pour 82-82. Nays contre 162, 162.
I declare the motion defeated. It being 9:56, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.